places that I've never seen. Take me where I've never been.
Thank you very much.
You know I like it. Keep doing it. I don't wanna interrupt. Tell me, can you keep it up?
Hey, Cobb.
Am I gonna bump you up to the top of my list?
That's why I'm the best, huh?
Every time we get sober, I want you to stay low.
We will play until 2 a.m., guys.
Every time we get sweeter, all my feelings get deeper. Every time we get sweeter.
Savage takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello and welcome to Paris and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Yes, for the first time ever in nearly 2 full decades of the EPT, we are in the French capital in partnership with the Club Barrier for the first ever EPT Paris main event. And it is officially the biggest EPT main ever played outside of Barcelona. The biggest debut EPT ever. And you can watch it on Twitch, YouTube, you can interact in the live chat, you can tweet at us, #PokerStarsTV, you can check out our Facebook and Instagram pages, because we are here for the next 5 days, following the main event through from day 2 to the final table on Sunday. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
So Joe, we're waiting on the final figures. We know we have a field of more than 1,600 total entries, around 600 players returning for day 2, headlined by Spirit of the Horse, Tuan Mulder. He's the chip leader coming into today. The Dutch player has 347k. Blinds will be 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. And today, we do expect to get into the money. Now, I should correct an earlier statement that we made on the Poker in the Ears podcast. We said that they would only play 8 levels on day 1. That would push the bubble into day 3. But with this massive field, we had to play 10 levels yesterday.
Wow.
We have to get into the money today, or this thing will not be done and dusted by Sunday.
Yeah, we got to get it done, and whatever, more money sooner is better.
Great to have Griffin Bencher with us on the stream as well.
Bonjour, everyone.
Welcome to Paris, Griffin, who I'm sure benefited from a direct flight. Montreal to Paris has got to be a thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was a nice change. No stopover in Toronto, straight across the river.
So this is our first feature table with such a big field, with so many players left in. I imagine we'll be wanting to change feature table quite frequently today and try and showcase as many of the players who are competing here in Paris as possible. But we're going to start with this lineup. It includes Sam Grafton from Team Pro, who recently had deep runs in both the PCA main event and the PSPC. He's got a 52 big blind stack on the main stage today. We also have Old Nazar, João Vieira. You can't see it, but Joe's doing the pose.
Cut to the flex camera. We're not going to cut to it? Okay, we're not cutting to it.
Yeah, you know, it's almost 600 players. You got to have a good leadoff hitter, though. Sam Grafton, he's going to get on base for you. I'm sorry, baseball's coming. All the metaphors are going to start coming.
So yes, and obviously a healthy French contingent, and this is something we knew coming here. If you look at the pie chart that you always see, which is the breakdown of where players come from when they compete in EPT, France is always the single biggest slice of the pie, whether it's Monte Carlo, whether it's Barcelona. So when you bring a European Poker Tour festival to the French capital, it stands to reason there's going to be a massive turnout of locals, but also people who want to visit a new place, right? We've never been to Paris before.
Yeah, I think that's always been one of the appeals about playing on the EPT is seeking out new worlds and new civilizations. And for people that have been to every other stop before, maybe it'll bring them back out to be like, oh, a new city. Let's check it.
Yeah, we knew that the numbers were going to be big. I don't think we expected it to be this big. Just to repeat that number, more than 1,600 entries still to be confirmed, because we are at that point where registration is only just about to close. in the main event. So later on today, Toby Stone will confirm the number of entries, will confirm how many are going to get paid, and confirm the prize pool information. I would expect, with a field this big, that we are going to be looking at a 7-figure score for the winner.
That's $1 million?
Correct, Joe. Well done on the mathematics.
All right.
Human calculator already in mid-season form.
Math easy, counting hard.
Now, of course, we've got to allow extra time for all the players to be able to get into the poker room, take their seats. Obviously, we've got 3 or 4 of the guys right now, including João Vieira. Sam Grafton yet to take his seat, but all the chips have been unbagged, so hopefully it won't be too long until we get the action started. Talking of player arrivals, we've got Mike Watson and Sam Greenwood in the house for the start of day 2.
Handsome for men.
A former EPT champion, Davide Katai. And there's Gary, Igor Yaroshevsky.
Yep.
Talking of former EPT main event champions, Roberto Romanello is here.
Hey, baby.
That's Gail Bauman.
Hey, bow me.
Another former EPT champ, a player with a lot of big results, a lot of wins, a lot of trophies, Adrian Mateos. Pedro Marques and David Doherty, who final tabled EPT London last year. And it is officially Jamila time, Jamila von Perga.
What was it, the one-outer?
Was indeed against Florian Duthie in Barcelona 10 years ago. God, that's frightening. So we are going to be 8-handed. So Felipe Pfeiffer from Brazil is one of the players who has registered at the start of day 2 and has been assigned a seat at the feature table. One thing we are not 100% certain on, Oshri Lamani from Israel, we have among the chip leaders according to the official player list, but I am hearing there is a chance, having just unbagged his chips, that actually he has 30,100.
It's an easy enough mistake to make.
They do tend to put the commas in weird places in France. By the way, guys, we do have the opportunity for you to play poker while watching the stream. The mini EPT Paris series starts today. You get 3 low buy-in tournaments every single day, starting at 3:15, 6:15, and 8:15 local time. Added value in every single game. EPT satellite tickets added to the prize pool of every single MTT. And come the mini main event on Sunday, there will be an EPT Monte Carlo package added to the prize pool that will be awarded to the winner. So 3 games to play today. Decent guarantees on all of those low buy-in tournaments, and EPT satellite tickets added to the prize pool. So this is Marc Uzan, one of the French players at our first feature table today. Starts with 88K. Average stack will be around 82K.
Wow.
So we've got
Mine was really, really long.
Oshri Lamani in the hat.
That's not 300,000 in chips unless
It's
the
not.
100K chips are out already.
It's not. João Vieira.
Can we cut to it now? Cut to the flex cam? I'm doing.
Thick ones, right?
Which camera should I be looking at?
I'm being told we do not have a flex cam.
Oh, then what is this?
Flex man.
See, I'm sure if you've been following the updates on Poker News from this festival, kicking off with the FPS, which had a huge turnout, the FPS High Roller, massive turnout, the FPS Cup, a sold-out event. Luckily, the message got out about how busy things were here, and we saw a huge turnout on day 1A. Sometimes with the day 1A Griffin, you only get like a couple of hundred runners. The days were pretty balanced, and that meant that everyone, I think, who wants to play EPT Paris got to play the main event.
Yeah, listen, this is a huge field, and we got to find a way to fit everyone in, so it's good to see it balanced out a little more than usual here in Paris.
5 minutes.
So it was around 700 players on day 1A, 900 players on day 1B.
5 minutes, no? Good.
It's on the clock. 5 minutes.
And yeah, they just added a little bit of time to the countdown before the start of play just to allow as many people as possible to clear security, get into the room before we shuffle up and deal and play 5.5 levels today.
So 5.5 levels today, and then a half and 5 levels tomorrow.
Correct. And that's just to ensure that we stay on pace and are able to get to that final table on Saturday, come back with, could be 9, could be 8, but come back with a single table on Sunday and play down to a winner and get this done in the requisite number of days.
It's just amazing how many smart people we have working for us. We had to play 11 levels over 2 days. Most people wouldn't be able how to figure that out. We've got a crackerjack team that's just like, how about we do this? 5.5 one day, half and a 5 the next day. What does that add up to, Griffin?
11.
This one goes to 11. Insane. I'm just so proud to be a part of a well-oiled machine like this.
It does mean that there will be a dinner break a bit later on this evening, possibly before world-famous bubble coverage commences here in Paris. Confirmation that we are going to make the money today. Sam Grafton has arrived at the feature table. Let's see who else has arrived for the start of day 2. Spraggy has just got his seat assignment. Still at starting stack despite playing all of day 1B. Connor Beresford. Tonka. Plus we have the second PSPC champion, Alexei Shilko.
New money.
How long of a victory lap is it going to be for him? 4 years for Ramon.
And there was Sam when he first arrived in the room. Mario pointing him to the main stage. He is going to be at our feature table, our first feature table today. And it looks like most of the players have been able to get into the room, have been able to take their seats. Shouldn't be too long now, maybe a couple of minutes before we're able to get cards in the air and kick off day 2 of 6, this being a 6-day main event at EPT Paris. We will be live every day at 12:30 local time. That's 12:30 Central European time. Apart from Sunday, final table day, will start at the later time of 1 p.m. CET.
I'd love to see such a big turnout here in France, because aren't playing cards French? Doesn't it make sense that it would be like sort of a national pastime, that not only the playing cards are all based on French royalty, but I think poker itself was something that French trappers sort of brought to New Orleans or something back in the 1800s?
It is a game which certainly has its roots, has its heritage in France. And the game is still very popular to this day. And look, I know that the huge turnout here has caused a few logistical problems, but it's great to see record-breaking numbers in so many of the events here. And look, coming here, based on the number of people who'd qualified online, we thought, oh, we could have a field like Prague, like 1,200, maybe even 1,300 players. No one forecast 1,600 entries.
Yeah.
No one predicted this number.
Pretty cool.
I did.
Funny enough, Griffin, you kept it quiet until
well,
the number was already known.
Well, in case I was wrong, I didn't want to, I'd be embarrassed.
Abdelhamid El Kayati, again, another of the French players at this first feature table.
The Kayati kid.
Sam and Ol Nazar.
But I thought it started at 12:30.
It's
so
fitting.
I was like in a coffee shop, and then there's a Stars group chat, and they're like, it's delayed till 10 past. I was like,
Sam, when has a main event ever restarted at 12:30? Like, ever?
I think he's more looking forward to tuning into the broadcast.
It is 12:30, the main event.
They announced it, but the app always said 12.
Sam, it's never been 12:30, ever.
He can't hear you, James.
Wait, still.
I've tried to communicate through this machine.
So we are kicking off with the blinds at 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante, 90-minute blind levels in an EPT main event. That first hand, sadly, a misdeal, so we reset and we go again.
It made me remember how I felt every year, every EPT from like 2010 to 2014. So this guy raises hijack. And the big blind's having gone out for a cigarette.
Okay.
So I've queen 9 off in the small blind.
Here we go.
like we're quite deep. Cycle.
So you're effectively big blind.
Yeah.
And a good start for Mark Uzan. Ace-king suited under the gun.
Yeah, exactly.
What are the chances that this hand will be more interesting than the one Sam's talking about?
Yeah, I'm getting a bit worse price, but yeah, basically.
But he's out of there.
He's out there. Okay. So cool. Comes King Jack 4 with the King Jack of Hearts. I have Queen 9, Queen of Hearts. He bets quarter. I check raise. It's like 2.
Ronnie Halimi has folded the small blind. Abdelhamid El Kayati is in the big blind.
22. Turn is
5-3 off.
Ace King Jack of Hearts. I bet third.
You got the nut block, right?
Yeah, I bet third. I bet 7. He goes 20. I go 33. He goes 55.
Oh my God.
Okay.
What do you do?
I don't know. I've never played a 3-bet, 4-bet.
I've never played a 4-bet turn.
I need to.
We're way off the. We're way out. We're way
We're to
out.
the streets now.
We're
by
way out.
ourselves.
So I was like, it's like last time. I'm like, you know, like you thought.
But what did you raise from?
Hijack, which is cut.
The poker table. Thank you for your question.
Okay.
So this is Oshri
This is what I
Lamani,
mean.
who's just
If you don't-
arrived.
Like either you have the nuts, and if you don't have the nuts,
And that is definitely not 300K.
Nuts, yeah.
exactly. So therefore, it's like I only 3-bet the flop with the nuts. You should only 4-bet with the nuts. So it's like, but I know now that the test the nuts.
I do want to hear how this rest of the story
But
ends.
what's he bluffing with?
I think you just the 10 of hearts, I guess.
That maybe I should.
10, 9 of hearts.
Yeah, makes sense.
Just.
But so then I'm ahead.
Yes, you'd be ahead. Yeah.
So
It's the jack is on the board, right?
yeah. So but why wouldn't you just like call like getting a good price? Anyway, so I wasn't sure what to do. I thought, well, I called,
Just can't fold.
and I also thought like sometimes if I had like, I don't know. Now I can have a raw flush by the way.
Hey, Queen 9.
You could.
In the small blind.
No, but I mean, it's not like I don't just check raise like Queen 6 with the Queen of Hearts. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
of course. And you defended small blind with the worst price. So.
yeah.
You might have that.
So then I'm like, cool. Because also it's like, I mean, it's a good shove. It's like shoving 45 to win 145. But it's also like good to just lean in 12 into 100. You know what I mean?
That's amazing.
So
And you got a gutter just in case.
yeah. So I call.
You know.
River's ace. So I can't really lead this guy. I check. He checks. I lose.
Yeah, the 10, 9, 10 of hearts.
But I would beat that because I've got Queen high.
No, you lost.
I lost.
And you checked back.
Yeah.
So you just checked 9 of hearts.
No, that I would also beat. Right? Oh yeah, no, he had Jack 9 off. It's a 9 of hearts. Yeah, he won with a Jack.
The third pair. That he.
He could just check the flop, by the way.
Guy sounds like a real donkey, am I right?
Just a second back. So it's
Sorry, or
also
is he
for
good?
what
I'm not
saying
sure what
is,
point Sam's
I
making.
remember
No chances here.
it made me remember how I felt. So this is how I felt the whole of 2012-13, like playing massive pots where like neither of us has anything, and you're like after the hand you're like, I was like way too aggressive, but I could have been more aggressive, and I would have won. There's no like, you're just like off the game team, like no man's land, you know.
Sounds great. Sam's confused.
Oh, yeah, I think like sometimes.
That was TV table?
No, what of it like? I think he just was like, yeah, you gotta remember that, you know, or I don't know, that people think something's happening that it's not. You know, like we would make some adjustments to the big line sitting out, but like back in the day, we would have gone like nuts, right? And I think like maybe he thinks
Not anymore. Yeah.
maybe he thinks I'm just like I've got nothing, and therefore, no, I don't know.
Three bets like big blinds hit out. There's always somebody that overplays that.
So
Yeah.
we need to get this fixed.
We used to do that.
Remember,
Oshri Lamani does not have 300K. He has
They still do.
30K.
I still don't get it. They still do. It's a nice trip to the past. But it happened.
And oh my gosh, Lamani goes all in for 299,500.
The irony is, it's still the same whether he has 300K or 30K. It's
Yes,
all into call for
effective,
Pfeiffer.
Yeah,
Yeah, that one we used to like. That's
and
why you
I
were
think
playing
Pfeiffer
crap.
will be able to find a reluctant fold, having raised under the gun +2 here with the ace-jack. You know, it's one of those spots where, you know, maybe if you were raising at the cutoff, where even the hijack, you would want to call this off, expecting to be up against some pairs, maybe some, you know, suited wheel aces that are sort of bluff shoving. Ace jack, I think, is just a notch too low. You hate to fold here and not flip against hands like eights and sevens, which, you know, you've already put some money out there, so good fold.
Yeah.
Too many dominators.
Michelle's son, Felipe Pfeiffer.
Yes, I should. It's a big deal. Big deal. It's not an EPT if stakes doesn't come, you know?
I mean,
I think also like now they're just all going to be good, you know? Like all have the coverage. I don't know, but I think that's right.
Well, Sam just signed us up for a lot more work.
Yeah,
I
thanks,
love
Sam.
content,
it'll be great, I think.
but it's just it's
Got
hard.
potential there. I'm serious.
No, this will be.
No pun intended.
Mate, I'll give up battling what you guys want to do. You know, nice gig for Griff. Just commentating. Don't need to play. Way harder. No one 4-bets the turn on you when you commentate.
You're always right.
Put that on a
You're
t-shirt.
always right. It's amazing.
I'll definitely wear it.
So strong at poker.
I would actually contend
this is
that
a fold.
Griffin often 4-bets
Jackson's
the
a fold
turn
here,
with some of his
honestly.
jokes.
The book is okay.
So it has now been corrected, and I can tell you that Oshri Lamani is now playing 26,500. So not among the chip leaders. 17 big blinds at the start of this hand. Action is on Uzan, who's folded the button. Lamani in the small. 7 deuce gives João Vieira a walk.
I mean, have we seen a collapse this epic through 3 hands? I mean, to go from 300,000 to 26.5. It's embarrassing.
So I do see there's some folks in chat who are a fan of this dealer, and I specifically asked her, hey, people ask about you often. Are you okay
yeah,
if I
I think
give
so.
out your name? And she said yes, it's totally fine.
You think so?
Her name is Alexandra, and
Yeah,
also
I'm pretty sure it is.
she has a photography Instagram, Stills by Stormy. If you want to go check out Alex's photography Instagram,
You need visa
have
to
at
stay
it.
longer than 15 days.
Share it
And
amongst
the site is
yourselves.
15,
But no
it's like 14
DMs.
days.
Great, there goes our audience. Thank you.
I'm going to Hanoi as well. I've never been. So
Yeah, I think it's.
I'm going to stop in Qatar.
Oh, wow.
Also never been.
On the way back.
Yeah. Back to London.
El Coyote in the hijack with ace-3 of hearts.
Raise 3,000.
Uzan folding the ace-9 offsuit.
Yeah, not an easy spot at the cutoff there. You think ace-9 is maybe a slightly ahead of the hijack open sometimes, but how are you going to play it with, you know, 3 people behind there? You're going to 3-bet the ace-9. You're going to, what, flat?
Well, Sam defended with 6-4, hasn't caught any of this. Instead, it's the nut flush draw for El Coyote. Bets, gets a fold.
I knew this was 90 minutes. That's how long I haven't been stay to. How many levels we play today?
We should see a lot of eliminations today to
Yeah.
get us down to
How
the
many levels
money.
we play?
No one particularly comfortable at this
I don't
table.
know.
How many levels are we playing? 5.5.
Classic. Because we're getting older, like each season we're going to make it shorter and shorter the days because we get too tired. 6 levels, I'm out. I'm like 4 level guy. In my younger days, I could go 7 levels, 8 levels, no problem.
I like the long days. I love it. I really do.
Old NASA
You
likes
want more poker.
the flex.
I want more
The
blood.
day we finish 5.5 levels, we'll put on a turbo for you.
No.
Go ahead.
1 5.
5 hour, 25K.
So this is round to old Nazar, who's got 9-8 suited on the button.
From the other hand. Oh, no, wait, that was Jack 9.
Raise, 3 times. High five.
Gets a fold from Sam in the small blind. And Philippe Pfeiffer with ace queen in the big.
So auto shove, Griffin.
Yeah, for just about 15 big blinds. Just a beautiful shove spot.
Is it a printing spot?
It's a printing spot.
Button's good.
I mean, anytime you're printing against Joao Vieira, that's a bonus. It's hard to get a chip out of old Naza.
Are you ready?
Yeah, just a collection.
So again, just to remind you guys, we are waiting
What is
for
that, Bob?
confirmation
Just a collection of funny essays about
on the
this woman, like a
number of
She
entries
just writes
in the
personal
EPT
essays
Paris
about
main
being
event. Tournament clock showing 16:06, just over 1,600 entries, around 565 players remaining.
I empathize, even though our lifestyles are very different in some ways. About like having back pain and it's too old to get a date, stuff like this. It's good.
10 times.
With a prize pool of 7.7 million, looking at more than $1 million up top, I'd imagine.
Thank you, James.
But it's because I just came, you know, I was at the coffee shop thinking the 12:30 start.
3 times. 4 times.
Hey!
3.5.
Raise, 3,500.
3,500.
6 pass.
The old KK.
Lawrence White, 10-5 off in the big blind. He ain't defending that.
Guy's pretty Larry.
Hello to Purple Goat 2500 watching on YouTube, who asks, is this
Yeah,
live?
it's like there's a place that's
Love
called,
hearing you guys commentate.
I'll find out the name.
Yes, this is live.
Yeah, it's just
And
like
thank you for the
it's got
compliment.
like avocado on toast. It's like my kind of thing. Yeah.
I went to this Canadian embassy. It was a pub next door, but it was closed. I figured I'll just go for some English breakfast.
No,
You guys checked out the Canadian embassy yet?
Yes.
10 times.
It's actually my first stop.
A very pleasant drinking establishment that continues serving until 1:30 in the morning.
Really?
Raise, 3 times.
And look, I am all for trying to participate in the language and the culture of the place that you're at. When you walk in there and everyone just says hello and everything's written in English, I don't have to feel bad about the fact that my French is atrocious.
Is it real closest?
For the first
Canadian
couple of
embassy?
days, it was literally 5 paces from the hotel, but now there's this roadworks that have started and you have to go around.
Okay.
So
now
it's like 25
20
paces. Yeah. It's a very clever name for a bar, Canadian Embassy.
I don't think it's the official embassy of
yes,
Canada.
I understand
just
that now.
so you-
It would be
Thank you.
pretty dope if it was. It's just like a line for pints and a line for passports.
So Sam has opened in the cutoff with ace-9. And we've got some fried halloumi here, calling out the big blind with king-jack.
Squeaks on your teeth.
And it is a jack-high flop. Continuation bet from Sam of 2.5K. And Sam improves with the ace of hearts on the turn. Now has top pair, plus has a flush draw. And here comes a second bar. A legitimate value bet from Sam. 4K into 14.5. And the 3 on the river doesn't change anything.
So how inclined are you to call a bet here on the river, Griffin, if you check to Sam?
Not very inclined. You know, obviously Sam can have things like the king 10 or king queen with a heart. But I also don't think it's a spot Grafton's going to be betting very often.
Yeah.
You know, your opponent has all the ace 4s, ace 2s, ace 5s, ace 3s as well, calling the flop, and then having either 2-pair or wheel by the river. Is a jack even going to call you? Probably not. You can still run into flushes. So a nice little pot there for Graft.
Yeah, took the showdown value. We can see 73 minutes left to run on this level until the first break of the day. 5.5 levels to be played on day 2. Playing into the money today, so world-famous bubble coverage still to come, possibly on the other side of the 75-minute dinner break that has been scheduled today. And action folded around to João Vieira. He's passed, Sam's out. Pfeiffer, pocket 3s in the cutoff. Raises to 3K.
Yeah, 19 big blinds is a bit of an awkward stack at the cutoff here with 3s. You know, you most oftentimes playing that, you know, sub 16, 17 big blind stack, you kind of want to just be open shoving pairs like this in late position. But 19, it gets a little kind of dicey. You know, the levels are so long. Do you really want to just, you know, open shove into 3 opponents for effectively almost 20 big blinds? So I think it plays a little difficult as a raise because you're so often going to get calls. Maybe not from queen deuce off, but it doesn't play super comfortably, and you don't have a blocker to open with. But sometimes you can just get away with it, and that's a nice result, I think, for Pfeiffer.
So, Ethan K, watching on Twitch,
Did you go to
says...
the World Cup?
I did.
Oh, Sam.
Okay. What games did you see?
About 8 of them. Saw the US-UK game. I saw the UK against
England.
Yeah.
Just to go. No, I mean, not that I mind, but
Yeah.
not everyone in the UK was rooting for us, I don't think. But yeah, sick. That was the goals were great in that game as well.
Yeah. No, it was a fun experience.
Yeah.
Strange place to have a World Cup, obviously. But it was, what was cool this time was that everybody's in the same city, so you don't have to spread out everywhere. So
Yeah.
all the nations at the beginning in the same city. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, that's really cool. And did you see any knockout games?
Yeah. I saw the UK, England, and US games.
Oh, right, okay.
I just said that, Sam.
And then I went home after that.
Oh, that's super cool.
So Ethan was asking about whether we should do...
When we won the Cup in '66, I was there for that too. So.
Come on, Sam.
66.
No way.
Yeah. I was like 12 years old or something. 14.
In fairness, I was at the World
But
Cup
you
in
mean
France
you
in
saw it on TV?
1998 when I was 13.
I was there in Wembley.
I don't even watch
bro.
football.
I'm asking...
Well, I was 14.
That's crazy. Is this true?
Yeah, it's true. Honest to God.
I'm asking you, so I'm referring to your hat, like, did you see the World Cup? And you're like, yes, and the one in Are you referring to the Qatar World Cup? Or are you referring to England 66?
I was a big Greaves fan, and I was disappointed that he didn't get to play in the final.
R.I.P. to a legend, yeah.
Yeah.
Why didn't he play? He'd had an injury and then Peter's form was too good. Is that
He
why?
was known as a selfish player. Ramsey just didn't like the way that he
Ramsey didn't
played.
like him? Wow. I didn't on my bingo card for today, I didn't know we'd be doing selection decisions from the 66 World Cup. Wow, yeah. That's amazing. I mean, this will be remembered forever.
Forever. Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is like the most,
Hopefully it's not the last one ever.
you know,
with him, but...
unless you were there at VE Day as well. I mean, this is...
Not quite.
Wow, that's amazing.
What, is that the last time
Sick.
they won a World Cup or something?
You went on the pitch? No.
1966.
Your parents wouldn't let
I
you.
was with my grandfather. No.
It's even worse than the
Right.
Toronto
Golden
Maple
hat.
Leafs.
Yeah, yeah. Smart.
1967 for the Maple Leafs.
No, it's fun.
Meanwhile, we've got nines
I'm
versus
sure it
eights.
We get
It's
to try
funny that
every
we
year,
say,
though,
like,
the Leafs
30
do.
years,
World
like,
Cup's
obviously-
more.
So I
4
was
years.
16 in 96, was like, you know, you're at school, it's like the biggest thing to have the football tournament.
Right.
And obviously the deal and sing a song or whatever, and it was like 30 years of her, and it's like 30 years, like so long. 30, can you imagine? And now it's like 20 years since, you know, Brazil, whatever,
Right.
something like this, you know, or like it was like 30 years of her for Argentina. Now it's whatever, 55.
Close enough to 60.
Crazy.
Time goes fast. You gotta
Yes.
enjoy it, man. You gotta enjoy it.
Yeah, it does. It does.
I'm going to respond to
Can
Ethan's
you
question,
name-
asking
can you
about
name the team off the
giveaways.
top of your head?
Mini EPT Paris
Hold on.
Series, satellite
Peter's
tickets,
first.
Monte Carlo
Let me see if I
package.
got it.
Check it out on
Peter's
the
has
Stars
Paul,
lobby.
Nobby Stars, Banks in goal,
Yeah.
Cohen,
Cohen. Yeah.
Bobby Moore. Who was it? I mean, who was at centre back with Bobby Moore?
Bobby Charlton.
Bobby Charlton, yeah. Bobby and Jack Charlton.
Yeah.
That's 9. Who are we missing?
Jow betting less than a quarter pot on the flop
Must be someone else in
and getting
midfield.
value from one of the only hands that
Who's in
he is
midfield
ahead of on this flop.
with it's like Bobby Charlton, Alan Ball, and someone else there.
Oh, NASA.
Yeah, don't mess this up.
Can't remember.
Yeah. That's sick.
Can I just say that the bad lookalike suggestions for Uzan and Patrick Stewart is too bad to qualify as a bad lookalike.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's just terrible.
Are they saying Patrick Stewart or are they saying Captain Picard?
A combination of Captain Picard, Professor X, and Patrick Stewart.
so
They're all the
Patrick-
same
so
person.
Patrick Stewart, all right. I would contend that Patrick Stewart and Captain Picard are two different people, but if they're hitting all...
Visually, they're incredibly similar.
They're very similar. I'll give you that. Engage.
Wait, that isn't Patrick Stewart?
What? This craggy-faced French guy? No, he's not Patrick Stewart.
He's like if Professor X and Magneto were the same guy.
So, do you go to every World Cup?
I've been to a few, like 7 of them, I think.
You remember
I've been to
Eusebio?
7 World Cups.
You remember Eusebio on the 66?
Eusebio, yeah, great player, yeah. Portuguese guy. Yeah. My kids got into soccer, so took them to Japan and Korea, took them to Brazil.
Ah.
What else did we-
Which for
Went
you,
to-
outside obviously, which for you was like best atmosphere?
France was pretty cool.
Yeah. Sorry, which was best?
France was pretty cool.
France, yeah.
Korea was, I mean, the Koreans like went crazy. Like the streets were full of guys in red, like 24 hours a day, chanting, shouting. That was also pretty cool.
Yeah, that is very cool. I've been to Korea. It's a fun place.
Yeah, I used to do a lot of business in South Korea, so I kind of knew
Oh,
it
so
well.
you used to do
Yeah.
as well, yeah?
5 pounds, 6 pounds.
Business in North Korea now, that would be interesting.
Were you in Qatar?
No.
So, Lawrence White, a man who's been to many, many,
Yes, sir.
many World Cups, is going to raise here with Queen 10.
That's a dick. 66 World Cup. It's like so cool.
First Portuguese bag showing to the world.
But they really ripped you off in Qatar.
No, Eusebio?
Yeah, of course.
We were losing 3-0 at the halftime
We raised
against
9,000.
North Korea. And Eusebio scored 4.
Snap 3-bet here,
Jesus,
Griff?
your quiz is amazing.
I know.
Told me the 90s
Yeah,
you
quite a
were
nice,
good, but you're
nice
all the way to
find
the
here
60s.
for
Yeah,
Halimi.
It's a
Ace
big-
10.
That's a big.
I think
Yeah.
if you're going to play this hand, this is going to be the best way
Okay.
to do it in these positions.
Yeah, and he was there
You
when like
do
the
need
Leeds-
to dodge
For you,
Me
with
too.
the
3
United
players
Korea.
behind.
Probably not 66.
No, I guess it's 60, 62 Korea more partition. I think something like this.
Because I wasn't. I think it's North. I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
Poker's so weird. How did this happen?
yeah, that's around. They won it 3 times, like Benfica with him, like the one European Cup.
And Al-Kayati isn't thrilled by this spot. I even think ace-queen off would find the muck a good percentage of the time. Certainly ace-jack suited would be side-folding. Ace-queen suited, you feel like you're too high up in your range to just fold. You don't have a lot of maneuverability if you just call, but I think that could be an option on 40 big blinds.
But there's like no 3-bet size here. You can make it that you don't have to call off
Really?
31
Yeah.
shoves, right?
We're out of 6 or 10 million.
And is going to play it as a call, which I think is kind of interesting.
Is it okay?
You know what it is? The problem, too, is the difficulty in maneuvering this spot is the unknown nature of your opponents, right? These are two players that, you know, you probably don't have a lot on. They're not
the beginning of the
necessarily these, you know, young sharpshooter pros.
Always seen as a more posh.
And there hasn't been a, much dynamic setup of light 3-betting, and this happens to be a case where,
pretty much everywhere.
you know, it's actually happening with Halimi.
Those are the teams who are just, they support their local team. And the island.
It's tough to go home and be like, I busted on hand 11 when there was a raise in a 3-bet and I put in ace queen. As the fourth person when there hadn't been a single 3-bet on the table yet.
They still like the big team.
Yeah.
We're getting that a little bit back. So. And it drives pretty much everybody.
Okay, Adi now just taking the lead,
you guys are passionate, but
facing a check. Really like that well-played hand.
That's what we do.
That's what you do.
Basically. Not just soccer, but soccer is the main conversation.
Oh, careful, João Vieira. Don't say the S word. Never going to hear the end of it now from live chat on Twitch and YouTube.
I hope they do well in this Champions League. Like them and Napoli, it'd be like great.
Napoli plays today Frankfurt.
No, they played last night.
They did?
They won 2-0 away at Frankfurt,
A great team. Great soccer.
Yeah.
Football, I never know.
Not football, was it? But,
6 match.
I just read the news about some fans fighting, as you would expect. That's all I know. I thought it was today's game.
I don't know.
7 bet.
A bunch of people got arrested. You know.
So 30 minutes into day 2. This is the 12th hand to be played today at the feature table. Around 540 players remaining from a starting field of more than 1,600. Those numbers still to be confirmed. Prize pool information to be announced. Marcuzan, Jack 4 off on the button. Well, that's a cheeky little button raise. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not sure I'd be raising João Vieira's big blind super light. Just so happens that he's got a hand he might not defend with here.
Flat tire versus flat tire.
No.
5 more.
Vieira does call, and we are going to go heads up to the flop.
The hand that won't die. Jack 4 off.
9-9-3 is the flop.
Do you think they're doing it for the memes?
Check.
I get the idea that Uzan's a huge meme guy.
Looks like it.
Bet 3,000.
C-bet from Uzan, and I wouldn't be surprised if Vieira was done with this now. Unless he gets spicy and sticks in a check raise. Bluffs his opponent off the chop, but nope.
They ever had a chance to
Gives it
watch
up.
one of those big games that you have in Brazil?
No, because I was there during COVID, so.
Portuguese ones must be amazing. Like the Porto Benfica is insane.
Yeah.
Or Benfica Sporting as well. Any of the, whenever the bigger 3 teams collide in any of the stadiums, it's great. Especially the Porto Benfica is a harsher rivalry, or Benfica Sporting also amazing.
Sick. Benfica, I mean, like, see what they've accumulated in transfer fees as well, like Sky Network.
6 match.
I don't know.
Nunes scored a sick goal last night, by the way, even though they got slapped up.
7 bet.
My mate's a Liverpool fan. He was just pre-celebrating everything. And
Eight
no,
plus.
not really.
Big mistake.
Yeah. Reality check and say, what the hell.
One pass. Three pass.
This is going to be a blind v blind situation. Arguably the two most accomplished and decorated players at the table, João Vieira and Sam Grafton. Queen 9 for old NASA in the small blind.
All these callbacks to Sam's story with the Queen 9s and the small blind.
I've only seen one of Sam's hole cards. He has the 10 of diamonds and something else. Queen high flop. Very good chance that Vieira's ahead here.
Pretty good chance, but Sam could have anything. He can't be win. I got it now.
Well, he can't
be ahead.
have Queen 10 of diamonds.
Oh my God, he can.
Not.
Sam bets 2,000 on the flop. Hobo Joe on Twitch predicts he's got the Grafton. Thinks it's 10-9 of diamonds.
Yeah, I think that hand will be worked. Whoa, really? An eye rolly. Oh my God, how did he not?
Ooh.
And all kidding aside, that is a card that, you know, could potentially have given Grafton 2 pair. I think would have bet the 10-7 and sometimes the 10-5 on the flop, but more than likely did have a hand like 10-8 suited or 10-9 suited, and is just now made second pair. And not entirely sure this would be played as a bet from Sam Grafton, but maybe is going to want to.
I mean, the other card could literally be any other card. Remember, he's in the big blind. It was unraised pre.
Yeah, and this sizing, an overbet on the turn would be a very strange line. I know it's an unfortunate sort of slip up in either in Sam or the graphics team not to see both cards, but it's kind of fun sometimes, you know, to get this one card and play the guessing game. An overbet on the turn. Would Sam really just do this with, a rogue 10? Seems a bit unorthodox. And Vieira, of course, too high up in his range with that queen to even consider folding. But Sam's representing 2 pair here, and from what we can see, may have turned it.
8, 9, 10.
Check.
Check to showdown. And João Vieira shows Queen 9. I think Sam chose to muck, so we will never know. Brian Burke, is this actually live? US time zone has it at 7:18 a.m. lol. Guess what, Brian? Because poker is played around the world, not just in America. And here in France, it is 1:20 in the afternoon. And funnily enough, EPT Paris is being played in Paris, France.
How about, so with just a 10, slightly unorthodox from Sam.
To overbet the turn, yeah. I think some of the time you do want to be betting because you're going to get called twice by some 7s there. But listen, these two are playing on levels that have a great deal of, their story together has a lot of history, all the hands they've played together. Maybe Sam knows that João will not fold a 7 there to any size and wants to to get that extra value from a 10.
Can I see your stack, please?
I started with 31.
Yeah, ace-10 off against that big blind 21 big blind stack. You said big blind a lot there. Will be probably playing as a call facing a shove, but always a bit uneasy when you have something like ace-10 and have to call a big shove, but gets it through.
Is there any psychology involved in asking what the stack is, kind of indicating that I'm very likely, once I know that you only have 21 big blinds, that I'm going to call it off against, so don't do it too light, buddy?
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? I mean, people bring their own biases into something like that. You know, maybe the person in the big blind sees that as strength, maybe sees it as a sort of a genuine question from a hand you wouldn't be prepared to call 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
And you know, it's
So Brian's doubling down.
All right.
Who plays poker at 7:18 a.m.?
Oh, Brian.
So Brian, you know that there's a planet.
Don't
right?
ruin it for him.
That's right, Brian. We play poker at 7:18 a.m. because that's how we rock it. Moving on.
Who loves it more? People get up at 5:30 a.m. to play poker. That's who.
Just, yes, 17.
So this was a raise from Lamani in the hijack. João Vieira in the cutoff with threes.
yeah, not a spot to be set mining against the 14 big blinds stack of Lamani.
Ooh.
And this is part of the reason why with those 3 players behind.
Lawrence White, the Forrest Gump of soccer.
I was rooting for your boy Pedro. Nice for him to cash.
See again?
Nice for Pedro to cash.
Great.
I think a lot of guys in my local casino who look like Lawrence White are going to fold jacks here.
Now, is that, I do have a question. Is that technically like a legal move to just take your chips back as long as you keep, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
Bottom line situation.
We all know what he's doing.
Correct.
I'm just curious.
It's strange if he put him back and then
folded.
just folded. I've never seen that.
It's kind of a power move. I mean,
I didn't know.
What if he just pulled him back and just sat there
Nice to, like,
and did
I don't know how
nothing?
many 50Ks played, I guess not many. Nice.
Could be, I think it's the first.
Yeah, it's nice to cash.
Fourth, right away. After baby, new baby run good.
I like
This
that,
is-
kid.
this is a great
Lovely
sizing,
kid.
I gotta be
Lovely.
honest. 8,000. It's a bit unorthodox in its smallness, but because of the short stack of Lamani, you kind of want to
Great
give him
to get
some
both
rope.
runs.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Now, prize
Nice
pool
when you
information
get those
still to
few
be
runs.
confirmed, guys, but I am hearing we do have a confirmed number of entries now. It is 1,606.
Lovely.
And right now we've got around 515 players remaining.
It's Triton, right? It was a Triton then. The one.
So that's a prize pool of 7.7 million euros, but a reminder that the payouts will be announced later on, not confirmed yet. So we don't know how many players are going to cash. We don't know what a min cash is going to be. We don't know what first place prize money is going to be. That will be announced later, but they have confirmed, with late registration closing at the start of day 2, total of 1,606 entries in the first ever EPT Paris.
That's crazy. 1606 was the exact year that playing cards were invented.
Can't tell if you're kidding.
3.5.
3,500.
And if you do guess the exact dollar amount of first place, I will give you an EPT, mini EPT Paris ticket.
I don't know if you're allowed to do that.
Come on, to the dollar. If someone gets it, we can figure it out. James,
I don't know if you're even allowed to make that
pulling,
offer.
I'm pulling rank here. Pulling right now. How do I'm going to the top. James, can I give it EPT Paris mini ticket if they get the exact amount of first place?
I think we can spare a mini EPT Paris ticket.
Let's go.
So how do they submit their answer?
In Twitch.
No. It's gotta be something you can keep track of, first of all. If you're actually gonna do this, Griffin, you gotta do it right.
Okay.
Right for all in. You should tag Griffin on Twitter.
Okay, yeah, tag me on Twitter, yes. Tag me on Twitter. Okay, listen, it doesn't need to be this to the cent. What should be the restriction here?
Well, we don't do cents anyway.
Okay.
So to the dollar, one entry per person.
I'm gonna get
and
flooded.
they have I don't know 20 minutes probably to give you the answer.
Raise call king 9 off. Into the jack 10 suited.
And that was so
But now you just
disrespectful
raise-
open from Sam Grafton.
Raise call king 9 off. I didn't see
That
that.
was just like,
And then he shows
there's
Oh,
some
right,
guy
yeah,
I've been
yeah.
sweet talking in the small blind that's just 3-bet.
yeah,
He's not going to get out of line. And there's this guy, this unknown in the big blind. I just got to get past the button here. I'm going to open the jack 3 off. Just disgusting behavior.
Well, the first prediction is in, and I can say with 100% certainty that Vlad will not be winning a ticket, predicting a first place of 5,235,690.
Really close, Vlad.
However, the audacious nature of your bet, I have to give you the ticket. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, I guess at least Vlad didn't make the mistake of exceeding the total prize pool.
Yes.
Raise 3,500. 3,500.
The contest is scrapped, by the way, guys. Griffin did not think it through. A line I find myself saying quite frequently.
The first thing you want to think through, Griffin, when you do that is to make sure it's even legal where we're at to give away a ticket. So apparently it's not a big deal here, but other places, it would be like, you know,
I'd looked
against,
into it.
Did you?
Yeah, I knew. I knew this is, yeah.
By it, he means his own navel.
I do feel like I don't get enough engagement on Twitter, so I'm hoping to see some people with their guesses. Wow, no one's tweeted at me. Unbelievable.
Chips of the players are watching right now at the feature table. Everyone below average. Average stack right now, 95K. Blinds going up in 45 minutes.
Three plus.
3,500.
Raise 3,500.
And we have a raise from Sam Grafton under the gun +2, makes it 3,500 with pocket fives. Lawrence White with Queen Jack.
God bless these people that can fold Queen Jack. It's 2 face cards. Unlucky.
Let's see a flop.
We're going 3-way to the flop. Al-Kati with ace-6 in the small, Uzan with ace-10 in the big. And it is an 8-7 deuce flop. Fives still good.
And that's why you fold Queen Jack.
Look at that pout.
3,000.
That's 3,000.
He does the purse lips thing a lot. I'm not sure if I'm able to attribute it to a specific hand strength yet.
Blue squid.
Nice bit of trolling from Jesse on YouTube.
Yeah.
Can prize pools even be announced this early in the morning? It's 7:29 a.m.
Should at least wait until noon.
Yeah. Pretty good price for Uzan here. Two of black door straight and flush draws too. And good call here.
Fives still ahead.
Yeah,
So-
I'll be really curious to see how Sam plays this.
Yes.
You know, you would hate to lose to it like a 7 at showdown when betting the turn will fold that out.
Okay, so Uzan, we know will call with ace high on the flop, right? Is he calling with a lot of king highs, or is he going to fold some of those?
I think he's folding most of the king
Yeah.
highs. I think this is why Grafton has to play this as a bet, because you can probably fold out an 8 almost certainly by the river, and sometimes even by the turn based on your sizing and maybe the kind of opponent that you're up against. It would suck to just be blasting into something like King 10 of spades. All the King X spades combos are, you know, you're almost pretty much drawing dead against.
That's 15,000.
So he does go for the near pot bet. You can see how effective this is against the range of Uzan, who happens to have, you know, near the bottom of his range, certainly some Jack 10s and Jack 9s, and 10 9s are technically worse than the ace 10 high, and gonna get it through. So even though Grafton did have the best hand technically, I think really well played against the full range of
Thank you very
Uzan.
much.
Yeah, we have to look at it as that, you know, Sam may have folded out the worst hand in this case, but a lot of the time he would fold out a better hand there, and so he's just making tons of money.
So guys, the first of our mini EPT Paris tournament starts in just under 2 hours time, 3:15 Central European time. It is a $2.20 deep stack. 153 players registered already. And a reminder, there are EPT satellite tickets added to the prize pool of every single MTT in this series, with an EPT Monte Carlo package added to the mini main on Sunday. That's right, the winner of the mini main on Sunday is going to be joining us in Monte Carlo for the next leg of the European Poker Tour. Aces for old Nazar.
Can you see it? Can you see it? Can we cut to the flex cam?
Should we just tell him that there is a flex cam and make him think that he's on TV?
It's for the fans. Sam with a hand that's going to be hard for him to get away from.
We're back for another edition of AASMR. Grafton with King Queen of Spades here might be in some trouble if he plays this as a re-raise. Javier staring him down, hoping to get some action here. But it is going to be played just as a call.
Those of you looking
Why
for
looking
the...
suspicious at me? He's the one trying to steal the blinds. I've got the real hand here. Don't look at me.
Strike that, reverse it, Sam. Those of you looking for the mini EPT Paris series, by the way, it has its own tab in the PokerStars lobby, but bear in mind it's not available everywhere in the world. As we see Sam and Javier go to the flop, which is king high.
Oh boy. Could really get yourself into some trouble here. But again, there's always so much to learn from watching Sam Grafton, right? Because Sam's going to know he's going to be up against aces sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, you know, Grafton just so high up in his range here. And is going to play this almost like a trap. You know, obviously not going to be prepared to get a crazy amount of chips in with 3 clubs on the board, but, you know, if you just think your opponent's going to have something like ace-10 and be willing to check fold this king 8-4, sometimes you want to let your opponent catch up and hit a 10. Now, of course, we can see João Vieira does have the 2 aces that may have actually been playing as a check raise on this flop and would have given Sam Grafton a world of trouble. But by playing it this way, you're now pot controlling against a few hands you are behind against and inducing some bluffs.
So, chunky bet on the turn from Vieira.
And Sam's very happy about this situation. You know, not going to be thrilled facing a big river bet, but I don't think is going to be folding very often unless river is, oh, no, yeah, this is.
So how much does he lose on the river?
Zero.
Whatever João bets is what Grafton loses.
I guess that was the question, really, is how much does João Vieira bet?
Yeah.
You don't think there's any amount that Sam sniffs this out and just makes the hero fold with top pair for 18,000?
Snap called. Not a snap call. I mean, Sam is wise to the fact that maybe he doesn't think João is going to take this as a bluff line that much. But you're still beating some value. You're beating the king jacks and the king tens that would play this as a check and then bet. Certainly João going to play some flush draws. And wow, so yeah, Sam's really done the work and knows that this is highly suspicious. I would be really surprised if we see a fold from Sam Grafton.
In very simple terms, do you just have to look at this in the long term? How often is João? So you're saying that you're beating some of his value bets here? It feels like not that many.
A few, not that many.
Sorry,
no.
guys. No problem. Still.
Take your time.
And so really what you're focused on is, like, you know, how often is João running a bluff of this nature of like 3/4 pot?
Wow, he might really fold.
That would be impressive.
On the turn, 3/4 pot on the river.
Yeah, the sizing is a suspicious thing, right? It looks like strong value. I mean, it would be really remarkable. No, it's a bit too strong. He knows it. Not that he hates it, because his instincts are right there. He has that gut feeling, but when you've done all this work and you're so high up in your range, you kind of need to take your medicine.
Wait, you have to do work and take medicine?
Yeah, it's the whole thing. Why do you think I'm in the booth?
João Vieira is officially the table chip leader and the only player at this feature table who has an above average stack, 110,000. Actually, 113,000. Average stack right now, 98K.
Old NASA.
I actually played a similar hand to that against Ben Heath in a main event where I called with king queen. And this is similar positions, actually, and it came queen high, and I checked back. It was like queen brick, and then the turn was a brick and the river was a brick, and he bet pot and then shove for pot. and he had ace queen. It just doesn't feel like a bluffy line, even though it's like you're kind of disguised in your hand strength. But it's like, this is just not he's not doing this with ace jack.
Sometimes you're just cooler there.
Yeah.
So I'm just a little bit confused about some of the chat I'm seeing on Twitch about the mini EPT Paris series. I'm not quite sure what part of low buy-in series some people don't understand. If you're looking for stuff that's like in the $55 range, there are plenty of other tournaments on Stars. The idea is to give everyone the opportunity to play and potentially win a mini EPT Paris trophy, and obviously play in tournaments that have decent structures, decent prize pools, and added value.
20.
So you can click buttons while you watch along with us.
Full river when you got ace.
One. Two times. It's only three.
Three tournaments today at $2.20, $5.50, and $1.10. The mini main on Sunday will be $5.50. That's right, a $5.50 tournament that has an EPT Monte Carlo package added to the prize pool.
And someone should have won a package to this, right?
Yeah.
From the Bahamas.
No, we did Monte Carlo from the Bahamas. It was Prague. We did a Paris package, yeah. So one of the qualifiers, and there were near enough 200 of them, would have been via that mini main in Prague.
Maybe once the money hits, we can track down that player if they're still in. If you want to make yourself known to us, if you happen to be listening.
Javier with the Jack-7 here, defending the big blind. And now trying to decide whether to play this as a check raise or a check call with that gutter, the Jack of spades, and does play it as a check raise. And Al-Kiyadi doesn't have a hand that's very easy to continue against this, not even a single heart on the board. You know, I think you're going to be aware that your opponent is going to be check raising hands like this. You kind of just have to, that you really have no defense against. It's tough to call here and continue. And they aren't the most flashy of pots, but they're really, really interesting, these ones, when you see them, where it's like you kind of need to bet to protect that bottom pair, but sometimes you're just going to get check raised by jack high and you're going to have to fold. It's like there's tough game.
So looking at some recent champions in the field, that is Ian Hamilton, who took down EPT London last October. Michel Duthie won the PCA main event just 3 weeks ago.
Does look richer.
Mustafa Kanat today. And straight after Duthie took down the PCA, Alexander Shilko won the PSPC, the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. For the sake of completion, I can tell you that Jordan Sakuchi did play here in Paris, but didn't make it through day 1A.
Then you call and then I go broke. For sure. In a way, I should be good.
Paul Vato actor, can we play on PokerStars if we are in the US? If you're talking about real money poker, yes, if you're in Michigan, New Jersey, or Pennsylvania, but no, there is not a mini EPT series in those markets.
Sam Grafton, just 33 big blinds effective here, blind on blind.
5,000.
Sure Zhao is trying to decide how he wants to play this ace-10. And I like the idea of not giving Grafton a free check back. And it doesn't play that nicely as a limp shove for 33 bigs. Certainly maybe the easiest way to play, hoping your opponent raises junk. This is it's a funny spot with King 4 because you have this big blocker that sometimes you can just play as a sort of 3-bet and really put the pressure on, but it's not really good enough to call over a 3x when you're playing 33 big blinds, and it feels too strong to just fold pre-flop. So taking this aggressive action, I think, can certainly be an effective way to play this spot.
It does not feel too strong to fold for me.
No. No, but it would feel like folding a king blind on blind for someone like Sam Grafton. And wow, Zhao just calls. And this does speak to what I was saying about maybe not wanting to play it as a limp shove. Doesn't want to just get in the 33 bigs. Is prepared to go to the streets and flop a 10 and an ace.
Oh boy. So does Grafton have any desire to rep that now that he is raised pre-flop?
I wish I could tell you. I want to say no. I want to say some alarm bells are going to go off. I mean, maybe, you know, you kind of do have to continue your story here. But it's like, if you think, yeah, and this is why we see this 10% bet.
But, yeah, but you can continue this story with very few words.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Grafton doesn't want to just give up because of the money that's out there. You know, expects Zhao is going to have something like Queen Jack suited sometimes and call the flop, and maybe you can bet big on the turn because sometimes they just have 10x and they might be prepared to fold. But, I mean, we're getting to like SPR 1 territory, and Grafton just has the king high, no spade.
I feel like no matter what Joao does here, Grafton's done after this.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yara makes the call. Turn card is a queen. So Grafton still not drawing dead.
Yeah, has the Broadway draw. João Vieira checks a second time.
Oh boy.
Sam's betting again.
No, not yet.
I don't think so. I mean, you know.
He's betting again.
Poor fella.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised by this, but I can guarantee you if I had to sit down with Sam about this spot, he would be able to break down Zhao's range even better than I could. But there is something kind of quite strong about the way Zhao has played this hand. You know, obviously this bet would fold out something like 10-9 suited, which might raise and call pre-flop, or Jack 10 suited, I think even might really consider folding at this stage of the hand. But do those plays play as raise and call 3-bets? Maybe, yeah.
Do any aces fold?
No.
I mean, obviously not ace 10, but any other aces?
No.
No.
But as we talked about, the queen jacks and the king queens would be calling the flop to this 10% bet, and then have, you know, maybe not a super tough decision on the turn, maybe be calling the turn a lot, but might fold to a river shove. And this could be disaster for Sam Grafton. I mean, you know, 23K with 57.5 in there, the price João Vieira is going to be getting, and that's a give up, yeah.
And old Nazar gets the better of the squid once again.
King 4.
Oh my God.
What? Ha. I mean, did he show it?
No.
King 4.
Listen, these guys have done a lot of work in the lab and in the sims. This is why poker can be a bit scary at this level. These are super high roller players, you know. They know that
Can
on the
handle the wheel
node
again.
of this and that, you're going to work in 3 bets there with the king
Very nice to
4,
do
and
that as a
it's
tip
nice
off
to
my
play
right
the
wrist.
ace 10 as a flat
Thank God
because
we
of this
can-
and that.
Thank God we can just get by on our
That
looks.
And that king 4
The
is
nicest
going
ones
to
you can-
c-bet the really
and
small
one card
amount, and then
just goes like,
on the queen
flips.
you need to bet sometimes.
I actually was watching what was going on, and I did notice they were mostly on their phones.
Yeah.
Or just looking away. But it was so nice to say, did you guys see that? And they say, nope. And you can just put your card in and play. You know, like it's so nice that you could just,
Yeah, of course.
you know, in an environment that some people are so trustless of each other. This one, yeah, there's some spots where you can just say, yeah, I'm sure they wouldn't.
Well,
say, yeah.
Sam has now dropped down to 14 big blinds and is edging into the danger zone.
Danger zone!
The nicest. They're probably competing for the nicest. Between each other, I think. Well,
Falafel and Halimi opening here with 9s. Tens for Sam Grafton.
Well, well, well.
All
And,
in.
Yeah, this is a great spot for Sam Grafton.
Yeah, he's been called. And it is a domination situation.
It's always, well, we'll see.
Sam with
Kiwi guys,
advantage.
they get rewarded, you know? Like, I dust off my chips and then look at this. They instantly hand me a good hand. Rigged.
And Sam is officially the at-risk player here. If Halimi loses, which he will do the vast majority of the time, he'll be left with 4K. Obviously, if Sam gets unlucky, he's out. The flop is King 5 deuce. So far, so good for Sam. Would rather not see a third spade on the turn. So just has to fade a 9 on the river. 2 outs for Ronnie Halimi. There's a 6.
you cover.
Sam doubles up and now has around 50K, around 30 big blinds. Halimi's going to be left with just 2 big blinds.
Unlucky, sir.
Button is good. Button is good.
Classic Sam Grafton tail.
Yeah, it was
Main
quite fun
event,
on
just
that. I mean, we
dust
haven't
it
really
off.
too
They're going to
much
be
fun
bouncing
when we
around
play
with the
that
short
pot
stack.
With whoever it was.
And then
But,
build it all the way up
it's
to
nice.
get to
Also,
that
Galen's
final
nice
2
to have
tables
around,
like at the
it's
PSPC.
Really nice.
Like, so, yeah, also just, you know, to hear his, like, perspectives on life or whatever, it's like, nice.
He's been dressing to the, you know?
Yeah.
Jesus. Got the luck. You know the history in Vegas.
I did see Galen Hall yesterday wearing a
Stampede.
very slick
They had to
suit.
run from the shooter. You don't know the story?
Yeah, of course. I don't know.
His story.
No.
He just guided. I think,
Galen
like 15
Hall,
people
Galen
go back
Hall,
into the
Galen
air conditioning
Right.
tubes that are, you know,
Yeah.
and they just hide there for like, you don't know the story? You gotta.
They hid there for a long time?
Yeah. You gotta hear it from somebody that knows the details. It's super funny.
Yeah.
Something that only Galen would do. Like, overthink the thing and just barricade the door, just go through the air conditioning. They just left on Bailey's on the other side of the maze.
Yeah.
2 streams in a row.
I think Scott's so
People telling the tale of Galen Hall leading people into the ceilings in Las Vegas.
Meanwhile, the super short stacked Halimi finds himself all in with 6-5 of clubs. Would have been forced all in on the next hand, decided to go for it here with 6-5, Griffin.
Yeah, a lot of dead money out there with the big blind ante and both blinds.
Good luck, sir.
Has been called by Abdelhamid El Kayati with ace-9. Round to João Vieira in the cutoff. What does Vieira have?
Queens.
Tell us. Only got one of his cards, which is a 3. He's folded both of them. Sam on the button has pocket 4s.
Pocket 4 is 4K. You got to do it. Any other amount, it's a no.
Yeah. No, 4.4K is always
4.4, yeah.
fine, yes.
There's got to be a 4 in it.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Ace 4 of spades for Pfeiffer. He folds. Lawrence White getting a very good price in the big blind.
Drum roll.
Just
Whoa! Hey, some of my best work.
You just jam this, don't you, Griff, for this amount?
Oh, yeah. Nice spot.
Very happy to get it in with
Get
2
it
10s
going.
here.
Yes. I am the danger.
Red triangle of death for Lawrence White, but we've already seen 2 quick folds. So it's Halimi who's all in and at risk and way, way, way behind. Sam Grafton did most of the damage, and now it looks like Lawrence White's about to send him to the exit.
Yeah, skiing uphill with his 6-5 suited against the 10s. 2 4s folded, 3 4s folded for straight draws. Oh, there's a club.
Just the 1 club. And White now better than a 9-1 favorite. Halimi drawing very thin.
Queen of clubs. That's fun.
7 of hearts, and that has Halimi drawing dead on the turn. He is eliminated, and we now have fewer than 500 players, by the way. Fewer than 480 players remaining.
The Halimi burger is now a nothing burger.
Still have around 17 minutes left to play on this level before the first break of the day and before the blinds go up for the first time today. 5.5 levels will be played on day 2 of the EPT Paris main event.
They're dropping like fries. French fries.
Named after the Real Housewives of New York.
Lawrence White now playing around 35 bigs.
Big blind only?
Average stack is 100K. The only player at this table with above average is João Vieira, who's got 150K.
Yeah, that's 100 big blinds playing extremely well. But really no surprise. It's what we've come to expect from João Vieira.
Let's go.
Oh, no, sir. Joe's flexing again.
Everyone saw it, Joe, honest. Oshri Lamani opening here with queens under the gun +1. He is the shortest stack at the feature table, and it looks like he's about to get involved in the sickest and classicest of all races.
Well, you know, James, you got to look on the bright side. We thought Lamani had 300,000, and this could be a, you know, you could lose 151,000 here with the queens against the ace-king. But instead, you're probably just going to get eliminated or double up.
I'm not sure that was a very successful spin on the situation.
I appreciate you calling me out for it. I deserved it.
I had to think about it. I'm like, how is that better? The re-raise from João Vieira is to 7,000.
Just a little baby 3-bit. Please come and play.
El Coyote has folded the big blind back on Lamani. And looks like it was a quick all-in, a quick call, and we are going to run this out. It is the sickest and classicest of all races.
Like Voltaire versus Baudelaire. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Thank you, Ken Miller.
It's queens is way more legit than ace king.
Suited.
Why do you think he's putting an ace jack there? When you call, like, you're hoping for the flip.
Drawing hand. I'm hitting draws today, though.
Ooh.
too bad for Lamani.
One every hand for 90 minutes.
Let's keep it going.
Ooh.
Just has to fade an ace or a king on the river.
That's watching. I got a hit.
I like your exasperation there, like how many times you've said that in your life.
Because I know so often you can't fade it, but Lamani does, and Lamani doubles up to around 35K.
Sorry, Dad.
Baby, I got Lamani. Got Lamani. Hey, hey.
Baby, I got Lamani, don't you worry.
Yeah, when you say it to the tune, Griffin, we get into problems. That's why Joe's speaking it.
Oh.
Licensing, dude. How many events have you done now, and how many times have we told you this?
People don't yell at him enough for that as the problem.
Lamani, though, it's not, you know.
Okay, let's step away from the feature table for just a second. Mainly to shut Griffin up. We have got 3 Joseph Marwads in the field. That is Joseph Marwad.
Okay.
The next player you're about to see is Joseph Marwad.
Stop. If there's a third one, I am getting up and I am leaving.
That is Joseph Marwad.
Is it just him getting older? Like, if he's just...
But my question to you is, which of those 3 Joseph Marwads, Marwad 1, Marwad 2, or Marwad 3, is an EPT champion?
I think it was the second one. No, wait, that's Joseph, not that Joseph Marwad. I think it's the third one.
Griffin?
This is like a Goldilocks and the Three Bears situation. I'll take the last one. I'll take the seasoned vet.
You both went with number 3. Joe should have gone with the original answer. It was the second one who won EPT London in 2007.
This is just like a next level version of any quiz you've ever, like, this is, you're loving this, James. The smile on James's face right now.
It doesn't.
Gets to use all his trivia
If you have
knowledge.
deuces, you have one out. It's always, just so you know. It's less like...
Maybe flip.
You have deuces, you got to shove 3 because you're not going to flop a set.
End of it.
Lamani versus Uzan, and we've only seen one of Uzan's cards, which is the 10 of clubs. Lamani could still be good here.
Yeah, well, it just needs to fade another 10, a 9, or an ace, and the holding it was on. And as the aggressor here under the gun, you're going to want to be continuing here to push out all those hands that could improve that you're beating, like, let's say, the Queen 10 of clubs.
Okay, Lamani on a nice little run right now. Hovering around the 25 big blind mark. Shouldn't be too long until payout information is confirmed, by the way. We know the field size, 1,606 entries. We know the prize pool, 7.7 million euros. How will it be divided? How many players will get paid? Going to be in the region of, say, 250, so we will make the money today, but the actual number and the payouts will be confirmed very, very soon.
Speaking of numbers, Harry Otter on Twitch, first-time question asked, what was starting stack? Your starting stack is the amount of chips that you get when you buy into the tournament. It's the everyone gets the same amount. It's the number of chips that you start with. Thank you for your question.
It's really a metaphor for life. We all start at the same, you know, amount of chips.
No, that's not true. That's not even close.
The fact that you would even posit a theory that we're all born equal is possibly the dumbest thing you've ever said.
That's fair. That's a good point. Maybe I should check my privilege.
Yes, you should.
Oh, wow.
We got to admit, we wrote that joke weeks ago.
I love a good king-queen to start things off. King-queen in the cutoff.
And it's got folds so far, just the big blind to get through.
Lamani, a little momentum.
is top pair for white.
Pretty annoying to see all that red and know that you still really don't have anything.
Some people are math players, others are field players.
Right?
Joe is a color player.
That's right.
This is fixed from the
He's 5 red, you know. It's like, I got nothing here.
And he's picked PCA champion.
Oi!
Can you imagine this?
I had nothing to do with this, Sam
He's going to be
Grafton.
shivering in a minute because he can't use his cell phone for 8 minutes. How will you live? No phone for 8 minutes. How?
This is
Phones,
completely
headphones,
random.
smartwatch.
We do have PCA main event champion Michel Duthie coming to the main stage, but we did not request it or arrange it.
Never seen somebody so attached to this. That's him. I stole his phone the other day. He was chit-chatting with somebody. I stole his phone in his panic. It was amazing. For 10 seconds,
We all have it.
Phone use shaming as once you get to the table. That's like a bit of a level.
How much do you have?
What a pro. Give the man a minute. He didn't even do anything.
I know, like, give a break. I'm just insecure. I'm projecting all the phone use that I have, you know, right now.
Oh, my God.
My phone's broken right now. I can't.
As well. That was strange.
I'm too sad to talk about it.
Still rocking the Duthie Daytona.
It's been a freezing issue, right? Is your phone? Yeah. It's funny. It always seems to freeze when it's clear to me you don't want to talk to me.
When you're waiting for a reply from me.
Yeah.
That's why you play ace from the face table.
Hey, my phone is freezing 2 hours at a time, and it's starting right now.
His hands open on the button with Jack 8. Xavier, Queen 9 in the big. Still the biggest stack at the table. Michel Duthie brought 108K to the table, so he's above average, 72 bigs.
Man, Uzan, are you even looking at whose big blind it is when you raise Jack 8 from the button?
I nearly made a nit fold against Nazareth. I didn't have it in my locker. I never have it in my locker. Really, like, it would have been really good.
The king queen, of course. Sam is referencing.
This guy. He's always got it.
Yes, isn't it?
He's always got it.
You know it.
You check? I did.
You have checked?
I did.
Oh, sorry.
Just show off.
Uzan continuing with the best of it. Likely to be the best of it.
Sam finding a way to brag about something he almost did.
So this is it. We're going to have a Portuguese poker boom now. You guys win everything, right? So
Optimus Clang remarking, this might be a bit unfair, but somehow I remember the PCA champ Duthie much better than the PSPC champ. Well, I will say, there was a lot of coverage on the PCA main. We had longer levels. There was a lot deeper play. So if you're a big fan of the stream, you probably watched maybe even more hours of Duthie. So you get a badge. I don't know how to give those out and stuff on Twitch, but you get a
Baquero in 5 seconds. You have to choose your
hypothetical badge.
First time he showed down his ace king suited. We were shocked. We were shocked.
Oh, my. Action started with Felipe Pfeiffer, who folds. Lawrence White. Out. Duthie not going to play. King 4 suited for the Coyote Kid. Folds. Ace 9 for Uzan.
Gonna go for 2 in a row. Just have to get through Naza and
Uzan.
Sam Grafton. And not the best seat on the table, I have to say.
No. Had to raise Naza's big blind last hand. This hand, it's Sam Grafton with ace jack.
For like 4 minutes.
Bit of a weird one with 29 big blinds. Definitely not
the
good enough to
Tony's here, we'll be
3-bet
on.
call.
Oh yeah.
You can certainly
girls like it,
make an
the-
argument to
the
just
guys
shove
like
and
it.
take it down a great percentage of the time. But it also is just nice kind of as a call because, you know, you're just going to fold out worse when you shove, get snapped by better. And that's exactly the situation that Grafton finds himself in with the ace-jack. Now, that's not a great board for the ace-jack and a decent one for the ace-9. So, yeah, there are versions of how this plays out where Sam is going to lose to the ace-9 or lose to pressure.
Ooh.
But Uzan's going to play it as a check back.
Does not face pressure.
And already reaping the benefits of this. Let's just call to keep worse hands in there because getting to the river now with 8,500 in the middle.
Check, check. And double paired board means that if we go to showdown, it'll be time to chop it up.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Sam wants to play this as a bet for value.
Yeah.
Just like a really small bet that might get called by something like King High. You know, if you just bet 2K, 2,500, maybe sometimes King High calls. Ace High is just going to snap you to chop.
What if you just pot it? Do you get ace high to fold?
We see a check because you want to give Uzan some rope here with something like pocket 4s or 3s to bluff as well.
So it gets checked to showdown. This is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Sam, you didn't join in.
He's frowning just thinking about it.
Pick a place.
So we are coming towards the end of this level. 2 minutes left on the clock. Then there will be a break of around 15 minutes. We are going to have the same feature table for the second level of the day. We'll still have old NASA, the Squid, and PCA champion Michel Duthie.
Never remote. Do you guys commentate live or do you guys commentate?
No, I don't think they've ever done a remote. I know they had like Spraggy remote in or Maria remote in. but like Hartigan and Sets they made.
But they commentate on live or they commentate on 30? Or you? Do you comment live and then we all hear?
Come on, Sam, you got to know what he's asking.
You guys commentate on 30 minutes later.
No, yeah, they get the stream 30 minutes later and they commentate as it's live. Spontaneous.
By the way, when we come back from break, prize pool information will be revealed.
Ooh.
Here's the prize piscine.
So
Mani
Duthie
cut off.
has opened in early position with ace deuce of diamonds. And Lamani king jack of diamonds. Heads up to the flop. Duthie with the advantage, slight advantage, decent equity for the king jack. And it is an ace, king, queen flop, so it's top pair versus second pair. Kamakura says, silly question, is this really live or a rerun as usual? Our live streams have not been reruns for like the last 18 months. Come on, be fair.
Main event players and dealers.
Checked all the way down the river. I think Duthie might be able to put out a little bet here and get some value from a hand like the king jack. And some license to go on the bigger side because of the lack of interest either one of these players has put into this pot. You know, your opponent never can really have a better ace here, would have bet before the river. So oftentimes is going to have a bluff catcher like this king jack, maybe something like queen 10 or queen jack suited. But hard to know what Duthie would be bluffing with here, right? Would something like pocket sevens really just decide now to be betting this 65% on the river, expecting a fold? Woo! That's a good fold, baby.
Wow.
That's how you end a level.
And that is going to take us to the break. Michel Duthie, second biggest stack at the table, has around 60 big blinds, although the blinds are going up. When we come back from break, we will hit level number 12 of the EPT Paris main event, and the blinds will be 1K, 2K, with a 2K big blind ante. No problem for João Vieira. He's still a big stack with 64 bigs. Not a problem for Michel Duthie, so the Portuguese doing well. Not so good for Sam Grafton, playing 21 bigs. And pretty bad news for Philippe Pfeiffer, who's got 13 bigs. So 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, and then we're back with more action from the Paris leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
I really tried to just have one Bahama Mama. I ended up having two.
I've referred to you a couple times on today's show as the people's champion. People really were rooting for you. You had the Twitch community, you had the PokerStars Twitch community, and it seemed really fun. But I just want to double check. Was there extra pressure from that, seeing everyone counting on you? You were sort of playing for everyone else, for all the Platinum Pass winners who didn't quite go so far. To know that you had that many people rooting for you, was that pure joy, or was there like a little bit of extra pressure on there too that maybe wasn't, that was stressful?
I think to me, it was not stressful at all, which might be a little bit of a surprise. But I think me being there and representing the whole Twitch poker community, the whole Dare to Stream community, just was an absolute honor. And I think nobody would have been like disappointed if I busted. Even if I busted on day one, nobody would have said, well, you made a mistake or you played it wrong. I think everybody was just having my back, and just knowing this, was giving so much energy to me and to my mindset that it was just pure help. Yeah.
Well, let's go back to the beginning then. Let's go back even before day one. So you arrive in the Bahamas, and the night before the PSPC starts, there is the welcome drinks party for all of the Platinum Pass winners, the 400 people who've qualified for this event. Joe, you and I walked down to the venue, and we were 15 minutes early. It was due to start, I think, at 7 o'clock. It was 6:45, and there were already 200 people queuing, waiting to get in. And that's when you knew this is going to be a great crowd. These are people who are here for it, they want it, and they're ready for it. And that's a tough one, right? Because you could have a really big night, but you know you've got to play this 25K the next day.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to that at all. I think that, obviously, I'd like to hear what Nicholas' situation was there that night. I think that some people overdid it anyway, but not you, I'm guessing.
No, I really try to just have one Bahama Mama. I ended up having two, but that's also fine. I think it's all about finding the right balance between enjoying this once-in-a-lifetime chance, but also opportunity, and still having fun with everyone else. I think I found the right balance. I connected with a lot of people. I also knew a lot of the pass winners from before the PSPC.
Yeah.
Because we had some opportunities to connect with each other with like a Facebook group. And we had a meeting in Cologne with Felix X Schneiders. And I think all the other pass winners from the other countries also had those opportunities. We had some competitions to get to know each other, and that was just really great. So it felt like meeting a lot of friends. The time was obviously short, so I would have loved to be there for longer, but that's always with these events. So I think I was disciplined about going to bed early, and yeah, it paid out. It paid off.
100%. So day one, you've already referenced the fact that you did. There's no such thing as an easy table draw in a 25k buy-in, right? And you've mentioned you had Mustafa Canet, but I mean, Joe and I were referencing the fact that that room felt electric at the start of day one. In no small part, thanks to the presence of all those Spanish qualifiers when they all came in together in their hats. I mean, in a way, does that help relax you in the sense that it looks like everyone's just here to have a good time?
I think so, yeah, because I also did have a good time and thought about just having a good time. So seeing everyone enjoying themselves just also made me feel like this is a 25k event, but it's not like a pure competition, everybody coming in with hoodie, sunglasses and everything on before the tournament even starts.
Yeah.
But people were talking to each other, chatting to each other. So I think this is like a great community event, and it's not all about winning or final tabling an event like this. It's more about participating, which is already so much fun.
I want to talk about the other bubble. And I realize it might be difficult to sort of pinpoint how you were feeling in any given moment, right? Because it's like it's a marathon of emotions too, not just of poker playing. But the other bubble being going from 7 to 6 players when you've made the final day and you're guaranteed $1 million. Granted, you were guaranteed close to $1 million even before that, but I would imagine there had to be some precipice there, some big jump in emotions when you made that other 7-figure bubble.
Definitely. So that was, I think, the first or second time in the tournament where I felt enormous pressure, because I started to think about the amount of money. Up until that point, it was like, oh, I'm playing a tournament. It's so much fun playing with all these high-profile players. Also, the chips, the TV table, it was all so much fun to just be there. Even if it was a free roll, I would have loved to participate. But then I was looking at the payouts more and more, and I saw, wow, I always dreamed of maybe someday winning the Sunday Million, and then there's a price jump of just double the first price for the Sunday Million, just if one player busts. And that was just feeling crazy. But then I looked at the rail and the people rooting for me, and then I was calm again, I think, because then I also said to myself, it is a big prize money difference, but yeah. I achieved so much already, so enjoy every moment of it. I said to myself, enjoy every moment, don't think about the money, and regardless of how I bust now, it will be my story.
Seven deuce game's on, right?
Oh, I forgot.
What is a 7 deuce game? I have no idea.
So 300 for 7 deuce.
Okay, just when you show it, you win 300 from everyone, or?
Yeah, from everyone. Yeah. So you win 1,500.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that is big.
Wait, so is it on or is it not on?
Yeah, it's on, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know what the Jake Cody hand is, yeah?
No, I don't. What is it?
10-4.
10-4.
10-4.
Yeah.
Very playable hand.
This is how he won his EPT. He 5-bet all in with 10-4 off and cracked a man's kings. And there's an interview of the French guy, and I won't do the accent. You can do it with the accent. He's like, I don't know why he did it. I don't know. He went all in. I have kings. 10-4.
Ooh, big hand for the challenger.
What did it come?
I just confidently showed as well, like it's just like as if like it's the most standard thing of all time.
That's the key to winning it. What did it come, Jake? What was the flop?
It was 3-5-6.
Good start.
Ace, and then 7 from heaven on the river.
What a punk.
We'd be sitting here with Hugo Lemaire right now.
Actually, it's actually very possible.
What's the pot? Like, what's the maximum I can make it?
885.
Okay, I'll make it 885.
Sam and Alex have the same hand.
In future, I'll just be like, pot.
Gut check time, hand numero uno for Alex.
It'll be interesting to see how he responds to this re-raise. I'm pretty sure Ali Reza will fold the Jack 5.
Raise.
All right. He's repopped it. It's back on Sam.
Yeah, I'm all in.
Well, worst case scenario, Alex loses less than half a stack.
Bullying. Ah, right.
I'll show you my hand if it'll help you make your decision.
How much is it total?
I don't mind to gamble if you want to gamble, and then you can decide to fold if you're crushed. I don't know. You might even be getting the right price even with a crushed hand.
I just have no idea how you play at all. That's a problem.
No one does.
Even I don't know how I play. If only there was some kind of strategy behind my... But when I go all in, I definitely have good hands in general. Like, that is the case.
Math is right.
Well, when I start with 100 big blinds, I have good hands.
I call, yeah.
Good call.
Ace and a king.
Same.
A lot of dramatics.
Mate, the same suits as well.
Same
It's
suits.
hard for it to come 4 diamonds. I'm just saying, it's hard, but it's not impossible.
Come on. No sweat. I just want. I'll take a chop.
Come on, hearts.
You've got everyone rooting for you anyway, Alex.
Thank you.
Split pot.
We chopped up Ali. How much did you put in?
I chop. I get all. I have 5 jack of suited. Yeah.
We chopped up your 50 bucks.
That's a wholesome start. Everyone gets their money. There we go.
Love that excitement for a second.
Having an edge a bit there, I was like, no, not the aces. Just your friendly neighborhood game. Chop it up.
And everyone loves a chop pot.
I think he heard us.
Well, hopefully that's calmed Alex's nerves.
There is your chip leader, and he has 2 10s. Good hand that. Good hand then, good hand now.
I would say that its nickname, Spraggy, was even more relevant in 2004 when a few people still remembered who Paul Daniels was.
Yes, yes.
The guy that played C3PO.
All in from Justin.
Bonomo is shoved with ace-queen. Looks like Olsen has the same hand.
I call.
Wow.
Carl announces call. 164,000 bid from Justin.
Rustine folds back around to Brandon Schaefer.
Comes back to Brandon.
What a loser. The only guy who didn't get a hand here.
We've got 3 players, 1 player in, and got a side pot.
Wow, we could have action on the side here with Schaefer calling as well. Bonomo all in and at risk.
It really sucks when your 10s don't hold here.
And again, pretty unusual because I think in 2020, you're going to see like a re-isolation shove, right? Schaefer opened as the chip leader. You'd imagine that's wide. So Olsen typically in the modern day would be all in, but we're going to see a contested side pot post-flop.
Flop comes 9.
Fortunately for Schaefer, the board is 9 high.
Carl is first to act. He checks.
And this is the problem for Olsen. He's already in for, I think, about 164,000. Didn't have too much left. He's missed the flop.
Both players check. Board pairs on the turn.
Really rooting for the 10s here.
Okay. And check. River card.
10s hold.
Check.
You're not going to think they did till they table them.
Yeah, this gets checked to showdown, and that is the end of Justin Bonomo's run in the EPT Deauville main event. Season 1 of the tour back in 2005. Bonomo's first cash, a 4th place finish for 31,500 euros.
No Mo Bonomo.
Call. And Brandon calls.
Oh, kings versus queens here. Rustine raises to 50,000 and Schaefer flats with the queens. No re-raise. And it's a queen high flop.
Reverse setup.
Marcus first. Mark checks.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark Rustine. You didn't deserve this.
50.
He's setting a trap, but his trap is actually inside Brandon Schaefer's much bigger, more disguised trap.
Mark raises to 100,000.
It's actually a pretty nice spot for a check raise as well with the kings.
And Brendan calls.
I think both players are playing this hand really soundly so far. I guess more commonly going to see the 3-bet pre-flop, but sorry, the re-raise pre-flop.
Thank you.
Brendan checks, river card.
Check now.
8.
And an 8 on the river.
Really great card for Ristine as well, pairing the 4. He beats Queen Jack now, of course. All in and called.
Oh, man.
Wow, what a cooler.
And that is the end of Mark Ristine, cashing out in 3rd place for 40,500 euros. And we are going heads up in Deauville. A round of applause from James Hartigan at the back.
Mark Ristine.
Well, we know Brandon Schaefer loves 10-7.
Suited in diamonds. And oh, looks like the Desperados have arrived on the rail. Yep, 29-year-old James Hartigan is swigging away.
I think that might be a Heine. All right, so we have a defend with the 4-3 of hearts. And flops about as good as you could hope.
Carl bets 120,000.
Hey, John Gale.
Yeah.
Come on.
All in announced.
Top pair versus bottom pair in a draw. It's a tale as old as time.
James Hartigan watches on in the background. There's the call.
Carl calls. We have an all-in in the final of the French Open. We see the hand, 10-7 for Brendan.
So top pair against a flush draw, a straight flush draw.
Top pair, not the favorite.
Tell guys, a 9 of spades.
Now it is.
No help for Carl.
And it is a blank on the river, which sees Brandon Schaefer win the Deauville leg of season 1 of the European Poker Tour.
Brandon Schaefer, 140,000. First prize, Brandon Schaefer, runner-up, Carl Olsen. This prize money, 80,000.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour, EPT Paris 2023, here at Le Club Barrier. Day 2 action resuming momentarily. Joe Stapleton on the 1s and 2s, and Nicholas Walsh backing me up on the 3s and 4s.
Hello, hello. Thanks for having me.
Don't know what time of day it takes to get that little traffic in that circle, but it does not look like that most of the time. Back inside the tournament room here at the Grand Hyatt. Gonna keep the same featured table. And we should be getting confirmation of the prize pool soon. Toby Stone getting ready to make a smooth and controlled announcement. I know you want to know what the prize pool is, Nick Walsh. Let's hear it straight from the Stone's mouth.
Pay attention, players. In the main event, we have a confirmed prize pool for you. We had 1,606 total entries into this tournament, generating a prize pool of 7,600,000 7,708,800. We will be paying 239 places. 239th will receive 8,400, and the winner of EPT Paris 2023 will take home 1,170,000.
All right, seven-figure score as predicted for the winner of this event, 1.1 million. Pretty solid. Runner-up taking home more than $750,000, more than $500,000 for third. Make it to ninth, and you're guaranteed a six-figure score in this event. We're a long way to go before that point, however. I will say of the 1,606 total entries, only 455 remain. So we're down to almost a quarter of the field left already.
Yeah, and I was just in there. The energy is absolutely electric. What a turnout here in Paris. Really, really exciting. $4,000?
Back to our feature table. And a raise and take it for Oshri Lamani. Second level of the day, looking to play 5.5 of those before we call it quits. We should reach the money at some point before that happens. And action's folding around to Pfeiffer on the button with King Queen. And with blinds at 1,000, 2,000, with a 2,000 big blind ante, 26,500 is what? 13.25 big blinds. White waking up with pocket tens again in a huge spot. And we're gonna be flipping. Like escargot versus foie gras, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Tens with a major mathematical advantage at this point. And pocket tens now with a lot of outs to fade, still a 70% favorite. And the river card is a board pairing 8. No help for the king queen. Tens hold. Pfeiffer headed to Gangster's Paradise. Say goodbye to this dangerous mind.
Larry.
Felipe Pfeiffer.
I know you.
Eliminated.
Everyone does.
Elimination.
At the hands of
Always 10-10.
Lawrence, don't call me Larry White.
Normally not my favorite pair, but I'll take it. To be working its way.
You're playing it well. You should be playing it well.
Sam Grafton, the ever-present. Always going deep in these tournaments, repping the spade, repping Team Pro.
I've already had a few eliminations into this level, down to 4-5-2. Oh, 4-5-3. Lawrence White kicking things off again. This hand with King 10 suited. And Duthie with a dominating hand, ace-king in the small blind. Big, slick energy.
Duthie, of course, coming in off a very successful trip to the Bahamas.
And sad. Sad here with King Queen suited. Seems like an easy spot if you're closing the action. Or if you had a few more chips to mess around with.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Coyote with 26 big blinds. And the Coyote kid folds. Back over to Larry. Larry with a much worse holding than King Queen suited.
Yeah, he's got one of those sort of 40-ish big blind stacks at this stage. I think it's definitely a hand he could consider defending from position. He does have the dealer button.
He does have the dealer button, and Duthie would be attacking this open with a pretty wide range of hands, not necessarily only ones that have him crushed.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a capable player. We saw him playing some really excellent poker in the Bahamas, as I've already mentioned, and certainly can have 3-bet bluffs from this spot in the small blind.
It's just a hand that you're not really gonna love, even against some of the bluff hands, right? Like against the Jack-9s and the.
Yeah, I think probably technically you're supposed to defend there if you think your opponent is going to be 3-betting at the correct frequency. But you're right. I mean, you never really feel comfortable, do you, Joe? Unless you're flopping a flush or you're flopping a straight, which obviously isn't something
King Queen Diamond.
you can expect to happen too
What did you
often.
fold it? King Queen Diamond. You play it bad. See how bad you are. Like, look at this. It's just Ace King. You can't get action from King Queen or King Jack suited.
Folded like Ace Queen suited. I know.
No. I was behind both of you.
that I know.
I was behind both.
That I'm sure of.
Absolutely love that Sam just knows exactly what hands they had in that spot as well, Joe.
I was suited.
You want to play a game with me? You can fold it out of the thing, make a little like. See if we can get out there, it's a €100 bonus if you can get a card.
Duthie, Queen 10 suited.
She's got Boney over.
From the dealer button, decides to make it 4K to go. Just the min raise.
El Coyote, Jack-3 suited in the small, and again, not such a great
when you
stack.
side there, you went like, you 3-bet you and you went like this. And then I thought, he's going to 4-bet. Like, if you 4-bet then, I was like, that's be the strongest thing ever. You know? I was like, Michelle would like brick himself there and be like, you were like, oh no.
Yeah.
And then like, 30K, like.
I was thinking about that when he does like that. When he does it, now if he 4-bets, he's.
Yeah, then you're really in the thunder. Like, then you're really in the
I have 9% or 7%.
Yeah.
Or so.
That would have been the best.
Do you mind moving the button a little bit? Because the other, yeah.
Yeah. My Hollywood skills are not that good.
Round out.
I could still have.
He's in training to be a tournament. You know, like old players, they do their coaching badges to become managers. Naz is doing his badges to become a tournament director. How good would that be? Just bossing people around and shit.
Old Naza under the gun with pocket sixes.
You want to see me ever again? It's too. That's real work, bro. You have to fill in forms and like. You know.
It's gonna be a cut time.
4.5.
Oh my god.
Lawrence White, Jack 10 off.
This has got to be fake. Look at this. The Portuguese speak language viewership is going to go through the roof.
I'm liking the table talk, Joe. It's always fun to have a chatty table. Sam Grafton, certainly a chatty guy. What do we got? 10 of spades on the button.
The Coyote Kid only needs one card. Okay, maybe not.
All right, raising to take it.
Old Naza.
Old Naza. Sometimes it is an easy game.
Eduardo. Oh, no.
2023 Paris, first time in Paris for the European Poker Tour. First time in France in a long time.
Have a stack. It should be held up. Are we dealing him in? We want the value at the table. Eduardo, there's no game without you. Come on. It's like a cash game. We're putting an extra seat for Eduardo. Fold. Maybe he can't have this hand.
Whoops.
Eduardo Silva about to join the table.
They just put him in wardrobe. He was wearing a bathrobe and it was deemed inappropriate for TV. You need to look at your cards, or you want to just open. We can make it 4.5K. You're going to check the cards. You're going to give him a look at least.
We're going to let Eduardo play his own hand. He likes to fold.
Yeah, good ball. Hello. Well, none of your funky internet stuff though. This is just straightforward. Poker. We're just Larry. We're just playing nice game cards. We're not doing any fruity online stuff. You know, it's just nice, relaxed. You know, pocket sixes, ace jack. We see a flop. Low cards is you. High cards is me. Just like this. Just very relaxed poker. All right. I know you're on TV. You're a big star in Brazil, but just keep it tranquilo, okay?
I get it.
Okay.
Just keep it tranquilo.
There was another Brazilian here, right?
Oh, no, he was a Brazilian.
Lamani Lalimping.
He was short. He was a nice guy, but. We busted him just so we could have you head.
Nice.
And let him live, says Vieira.
Yeah, these are always interesting encounters. Small blind versus big blind. Obviously, an opportunity to raise a very wide range there from absolute position when your opponent limps, and then, you know, just try and be aggressive. I think really it's player dependent though, Joe, right? You can be attacking weaker players, but if you think your opponent's going to play back a bunch, it gets a little bit harder. Have to have a slightly tighter range.
So I'm never sure how to navigate these spots. We've got Lamani firing here. Can't call it a C-bet because it was a limp pre-flop. And you think, okay, I have a 3. That's probably the best hand.
Yeah, I think...
but you're not folding out better.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of times a good player like Vieira is just going to float here with anything, right?
Yeah.
Queen 4 off, you just float, you put him in a really tough spot.
It's going to be a turn card you don't like.
Right. I mean, I actually don't know if the Jack 3 is meant to be a bet on this flop. Obviously, it feels bad when more overcards come, and then you're like, I don't really know where I'm in the hand. So I think betting is pretty reasonable too. But if you're playing against really good players, they know you're going to see bet this board as a bluff like 100%. You can just float with any 2 and then just play it from there. So now on the turn, does he carry on? Does he turn his hand into a bluff? Does he slow down and then give the Queen 4 the opportunity to turn their hand into a bluff? It's just a tough spot all around, Joe. I think I prefer the check on the flop, even though it does give your opponent the opportunity to improve with so many overcards. There's a tray on the river, though. That makes things easy.
Getting older, baby.
Obviously, on the turn here, Vieira just thinking, actually, Queen High probably could be the best hand. If I think he's bluffing on the flop a bunch, Queen High needs to be a hand I'm taking the showdown here.
You live in Vienna?
But I think we are going to be seeing a bet now. And his hand is so disguised.
Where do you live?
Vegas.
Is it? Oh, nice. Love that.
Yeah, me too. Heaven on earth.
Good time. Yeah.
10K in the pot. Decides to bet. I think he can go big here, yeah. 12K is the bet. It's a slight over bet.
Maybe wherever they're the best, trying to find the best.
Honestly, Queen High could make a call here, guys.
Yeah, this is fun.
This is not unreasonable on a paired board. Obviously, you're not going to give your opponent too many Tray X. Oh, he really wants the call.
British sandwich here.
I love the size here, though, Joe. He's obviously trying to really polarize here. He's saying, look, I'm really strong or I'm really weak. And I think when you're playing at this level, that's definitely what you want to be doing in these situations when you river such a well-disguised hand.
They always spoke about you and Felipe.
Makes the fold, though.
True, because of the queen high.
Not getting any more chips out of old Naza.
Well, yeah, honestly, he flipped his hand. I was like, fuck. Shouldn't mess with the. You see, this is what I'm saying. I shouldn't mess with the younger generation. You know, they're too good for me. No.
I saw your soul. Bam.
Yeah, I was just like.
That was it. Tournament was over.
You know, I could normally say something nice. It's like someone make. I was just like. I was like this. Had to remember the ambassadorship. Taps. You know, you're tapping the table, but it's coming out like. Nice hand. That was fun, yeah. At least he did 6-time max to find the call.
Mr. White here, ace-5 off, UTG
Yeah,
plus
turns
1.
the sickest part. As you guys.
Puts it in the bin.
Very true.
Over to El Coyote. Once again with the 10. This time we know the other card is a 7 of spades. He is out.
Yeah, this table's pretty stacked, Joe. This is these guys are some of the best in the world here.
Easy count.
Well, 2 of the best in the world. Gonna face off blind on blind again.
Yeah, so Sam's got about 20 bigs here. There are big blind antes in play. Does decide to just call. Sam might be tempted to do something here with the King 8, but obviously he is quite shallow. I think his tournament life is going to be a little bit more important to him here. He's going to keep it chill for now. King 8 plays fine in position. And a nice flop for Sam.
Flops top pair and the only diamond draw. 8 high diamond draw, pretty good in a heads-up pot. Second pair for Vieira.
Man, this is a really, really difficult spot for Vieira. He's going to have the best hand here a ton of the time. But and you don't want to get blown off, right? Sam could be bluffing at this board once you've checked your middle pair. So I think we're probably going to see a check and a bet and a call at least. I mean, if you just check fold queen 10 here, guys, you're just giving up way too often, right? You're never going to make any money in the game where you're just getting blown off what is a reasonable medium strength holding. And the diamond on the turn might slow him down. Now, of course, any diamond is a flush. Sam currently with the 8 of diamonds in his hand.
And with the King of diamonds out there, the Queen of diamonds out there, the 8 of diamonds is pretty decent.
Yeah, I think Sam just slows down here a bunch. You don't want to get check raised. You don't want to be value towning yourself if your opponent has Jack of diamonds, ace diamonds, that kind of thing. And I think when you slow down the turn as well, you might convince him to bluff at you some of the time. So the slowdown might work in his favor here as making him look a little bit weaker, but I don't think Sam's going to be folding the diamond unless Naza does something really wild here. Naza's kind of got showdown, so he doesn't really need to turn his hand into a bluff, right?
Getting a lot of the same questions coming in over Twitch and YouTube. I'm in Paris. Can visitors come and watch? Absolutely. You might have to do a brief little casino sign up to get into the room, so you have to be of legal age and have ID on you. But other than that, yes, spectators can come watch.
Looks like he is going to bet, though, Joe. So there's 10K in the pot here. And he goes for just under full pot on the river. This is a really, really interesting one. Honestly, I think Sam just always calls. Yeah, there it is. Very good. You win, buddy. And like I said, on the turn there, the slowdown does actually merit some additional bluffing on the river, which is just fantastic for Sam in this spot. Even though you're not completely loving the 8 of diamonds, when you're playing really good opponents who are capable of bluffing, you've actually got a really good bluff catcher there.
And someone very annoyingly wrote the same question on
Where
YouTube
did you live in between, Larry?
and Twitch.
Where did you live between London and Vegas?
Which we'll get to after this.
Brussels, Düsseldorf, Philadelphia, Houston.
Those two do. Doesn't ring the same.
Why did you choose a life that settles?
A lot was when I was a bit younger. I was running around having fun, working for a CPA firm, which is hard to think it's fun, but it was. And then I settled in the States in Houston for a long time.
Oh, yeah?
And,
What years were you in Paris?
Long before you were born.
No, but like, I'm interested.
I was in Paris in 1970 and 1973, 2 times.
Yeah,
so Brussels in 73, Philly in 76, Düsseldorf 77, Houston 78.
Nice.
Until like 8 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah, no complaints.
Duthie.
We should have come to this game 20 years earlier.
Ace-5 suited.
Official sourdough. This time Will come along with the king-queen. Oh, hello. Ace-9 of diamonds in the cutoff. Just lets it go. Interesting. Definitely a spot where you might see players putting in a bit of a squeeze there some of the time. Maybe another flat from position. Or round onto the button. And ace of spades currently registered. João Vieira obviously having the ace in this scenario might give him the ammunition he needs in order to squeeze.
He might actually have the ammunition. Could very easily be another big card under there.
That's true. Does decide just to flat, so I'm assuming it's going to be a suited ace of some kind. Very frequently, I think you're going to be flatting with, you know, some suited aces here. Probably some weaker offsuit aces, just going to be a fold versus the 2 opponents.
All right, so 3 ways to this flop, which is Jack, 10, 8, 2 hearts. Are we missing a player here? Yeah. Four ways to the flop. Eduardo Silva calling out of the big blind. We'll get those graphics back momentarily.
Yep, nice flop for King Queen Joe. 2 overcards and the straight draw. Definitely one you're going to be sticking around for.
Silva. Okay, so it looks like we are missing a VR card. Got Silva's cards. Silva defending that big blind pretty wide. Was getting some decent pot odds, but is not connected with this board in any way.
Yeah.
Duthie Silva check again. This time El Coyote is going to check. But 2 overs and the gut shot.
Yep, he's saying if you guys aren't interested, I got a pretty good draw. I'll take it if you're not into it. Might just get the folds right here, Joe.
Yeah, it's hard to believe someone doesn't have a big piece of this, but if you could somehow avoid the big blind connecting here, the early position raiser or caller situation might not have a piece of this, and there goes Vieira.
Button moves.
And yeah, it does work. That's a nice one to win.
Yeah, in multi-way pots there, Joe, it can get really, really messy. So I think bet and take it right there. It feels really good from that position.
You're in Mina still?
Sorry?
You're in Mina still?
Yeah.
You playing a lot online?
I mean, didn't play a lot last year. Just played 2,000 games. Not a lot, but yeah, not a lot, but
Still has a month before.
Discounting re-entries, so like probably it's 1.3.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah, but didn't play a lot.
Boy, you lost it. You're too rich now to play.
Oh.
They don't have big enough stakes for you online, no?
What about this?
I always ask the Brazilian guys, like, you know, what could we do to improve the online offering? Like, if there was one thing, they're just like bigger. Yeah, 10K. I think a Wednesday, 25. It's like, oh, 100K. Yeah, like, if you just take everything, 10x the stakes.
I'll be happy.
Eduardo seems pretty stoked to be sitting next to Sam. Who wouldn't be? Tatane is going to raise King 8 suited under the gun.
2000 James, ABI 5K.
J'ai failli lui faire mal.
Pardon?
J'ai failli lui faire mal.
Non.
Ah oui?
It used to be, I remember Toby Lewis's ABI was
A little bit of an aggressive fold there, Joe.
Check it in the scholarship. ABI.
Not sure what that was about.
Sometimes you got to do something.
Not even playing anything.
Looks like he was getting frustrated there, not getting the cards he wanted.
It was just so big.
Tatane playing that suited king, feels great. And a 5 of diamonds showing in the big blinds.
We've seen White do this before, pull his bet back. Before making the call.
That was flat. That's flat. Well, you pull it back and I'm going to put it there.
So we're going to the flop, guys. We only know one card for White, 5 of diamonds. Potentially giving him a straight draw here.
Watch him sweat.
Combinations like 5-4 suited, probably, that kind of thing would still be in here.
One of the older guys. That one main out. You're gonna find out.
Yeah.
By the way, you used to do this.
White checks.
So it's gonna go like this. Pick up the small blind itself. Use it as a card protector. So like, now baby, you got it. Just fold. Just put the small blind back in place.
Tony putting out a continuation
and it kind of works
bet.
because you just move the attention.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, baby, you got it.
Yeah. I can work it now. Back then, there was this kind of thing.
It was different.
White makes the call.
Just part of
Deuce, that's got to be a good card. We know
winning was
White's at least up and down now.
whatever. The bets. Finding their ways on angle.
White taking his time here. I think probably safe to say Tatane's. Oh, no, never mind. He had checked already. Excuse me. Tatane checks turn.
Rivers
and
a 7.
Yep.
It's always coming 7. 7 of spades. What do you think the chances are that king high is good? Ooh, especially when White bets 12,000.
Yeah.
Not great.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy getaway, I think. Yeah, seems fine.
And Tatane does, in fact, get away. White up to 91K.
No,
Thank you. At around 45 big blinds.
like Nicky came and sat down, like Petrangelo came and sat down, like Petrangelo came in late and he was like jet lagged, and he was like, "You guys missed the level. Like normally the 1K level repeats or whatever." And he's like, I mean, how does he even know this? He just said it straight away before, like, I was like, I don't know the structure like that well to. I mean, I know he played more of them than me, but still it's impressive.
Sit down and play some cards.
Ace-2 suited for Lamani. He's going to kick things off.
Yep, here's a playable hand. Lamani sitting with about 20 bigs here after he makes his raise.
Attention dealers and players, there is some mistake in the screen.
Over to White with Jack 10 in the small. Folds it. Tatane in the big blind. Ooh, the sourdough artisanal Ace-5 suited.
Yes, sir. I think it could go either way here. I think call or 3-bet's fine. Just randomize, decide what you're going to do. Both are good. Ace-5 suited, obviously very playable. And look at this flop. Hello. Trip deuces for Lamani. Duthie with the backdoor diamonds and the gut shot. I imagine we're probably going to see a few chips exchanged here. Again, this is a spot where Ace-5 can just be the best hand a lot of the time. But decides to lead from the big blind here. Oh, excuse me, no. It was a check and then a bet from the ace-deuce. And the defend, of course.
The Duthie Daytona defend does not drill the turn.
Oh, man, I mean, if you're in Lamani's shoes here, Joe, you're loving this turn. There's a lot of 6x that will float here that needs to call another bet, right? 5-6 is like 2 overs and a gut shot. I think you just go ahead and go big on the turn.
So Jesse did
6,500 goes for about half pot.
When? Where?
Well, in London, in the Bahamas.
I heard he Brazil.
Solid glass in the chat saying, oh yeah, this guy won the PCA. He did indeed. Duthie was our winner in Bahamas.
Patch, his partner.
No.
She's got like a sick business. She's like
Yeah, Duthie calling again, drawing very, very thin.
She's like killing it. Like she's like raking. You know, she's like raising her rate like all the time. Like,
total miss.
So popular, you know.
On the river, trip deuce is very good.
Yeah, exactly. People, it's a big deal. Like people are, and it's a, you know, obviously there's a lot of rich people in London. People are completely willing to pay for the service. She's doing really well, so I don't think that I would be very surprised if.
It's so infrequent in poker, especially at this level, that you just get like a slam dunk bet on 3 streets.
Yeah.
That's all I want. Just make it easy on me.
Yeah, sometimes the cards dance for you.
Like great guy. Like you'll meet him sometime. I see him. He lives like real near me.
Super interesting river though, Joe. The Jack of Spades obviously represents a scare card for the 6 now. If that is indeed what your opponent has here.
But he's like perfect.
Ooh,
well, he speaks perfect English with like perfect accent and perfect. I understand.
Big.
Like perfect Portuguese.
Looks like a lot of chips. 28K in the middle.
He was like he like was born in Brazil, then came to London, or he was born in London, then went to Brazil.
So that's not perfect Portuguese. It's whatever they say.
Yeah, exactly.
That's 26,500.
So just about a pot size bet.
Yep.
And
he's left
Lonnie's
himself
not supposed to have a ton of deuces, is he?
I don't know. I think when you defend the big blind, you got some deuce X.
No, Lamani's not supposed to have
excuse
that
me.
many.
That's quite right.
It's like
He's left himself with 2 big blinds behind.
Super slow, and
But gets the fold from the ace high, of course.
Or Argentina.
Yeah, or Chile, loads of slang or whatever, you know.
Uruguay, the rough.
That's a big hand. This is what they do. They know the cards. So Snaz is going to get the big hand. He's going to get king.
Thank you.
Sam not doing much to stop fueling the conspiracy theories out there. Folds all the way around to Eduardo Silva in the cutoff. Likely to be a fold, yes. Larry White, King 8 of diamonds, there you go. Slam dunk, raise it up. So pointy.
You feel the pace of play is a little faster and not shot clock.
Very pointy indeed.
Slower.
4.5 to go from the button.
Yesterday,
Our friend in the big blind here.
Oh, more points.
Okay, the aggressive fold merited a better hand this time, Joe. Take note.
Call, and when you're playing outer, you just go, okay.
The Coyote Kid says, wax on.
Just a call here, though, Joe. Very surprised to see there's no 3-bet from the ace-queen suited. Guy's only got 31 big blinds or so to start the hand.
Boring flop. Jack, trade, deuce, 2 hearts.
And still not thinking about keeping their time somewhat. They still allow themselves. Now I have 30. Why would I just call in 5? It's weird. I think
Check on the flop. Heart of 7.
I guess the thing shot clock helps with is you get a very few people who are terrible, and it like controls them, and everything else is like the majority
really slow.
Yeah, like there's every now and again, you know.
And the
El Coyote decides he wants to do the betting now. 4.5 grand on the turn.
Yeah.
Wants to take the betting lead, wants to be in that position of power. And I say this might work, quote unquote work. It will get a worse hand to fold.
Yeah, that's
23 is
that's interesting.
Coming on like this. Nice.
Well, white might not be having it.
Although that is stressful. Fucking hell. Like we played that 50k in Roswell for 20 seconds. It's quite intense.
No, he's having it.
Just create a simple ruling.
Having a fold.
That people need stack because half of my.
So this is but one of many tables in play. This is the feature table, but with 421 players, there are a lot of other ones out there, including this one with David Toos from Spain. Second in chips with around 425,000. Now, you may not have heard of Tuus before, but have you heard of Tuan? As in the spirit of the horse, as in Tuan Mulder? Chip leader with around 480,000 in chips. Tuan Mulder took down a 25K earlier this week for about 390,000 euros, his second best ever live score. So Tuan and Tuos. Toes. Number 1 and number 2 out there. 417 players. Did we lose 4 players in that cutaway? Yikes.
Did you guys see that chip stack in front of Tuan? That was unreal, mate. Guy never loses. What's the deal?
King 9 suited for Grafton makes it 4,500. Duthie on the button. Is going to try to play in position with the 6 of hearts and a mystery card. And El Coyote is going to call on the small blind with the deuce of clubs, ace deuce suited. Okay. And Mark Uzon in the big is going to see a flop with 4-3 offsuit.
Yep, lots of dead money in there. Does decide that he wants to try and get lucky in this multi-way pot. Could be dangerous for him, though. Hello.
King 8 tray, 3 spades. So a pair of trays for Uzon, a pair of kings for Grafton. Not much else to report on based on the cards we can see. Grafton contemplating his move.
This is Sam Grafton's thinking face.
And is going to continuation bet. And Duthie folds. Should be a fold here.
Yeah, I mean, so tricky to navigate these big multi-way pots, but Sam's just got a really, really easy one here. Just a betting to take it a lot of the time. Yeah, 4-3 getting
Guys,
out
how are you
of the way.
going to let me steal it for this? It's like sick, right? How do they let me? So easy. I thought surely they got to fight back for this. So small. Wow. I didn't know it's this.
Here's a game.
Just anything.
Don't jinx it.
I'll bet half a big line next time.
Wardy on YouTube asks, why does Grafton pout? I'd say it's more of a pursing his lips than a pouting.
Sure. I mean, it seems to work for him, guys. Don't knock it.
It's his thinking face.
Yep. Just everyone really solid here, Joe. You love to see it. Mr. White here puts the Jack-6 off in the bin. He's got good table presence, wouldn't you say?
Sure, yeah, and certainly an interesting fella. I was chatting a lot during the first level about how he's been to 7 World Cups.
Amazing.
4,000?
Right, 4,000.
Duthie. 9-7 off. Gets 8-4 to fold. How about Mark? Oh, 8-4 hasn't folded yet. There it is. Gets 8-4 to fold.
People are going to tune in and be like, what the fuck did he do?
Ooh, ace-10 is going to be a much harder fold. Not happening. Uzan calls.
So Uzan here with about 31 bigs, taking the more passive route here. Honestly,
I'm the guy that gets
I think there's a chance there could have been a 3-bet of some variety there with this combination, giving that 9-7 the chance to catch up. But a very good flop for Uzan at this point. Top pair, decent kicker, and Duthie has actually managed to spike a 7.
Pretty ideal flop, honestly, for not 3-betting
Exactly.
ace-10.
Yeah, exactly. I think, honestly, you could go either way on this flop with Duthie's hand. I think probably I prefer a check.
Queens.
You know, obviously betting here for protection seems reasonable as well, because, you know, if you think your opponent doesn't have as many ace combos that flat in the small blind, maybe you're just going to protect your hand from the overcards that come turn and river.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the aces are going to be 3-betting out of the small blind, so you can understand Duthie not expecting to be up against one very often. And
Oh dear, and now chat pros unite. This is why you 3-bet pre-flop.
That's right.
Play all the playing one table.
2 pair now for Duthie.
Like,
I mean, this is the dream. Now you really want him to have an ace. You're desperate.
Thought about all these dynamics.
But effective stack here now, 28 big blinds. Uzan at risk, so he wants to size up here so he can get the rest on the river. It goes for 12K. Love to see it. If you're going to play ace-10 passively, I think just folds. Joe.
Folds top pair.
That was extremely unexpected. I did not think he would get away so quickly. Manages to make the right fold. For some reason, the 9 wasn't a good card for him.
I don't know if you should be folding that fast.
I don't think you should be folding at all, to be honest. But obviously, a couple. He announces he folded an ace.
All right, we're going to focus on mini EPT Paris for a second. Folks online, both on Twitch and YouTube, asking, where's the chest? Where's the tickets? Bop, bop, bop. This is where that money is going now.
Like the PCA,
low buy-in tournament series running alongside this. Not a free roll, but tons of added value. 15 tournaments over the 5 days. 3 of them per day. One of them just kicked off. 3:15 p.m.
Even easier.
The next ones are at 6:15 and 8:15 local time. And there are EPT satellite tickets added to all of the tournaments.
I think he came fourth. He was Amino last, you know?
Yes, I know.
Did you know when you were playing him?
I knew, yeah.
I didn't know. He told me, he's like, we play a lot. He told me his spinning. I was like, wow, yeah, I played with him for many years.
I think I told you that when we were having drinks like 2 days after.
Yeah.
I told you his nickname, I think.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was quite drunk.
Not the only one.
Yeah.
Duthie makes it 4,000 with ace-10 off. Uzan wants to have a little fun on the button with jack-10. Will be dominated headed to this flop. And somewhat outclassed by the running hot Michel Duthie.
Yeah, as opposed to yeah, I agree.
Outclassed by the momentum of Duthie, I should say.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They're really nice.
Yeah. Hot off a win at the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure.
You got to get so much, like, momentum and, like, so much good vibes from that, right? You're just, like, the most confident player in the world once you come off a win like that, right? It really does make a difference, especially if you want to play MTTs, you know, just having the strength to persevere. Those wins give you a lot of good energy moving forward.
Look, there is confidence in your game.
Right.
There's confidence in your bankroll too, right?
Yep.
You don't have to be scared money if
Yep.
you just won $1 million.
Absolutely.
Imagine, look, I know that really good poker players are able to do this, but I'm not one of them, and I think a lot of people in the audience probably aren't one of them. Imagine playing poker and not caring about the money at all. Imagine having so much money that you can literally not care about the money. Do you think you'd be a better poker player? I know I would. Folds around to Uzan. King Jack offsuit. Grafton with ace deuce in the big blind. Stewie says, isn't that where bankroll management comes into play, Joe? I've never played against a player named Bankroll Management. I would assume they're probably pretty good with a name like that, but as far as I know, they don't play, Joe. Thank you for your question. Grafton 3-betting Uzan.
I really like to see this, Joe. I mean, especially given the fact we saw that slightly tighter than usual, I would say significantly tighter than usual fold with ace-10, which he did get correct, to be fair. And in fact, we don't. The 4-bet from Uzan. Maybe it was just an absolute soul read. Maybe he's just like, yep, 9-7, got this guy every time.
You know what? I feel like certain types of players are fairly balanced in their 4-bet bluffs because they got a little bit of something to prove. They're like, yeah, you're not going to 3-bet me, kid. I 4-bet you.
Right, yeah. I was 4-betting before you were in diapers.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, what was the end before diapers? I guess his mother's stomach.
But I do appreciate the 3-bet, and Uzan just saying, yeah, I'm not having any of this. Get out of my way. I've seen you play poker before.
No, thank you. Action folds around to the Coyote Kid with 9-8 suited.
Very playable hand, Joe. Gonna want to V-pip this one often.
No.
Makes the fold. Okay, fair play, fair play. 34 bigs effective. Just decided to tighten it up there. Seems fine. Lamani here with a very playable hand, though. Ace-10 of hearts goes for the min-raise into Sam in the small blind. I think there's a chance we might just see Sam putting in a 3-bet right here, right now.
Someone in chat just asked, what does 3-bet mean? Does it mean raising? In a sense, yes. It's the first re-raise is a 3-bet. So your big blind, that's what is, no one ever calls it this, but the big blind, that's the 1-bet.
That's one.
And then the raise, the first raise, that's the 2-bet. And then the first re-raise is the 3-bet, and then re-raise from there goes 4, 5, and so on and so on. And Grafton is 3-betting all in.
He might actually get a call here too, Joe. It is a little bit on the chunkier side. As I said, I think it was around 20, was it around 27 bigs or something like that? Lamani's definitely got to think about this one. It's not, if you think that Sam is capable of 3-bet bluffing here in this situation, you definitely need to be calling with ace-10 of hearts. But I don't know, at this stage, those chips are so valuable. Might be on a little bit of tighter side, because I don't think Sam's going to do this particularly light that often, though. Maybe a hand like ace-5 suited.
I think this is a smart fold, just like what Lamani is showing us here. River Stars, who all day has been making some very questionable comments, finally, with one that should not be listened to. 3-bet means when you're already showing that you have something strong, and usually it will be folded. Wrong.
Not really, no.
RONG. Thank you for your comment, and you banned.
It's important to have 3-bet bluffs for that reason, because if you're not 3-bet bluffing, then you only have strong hands, and of course that does indicate strength. But absolutely, we're playing. He does make the call. Oh, makes the fold, excuse me.
But throws a chip in there. A confusing chip that made me say wow for no reason.
Oh, yeah, that was weird. It was a chip, right?
It must have been whatever chip was already in there.
Ah.
The arrow points at...
Oh, that's the thing?
That's the thing. I couldn't get it because I kept like moving it. The dealer kept being like this.
Yeah, I
was like,
think that is a pretty reasonable fold.
I felt like they're moving it like 1 inch, and I was like, what the?
Yeah. That's happened to me, but they.
And I was trying to get it like exactly where they put it, and I was like, well, they obviously don't put that. And then you got a bit of. Hey,
Still big.
You didn't fold better hand. Yeah. You had a better hand than me, you would fold. So maybe you folded the exact same hand.
Maybe, yeah.
I had ace-jack.
Every 10 suited.
A couple of people taking issue with him chucking the chip in to fold. I don't think it confused anyone at the table.
Yeah, I mean, from our angle, we didn't really see what was going on, but I think nobody else seemed to be upset by it, so it's probably fine.
Like a lot to win.
Exactly.
Not that much, but
its intention is important,
And
guys.
I think there was absolutely no chance, as someone in Twitch chat suggested, that it was an angle of any sort.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It makes it a bit better.
Shooting angles. Oh, a raise and a take it for Vieira. Very nice.
Down to just about 400 players, so 75% of the field eliminated. And John Vieira's 108K stack is only about 54 big blinds. Silva not far behind. Duthie just under 50 bigs. And then Uzan and the rest of the table at 40 blinds or below. Lamani, the shortest stack, has 25 big blinds. So not in dire straits, but not a super deep table here.
How's it going, Eduardo? You gonna play a hand? We're glad you're here, but it's like nice having you around.
Sleeping.
I know it's
Just
don't be intimidated.
when I arrived, they said just play good. Waiting.
Action folds around to Larry White.
Maybe next level.
Limps in with 5 deuce.
I'd like to see a raise here, Joe. Honestly, I think that...
7,000.
Yeah, there it is. Obviously, 10-5 off, just complete air, but if you think your opponent's going to limp fold too often, you're just going to win that pot pre-flop a bunch. You can obviously fire some C-bets from position there. That blind v blind action, I think, is really, really important to chip up. And love to see it here from Duthie. That's why he is a real competitor in these tournaments.
I'm gonna give you your flowers, Sam. You always do that, and I think it's really, really nice. I'm serious, because every time like either a new player comes out or a new guy gets to the table, especially if you high roller, a guy that not always plays those, you always go like, oh, here's the guy, the legend, the best. You always like, yeah, you always put them on a really.
Oh,
that's really selfless and it's really nice.
Oh,
it's true. And on Instagram, that's very selfless for you.
Eduardo, I just talk about how rich he is. how all that money must have.
Him, you're just lying.
And what does he spend it on? He's not spending it on clothes, is he?
Sam decides he's going to open up the king 10 off.
I'd be going out of my mind. It's insane.
Folds around to the big blinds.
Big rings and shit.
Got a playable hand here, Queen Jack.
Roll
Offsuit variety. Coyote might be tempted to.
What's the flight?
To catch flies with chopsticks, the Coyote kid.
São Paulo.
Yeah, he's going to call here. That seems like probably what you're going to do most of the time in this situation with that nice hand.
A bit over $1,000.
9, Trey. Grafton with the betting lead and the best hand.
Sorry?
11 hours? The whole thing?
Yeah, 11 hours. But you need to go to São Paulo before. Like if you live in São Paulo.
11 hours just from São Paulo
to Paris directly.
Oh, and from Minas to São Paulo?
1 hour, 50 minutes. Like.
I think King 10 is probably one of the hand combination that's probably good enough to check on this flop, but for the most part, the C-bet's never going to be bad either. I think having King of Diamonds definitely makes you a little bit more confident about putting in a bet here.
That's great.
Coyote's like, I could very easily still have the best hand with Queen High here, of course, but it's just really difficult to get to showdown at any frequency when you're playing a player like Sam Grafton, who's very aggressive in these situations, knows how to barrel turns, barrel rivers. So unless you're improving, it's going to be difficult.
I mean, how often should you be getting to showdown with Queen High in general?
Exactly.
Not a ton, right?
Yeah, exactly.
20 minutes.
Not at these stakes, so it does just get out of the way. I fully understand that.
Better lose my shit too. The flight is
there's a chance you get exploited there a little bit, but it's
luggage wasn't there.
It's not the end of the world.
But you're bro. You start so relaxed.
Yeah, but I also
French countryside.
Yeah, but I don't live in Chelsea, whatever you live. I live in Canary. Well,
yeah.
It takes me
a long time to get to
makes sense, yeah. I can just go to the city and
yeah.
If I get to the city, I'm like 15 minutes away from City Airport. But they didn't have flights that day, so I had to go to Gatwick or.
One of my favorite experiences of this is Brahma made final table WSOP Europe, and all the lads had a piece. Not me, of course, but everyone. We got the train.
Still a bad beat story for Sam somehow. Look at this. Look at the respect. He's telling a story to old Naza. Naza enters the pot. Sam clams right up.
Hey.
Shown respect.
We might actually see a pot here for Silva.
Have not heard much from Silva since he sat down. Sorry if my voice sounds a little different or out of breath. Someone's got a video camera in the booth right now, and I'm sucking in my gut. Just gotta keep it tight till the camera's off. Okay.
So Silva does decide he's going to be playing this pot with the king queen. Makes the call in the hijack.
Well, my 110 around 110.
A little less.
And we're gonna go 3 ways here. 10, 8, 6 rainbow. Top pair for Vieira. Gut shot for Uzan. 2 overs for Silva.
Multi-way pot, Joe, 16.5 in the middle. I think you can see that on the smaller side here. Some people just default to like a 1/3 as their always continue size, but in a multi-way pot, it's kind of overinflated. You don't necessarily need to go that big. I think when you actually have the top pair in this spot, though, you probably do want to go for it anyway.
Okay, cool. I was about to say, with a hand you want to get a little value from. A third doesn't seem out of line, and this is pretty dang close to a third of the pot, 5,500.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were thinking. Feeling good about that. King Queen gets out of the way. Uzan with the ace high and the gutter ball.
Finally play the hand. Now I'm good for the next 30 minutes.
Man, it's got to feel pretty tempting, yeah, to call it one street here with the gut shot with the ace high. Chance to improve the top pair. And
LAPT, yeah, real.
just a call, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay.
Oh, boom! Drills it on the turn.
I'm not sure.
Bring it on down to Gutterville.
It's home at 9, I think, 9 of March.
In Paris? From Paris?
From Paris, but I'm not going to stay in Paris.
Yeah, Amsterdam?
Yeah, for sure. With Amsterdam. Maybe Italy. Never been to Italy.
I guess it's something like that. Have you been to Vienna?
No. It's cool?
Yeah, it's very cool. And also, of course...
Uzan checks to Vieira. Man, this is where we get to find out just how good Joao Vieira really is.
An idea. I'm with 4 more friends, so like we're gonna decide together.
When he just checks back this turn, and then folds to the river bet. It is always coming 7. It is always coming 7, and Uzan does not bet.
Wow, wow, wow. That's very unusual, and I think this is a spot where you definitely need to be putting in some chips. You got so many checkbacks now from Vieira's position. So many checkbacks. But because it is more unusual, does this tempt him into making a bet on the river? Maybe trying to get value from an 8 or a 6 or something like that? Vieira's got to be thinking, wouldn't he always bet with a 9 here? Nobody ever checks a 9 in this spot. Yeah, check, check. And he has a straight.
I mean, Vieira checks turn, checks river, bets when he is ahead, checks when he is behind. No value for Uzan. Does win the pot, obviously.
Yeah, that's a cool thing to do.
So River Stars came back and said, no, you didn't let me write what I was trying to say after I wanted to say if a player raised you 3-bet with PokerStars logo on him, then raise him all in and he will always fold because they're trying to lie every hand. Is it better or you ban?
Like 10 days and go back.
It is not better.
But I have some fun.
Thank you.
You're gonna have some fun?
Yeah.
For what I think was a comment.
Hand number 50 here. Joao Vieira got to be happy with that river check there. Didn't fall in the trap. Obviously not the best turn for him, but lost the minimum. Another very playable hand here. Jack 10 suited. You're always going to want to play this one. Going to go ahead and raise it up. Silva with the ochos does decide to come along as a call. Silva's got about 49 bigs. Vieira 47, so we're about 47 big blinds effective after they put in the min raise.
Now,
or slightly more than a min raise. Sorry, Joe.
A lot of the whippersnappers are going to take this spot here sometimes, aren't they? With the ace-4 suited.
Oh yeah, for sure.
A lot of the youngins, a lot of the Utes.
Yeah, I think it's a really nice spot to put in some squeezes once in a while.
Not mandatory.
No, no, certainly not. I mean, it's not strictly sourdough suited. So, you know.
Is there a big difference between doing that with ace-4 and ace-5?
No. Okay. No. It's just how the solvers do it usually. It's just the specific one that they use, but they have the same properties. You can still make the wheel. And they're a suited ace.
Heads up, Vieira versus Silva. Portugal versus Brazil. King, Queen, 5, 2 diamonds. So Jack 10 suited does not necessarily connect with this board yet. But they have eights in pretty bad shape statistically.
Yeah, I think they're deep enough where you could just go ahead and c-bet your Jack-10 here a lot of the time. I think the check is pretty reasonable too. He does decide to check. Obviously, he's got to be concerned about Silva's range here, right? When he flats here, Joe, he'll have plenty of hands like King-Queen, for example, maybe some King-Jack. So just decides to check, and I think the check actually is going to be really scary for Silva. Never mind, got that one wrong, it seems. He's going to want to put a bet out, apparently. 14K in the middle, that was unexpected. I was sure he was just going to try and get to showdown with the Ochos, but maybe he's got another plan in mind.
I wonder what under-the-gun hands he thinks Vieira is going to fold to this bet.
I'm wondering if maybe he puts him on some smaller pocket pairs.
Okay, sure, that's good.
You know,
some suited aces that have missed this, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this isn't a spot that I know particularly well. I mean, there's a chance that Vieira is supposed to turn his small pocket pairs into a bluff on King, Queen, 5 or something like that, but there is this dynamic of the position where he called from having a ton of King X and similar. So it's going to be a bet and a call here on the flop. And
Ace of Hearts on the turn. That is the Broadway straight for Vieira and the flush draw.
yeah, exactly. Beautiful, beautiful turn for Vieira. I think you got to keep checking. You got to keep telling your story like you got a random queen or something like that that you might check on the flop. Silva, I would say, kind of a bet for protection on the flop if he, you know, if he thinks that his opponent has a hand like Jack-10, maybe just overcards, maybe some smaller pairs that might turn or river sets, but this is such a weird hand the way it's played out. Yeah, it does slow down now, seems good.
River card is the 10 of spades.
Got to kill a lot of action here, Joe.
Yeah, it's another over for the 8s. It's a 4-card straight now. Pretty tough to get 8s to pay off anything at this point.
Absolutely. I think it was probably going to be a one-and-done scenario anyway. The ace obviously definitely could be in Vieira's opening range here from that position, being UTG.
Dancing ELV was rooting for the 8 of diamonds on the river. You're sick. Sick.
I mean, at this point, right, you go, okay, maybe he's got King 10, maybe he's got King Queen, you know, maybe he's got Ace 10, I don't know. Ace 10 probably bets the turn, though, to be honest, once you bet the gut shot on the flop. So I think they're just trying to get paid off by big hands here, and you can have a big size. 35K in the middle right now. Vieira bets 8.5. So on the smaller side.
I mean, smaller looking to induce, I guess, right?
Yeah, potentially. It's just a really interesting river card, right, Joe? Because the smaller size can, like you said, can induce him to turn his hand into a bluff potentially. You do get some lighter calls, obviously, from 2 pairs and stuff like that. So I think probably on balance, that was probably the right size. I think João Vieira, generally speaking, kind of knows how to play poker very well. So I default to his wisdom.
All right, you want to hear some fun facts about the Premier EPT Paris?
Yes.
This is the 6th biggest EPT main event in history in terms of total number of entries.
Right.
It is the biggest EPT main event outside of EPT Barcelona in terms of total entries. And it is the biggest EPT main event for a debut location, both in terms of unique and total entries. So just an absolute home run, EPT Paris, numbers-wise.
Yeah, absolutely stellar. And, I mean, the desire to play cards here in France is so overwhelming. We see so many French players traveling for EPTs, generally speaking. So, of course, it would make sense that our very first EPT Paris would be a game changer.
Grafton kicking things off. Ace Trey suited. Larry White, pocket 7s, flats. El Coyote King Jack suited also wants to see a flop. Will someone put the squeeze on? Seems like no.
Sam doesn't seem pleased about this situation.
Will he be pleased after this ace-high flop? Probably.
That's better, yeah. Definitely got to give him a little bit more confidence. I really like the check here from Sam, though, as well. Like, when you make top pairs, obviously c-betting is sort of standard, but when you're in multi-way pots like this and your opponents are calling from those positions, this is a spot where you can value town yourself against some other ace combos. Certainly hands like pocket fours might be in there once in a while, too. El Coyote is going to turn his hand into a bluff. There's no chance Sam is ever going to check fold here. He's going to probably take the check call line, I imagine, quite often.
And again, I'm just kind of wondering what under the gun opens you think you're going to fold out with this bet. It seems like, you know, hands that don't love this flop are like jacks and queens and kings, but they're still going to call you, and king queen's probably going to call one also.
Yep, 10 of spades in the turn is a good card for Sam, but might be concerned about that cutoff range containing some 10x as well.
I guess maybe you'd fold out, what, like 7s and 8s maybe? When you bluff king jack there on the flop?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. I mean, I think maybe Coyote kind of expecting a lot of Sam's ace combos to be betting at this flop, which of course, if he had a stronger kicker, probably might be the case. Right. So I think that logic is sound, yeah. Sam checks again. Coyote kid here. Does he continue barreling? He's got to be concerned about some 10x in Sam's range as well.
Wax
so it does
off.
go check, check. Yep, and look at the run out here.
Boatified.
Oh man, such a good spot for Sam. I think you can put in a big old bet here, and you will still get looked up by king high once in a while, of course. If you think that your opponent has some missed flush draws or something like that, I think probably Sam will just have a lot of hands here. So I think maybe he will just find the fold a lot. Goes really small on the river, really wants that king high call, it seems.
And did Sam achieve?
Is he going to induce, Joe?
Full-blown success here. I mean, I think getting your opponent to count out any chips at all here, you start with a moral victory. If you get a call, great.
Yeah, if you get him to raise, even better.
Even better. So just totally free rolling once he reaches for chips there.
Yeah. I mean, for the second time today, I'm thinking, yeah, probably going to go big, but there is so much genius in that tiny bet, Joe. I really appreciate that, actually.
Sam Grafton, not the only team pro. Hashtag still in. No reason to ask. First, we'll start with the better half of the Sprags. Marley Sprag, hashtag still in.
Struggle to get it.
And there is the other half, we'll call him. Spraggy, also hashtag still in.
Between, like, I can't remember, like medium rank, there was some like near fighting, you know, like, between like the German group, not me, like then some of the things. I ended up drunk at Phil Helmer's like winners party.
Oh, the year that Phil won.
It was like, and
who got second, Sam?
And we got the, but it was great fun. It was like Mercier, Jukan, like we love Enjoy the Baby as well. Then we got the.
That was my first international life.
That was your first international life?
Can, right?
Yeah, can. Yeah. And then we got taxis super hungover to San Remo. Yeah, it was
yeah. I did
very good trip. Very like.
It was very close. Like,
yeah.
No, it was very close from Monte Carlo, a bit further away from the time.
Silva opens. White just calls with a dominating ace.
It was easy enough to do or whatever. I mean, I'm sure we paid for that. It was like back in the day when you had to take people out celebrating whenever you got Yeah, you just had to box it off for everyone. Did you do that to Danny? Like free drinks for everyone when you won PCA?
Well, drinks, dinner.
you
Dinner
did
and drinks, yeah.
I haven't got a kick at. We lived together. I didn't got a kick.
You were rooting against me.
I was. Not against you.
No, not against you.
For someone else.
At least not on TV.
No, I'm usually against you, but this time I was just for another.
Grafton calls in the big blind. Queen, Jack, 6, pair of jacks for Grafton, but it's top pair, top kicker for White.
Fair enough.
Went to the Pigs Island.
We did?
You didn't?
No, I went, but only this time. I've never been there before.
But after you won there.
Ah, yeah.
Was it nice?
Okay. Yeah.
Or just Instagram bullshit photo?
I didn't like the pigs on this island, on Nassau, because they are locked, and they just free them for like half an hour. They come to the sea, then you feed them, and then they go back again. But then after I left Nassau, I went to Exumas, another island.
That's where
where the real pigs are, wild
natural
pigs. That was very fun. And you have baby pigs, big pigs, small pigs. You have not locked pigs. They live there and they are free. So a little bit better than Nassau.
So bet and to take it.
You quit bacon or you're still?
For Lawrence White.
Bacon, yeah. My girlfriend said that a couple of times. Not only bacon, but baby part laid down. I don't know how to say it in English.
Well, because the pigs are so adorable, it changed your
perspective.
So if we're going to do a metaphor for this table, these are the pigs that are in captivity right here, this table. But the free pigs out in the field, we haven't seen them yet.
Right.
So what we're going to do is we're going to release these pigs back into the wild.
Okay.
Maybe not the best for me to referring to all the players at our feature table as pigs, but they started it.
We say it with love.
New feature table coming up.
How big are they when they?
After the break happening in just over 8 minutes.
Yeah, like that.
Dog size?
Well, there's a lot of dogs.
Yeah.
We must specify.
So A6 suited coming in with a raise.
I'll announce 2 at the end of this hand.
Uzan again playing quite passively here with the 10s and the hijack. Does decide to call. Let me take a look here, guys. Uzan currently 46 big blinds.
Sorry.
White about 41. Effective stack now 41 bigs. Is Sam putting in another squeeze? There it is.
Ace Jack off to 18,000. And I don't imagine Uzan's limp trapping here, right?
Right.
Which you could, I guess, do with pocket 10s.
I mean, we've seen him take that really aggressive line, the 4-bet with the king jack, right? So maybe this is the spot where he looks at Sam and goes, I'm all in again. He just puts him in.
Yeah, you're right. We did see it. You're right about that.
So honestly,
well, especially if White decides to peel a 6 suited.
Right.
Then you've got a lot of incentive to jam pocket 10s, because how often is that a huge hand that just flats here?
Yeah, you got to give Uzan credit here. We did see him make a tighter fold with the ace-10 earlier, but then, still had the move with the king-jack. So he might actually just take a look at Sam and go, not today. I'm not letting you do it again. There it is.
He does limp trap with the 2 10s.
Oh, man. You love to see it. Quick fold from Sam.
You just got Uzan'd. All right, so you want to hear is that the next new featured table coming up to the main stage after the break? Daniel Wilson, Sasha Zafran, Maxime Paris, Alexis Nikolai, Bernard Vu, Murad Falfoul, and here we go. The headliners, Byron Kaverman of the old US of A, and his neighbor to the north, Parker Tonka P. Talbot.
Let's go. Tonka time.
Tonka, tonka, tonk. Coming to the main stage.
I mean, I only read
Yeah, mad respect to Uzan for that play. That was a big pickup, Joe.
Like, it was like a different chip leader. Like,
Now currently our chip leader on the feature table, 61 big blinds.
It's like Steve Dwyer's chip leader. Steve Dwyer's 11. Pedro Marquez's chip leader. Pedro Marquez grind short stack.
Yeah.
Like, it was like...
At a certain point, it was like the shortest stack at like 30 weeks. And
Coyote's going to go ahead and open up
like
King Jack suited here.
45, so always back and forth.
Yeah, yeah, it seems quite close.
All right, El Coyote firing with King Jack suited. Vieira re-raising with Queen 10 of the same suit. And it should be fold from the blinds. Yep.
Yeah, Queen 10 suited very frequently. 3-bet in these positions. And a raise and a take it.
Just under 5 minutes left on the level. Last few moments to catch a hand or two from the likes of João Vieira and Sam Grafton.
Our friend Uzan now, Jack 10. Under the gun +1.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Lamani, King, Queen off. And the raise of 4,000 from King, Queen off has gotten rid of everyone up through Larry White. Michel Datani in the big blind. Jack 7 seems good enough for a poke. And poke we will. We're going to poke our way right through the first 3 cards, a.k.a. the flop. 9, 5, tray, 2 spades.
Less than you would
No
expect.
connection for either player.
Porter must be a lot of C-cards as well, right?
Lamani here with position.
No, all of we have. It's a mix because even though we were
And the Queen of Spades.
huge color stock.
4,500 and a quick fold. Next hand.
There's also a lot of inland farming and inland.
We're going to get at least one more hand in before the break.
Yes, sir.
Funny enough, all the major traditional dishes, probably the fish we eat the most, comes from Norway.
What, oh, really?
Yeah, codfish. Super Portuguese tradition, and it comes from Norway produces, and we are by far the main importer. Yeah.
All right, you bring in the cod. Roberto Romanello's here. He can batter it, fry it up.
Fish was our thing.
I had like...
Here's a hand that he wants to play, Joe.
Onto the gun. Top 3 hand right here, pocket aces.
Top 3, for sure, top 3.
Short play too.
Silva folds an ace.
Now it's the coldest and it's probably 17. Spring is...
There goes White and Datani.
No. It's also mild. It goes 27.
El Coyote folds the big.
Now we got humidity.
No
So it gets
action from
32
pocket
or
aces.
So yeah, but it doesn't get too hot too often. It's very mild for the most part.
Reminds me a lot of
But
my
we do
first
have
3 trips to Paris.
1,000 meters.
No action whatsoever.
the walks and go to the sea, get a boat,
All right, we got about 1 minute till the break here, guys, so I think this might be our last hand.
Yeah.
You bought it?
It's home. Although I live in the UK.
Yeah.
UTG folds. João Vieira, old NASA.
We have lost a lot of players during this level. More than 50. And we've just caught one of Vieira's cards. The 9 of diamonds. El Coyote in the small blind with 10-7 of diamonds. Doesn't want to mess around with that stack. Last hand of the level.
Do you win a hand as you can? No.
Uzan with 9 deuce. Cannot have a better hand than Vieira. Uzan makes the fold. Raise and take it. Last hand of the level for João Vieira, a.k.a. Old NASA.
What do you have, bro?
Me too. We finished, yeah?
Shows 2 9s, I believe.
Yeah.
What do you have when you shove? I'll be on.
And we are headed into our second break of the day. We will have a new feature table when we get back. We'll take a look at the chip counts that we're sending back out into the field. João Vieira, the #1 stack at that table. That table's going to stay intact, by the way. They'll still be facing off against each other. Vieira leading, El Coyote the shortest. We are taking a break here from EPT Paris, but when we get back, new feature table with Byron Caverman and Parker Talbot.
Now on Jamie. Ali Reza on the button. Has 8-3 offsuit.
Everybody's just making up their own games now. 7 deuce, 10-4, 8-3. There is no prize for this, Ali Reza.
He's raised to 125 euros. Sam has small suited connectors in the big blind, 6-5 of spades. And he calls. The flop is Queen 4-3. So Sam has an open-ended straight draw, but Ali Reza is ahead for now with a pair of 3s.
Ah, this classic matchup. Bottom pair versus the up and down draw.
Oh, man. Oh, sorry. 215, yeah. Well, I would have paid 275, so that's a tell.
215 euros apiece. The turn card is a deuce. That's the straight for Sam, but it is a diamond. Ali Reza has a flush draw. He bets again, 315 euros.
From bluffing to semi-bluffing.
And Sam, who is a 4-1 favorite, calls the bet, going to the river. The Queen of Spades pairing the board. Sam checks. Ali Reza did not get that, just a pair of 3s. He bets 205.
Well, if this were a bluff, I'm not sure the sizing would work. I don't know who's folding for 205.
925.
Sam check raises.
Raising a straight on a paired flushy board?
Raise.
What?
So Ali, come on, mate. This isn't Baccarat. Come on, we'll play poker now. Go easy on me. What do you even have?
I don't know, a couple of wavy lines.
I'm so bad at poker. It's just unbelievable. And that, like,
Why would I go on? Like, people suspect I'm bad, but why would I go on TV and prove it to people? Ali, what do you have? What do you think I have? I could have a full house here. No, I could have, like, a straight, a flush. Can you be a flush? Or do you just have, like...
He has just like.
Poor Sam is in a world of pain.
Did eye my chips on the turn. I don't really know what to do here. I'm not raising. I can't raise. It's a pretty good price.
That is true. He's getting better than 3 to 1. Will he have the winner often enough?
Sam folds the best hand.
Is good.
Shows the 3.
I mean, yeah. It could be good, yeah. Nice one.
We have a friend.
And he shows the 8.
Oh, that's so sick.
What a bluff.
Sam Grafton is broken.
See, I'm so bad.
I think you have 4.
No, no, I didn't have a 4. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
What happened?
As a bluff.
Bluff. Yep. Oh my God.
Monster
Can I
hand.
shake your hand?
Monster
That's
hand.
amazing. Whew.
It's Ali Reza with pocket 4s. And that is a raise to 225. Selena's out. Ace-6 of hearts for Sam.
I doubt Sam's folding this, so I would expect a call here or a quote from Kierkegaard.
He's in position on the button.
675.
And he re-raises to 675 euros.
Not a call. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forward. Read a philosophy book.
Alex and Jake have folded the blinds. It's back on Ali Reza.
Call.
And we're gonna see a flop.
Surprised Ali Reza isn't already too full from eating Sam's lunch.
1,485 euros in the pot already. And hello, a set of 4s for Ali Reza and a straight draw for Sam.
Ali Reza had Sam's number before, and this time Sam's number is 4.
825.
Sam continues. 825 euros.
If it were not for the fact that Ali Reza flopped the set, this would be the perfect board to continue on. Sometimes you win it with this bet, sometimes you make your straight and win a huge pot.
Are you sure?
I could bet 7 deuce for value, yeah? And then all my overbets, so I'm in a good spot on this board.
Burn.
Then raise.
This is
to
great.
keep my friend safe.
Really awful spot for Sam.
You do so much raising, Ali. So much.
It's my job.
Like, so little folding and so much raising. I'm all in.
I call.
Sounds bad.
Oh, big hand.
It's a good hand. It's good. You want to run it twice?
Let's see your hand. Twice.
Twice is good. Let's get there. Let's get there. Come.
So they're going to run out the board twice, and each run will be worth 50% of the pot.
I would never run it twice. Also, I would never have the money to play in this game.
Run 1. Sam looking for a 3 or an 8. Boom!
That's good. That's a good start. I'll take the ace of clubs now.
One more 8.
Please don't do this to me.
A lot of things
like
can
an ace, like an ace of clubs.
A lot
you
of
see,
things.
you see, he even knows what card to call for. Like, not even like a
Thank
specific.
you, thank you.
I mean, it could happen twice. Like, now, you know when your expectations are here? Like, you're just, like, begging for crumbs. And now, all of a
I
sudden...
don't even know what to do.
So 1-0 to Sam. And now run 2 for the other 4,770 euros. Again?
How is possible?
I feel his pain.
That's pretty sick.
Oh!
Full house.
Oh, yes, another clue.
That's only fair.
So close. Now I feel like I've run so bad. Do you want to see how bad I ran?
Of course.
So it ends up being a chop pot, but it does not qualify for the song, Joe.
But everyone still loves it.
There we go. Was that for made for TV? Is this some kind of... That was pretty good. It's pretty good dealing. By the way, you see why he gets the TV table? That was good dealing for the fans at home, yeah? It's pretty impressive. Oh, man. Nice doing business with you, Alex. Nice doing business with you. Nice work. No, I'll take that. I can't be greedy. I can't be greedy. Wow.
2K, 4K blinds.
Thank you.
And we have Dina, who still works on the EPT, dealing the feature table.
Anthony calls.
Lelouch limping with Queen Jack. Moneymaker with Ace 3, is that?
Yeah, Ace 3 offsuit, I think. Just going to pass it. Chris is playing well. How annoying is this?
Daniel.
Okay, let's just rip into his choice of shirt instead.
There's got to be something.
Mangus is in. Roland de Wolf played very aggressively at the final table of EPT3 Dublin. 6-4 of hearts here.
Yeah, Roland de Wolf is probably one of the first names when I first started getting into poker. I used to watch a lot of TV poker, and he was like a real old school sort of UK pro. He was like the big UK pro that I recall. Comes in here with a 6-4 hearts.
Race.
Raise announced by Katja Svensson. She sees dead money out there. I don't dislike it.
Yeah, hand selection's a little bit meh, but as you say, we got a raise, call.
No, it's limped, remember? There's been no raise so far. Limp.
Oh, right, limp. Yeah, okay. Even better in that case, right? Ranges are going to be wider, can punish harder.
Action now.
That's my 2020 mindset kicking in, you see, James. Just assuming that there's raises, you know?
And now we get an all-in from Joseph Merwad from Lebanon with 8-7 suited. This I can't really get behind, but I guess he's got the best hand.
Unbelievably, yes.
And Katja's priced in, has to call, and somehow we have a 120k pot with 8-7 against 5-4 with one player all in and no community cards yet.
The problem with the 7-8 is you've got no fold equity. Your opponent's never folding.
Ace of diamonds.
Like you're always going to be all in with 8 high, which is not good. But he is ahead.
Yeah, pair of 7s against a pair of 5s. Diamonds not a factor, although opportunities emerge on the turn.
River card. 7 of spades.
Trips for Merwad. That hand was a little bit weird.
Yeah, that one was kind of all over the place. That was actually the first time in this season's coverage that we've seen a hand where it's, so many limps and then weird all-ins. Definitely a bit of a bizarre one.
You take 1 hour.
Blinds are up. 2,500, 5,000.
Okay, this is going to be the blind level where Chris Moneymaker starts butchering it.
I hope so. I mean, we can't be expected to wait much longer. We usually don't have to.
You can't misplay pocket queens against 2 short stacks, so
2,500.
give them time.
What's the blinds now?
5,000. Pascal, Daniel both fold.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
But James, you mentioned that Roland de Wolf was famed for playing a very loose, aggressive style. He has Jack 6.
Some good information to have.
Here, and yep, those are raising chips.
Roland makes it.
De Wolf opens to 14,000. Round to the blinds. Anthony Lelouch is in the small with 9-4. That goes in the muck. Christopher Moneymaker has aces.
Oh boy.
You got a playable hand?
Pardon?
Oh boy.
You got a good hand?
It's considered good.
By you or by the general public?
Phil Helmuth.
Phil Helmuth?
He told me it was a good hand.
How many chips do you have?
I got 120 like you have. 120. I just doubled up 58, 58, 119.
Many of the players, the tournament will continue 5 minutes. Please take over your table.
You got like a Jack 10 suited or something? Queen 10 suited?
Nearly, but no.
I kind of like Chris getting quiet here, mostly because I like not hearing Chris's voice, but also I think that if you continue to act super loose and comfortable, you might give away your hand strength a little bit more. So when you get all serious, I think that you kind of...
Agreed.
I did too.
Not.
Yours was better.
Yes, it was.
It's a very small 3-bet by Chris off a pretty shallow stack. If he'd have written on a postcard that he had aces and sent it over to Roland DeWolf, it might have been a little less telling.
Here we go. Oh, we found something. Dear Chris Moneymaker, we were reviewing the size of your 3-bet from EPT Fort London 2007.
I'm hoping for something more.
No, not being funny. I think this is funnier. Guys, if you want to @CMoneymaker on Twitter and question his 3-bet size from that specific moment that I guarantee he will have no recollection of, I'm sure he'd be all over it.
It's always the best when you like wake up in the morning and then you look at your Twitter mentions and you see that you have like 45 mentions and you're like, this is never good.
What did I do?
Every time all in.
Oh, it's so sick, isn't it? You raise King Deuce, you can't even call all in with it? This is a pretty wild reach out from Mangus, to be fair. Jack 5 suited for the 12 big blinds. This is
got,
aggressive.
Ace 9 or something?
Good read.
When you got King 9?
No. How much? 33? 43,000 more?
Nope.
Ace 9 or something. Yeah, more of the something than the Ace 9.
36. Wow, it's about 10,000 too much, my friend.
Chris is saying that if it was 10,000 left, he would call it off with King Deuce.
I think this is Chris Moneymaker just pretending he can do maths and then folding anyway because he has King Deuce offsuit.
He'll step one time wrong, like King Jack.
While you're tweeting him about the size of his 3-bet, tell him about the time he made a bad fold to Mangus.
The big laydown of the King Deuce, he's obviously ahead.
It was the best hand. Langman with Ace 10 suited.
See?
Flora makes it 19,000 to play.
18 or 19? 19. Cool.
Moneymaker calling on the button with 9-8 suited.
He does not seem to have a big enough stack to call it 9-8 suited on the button.
This could be the moment you've been waiting
Nice
for.
enough hand, but I think, as you said, Joe, he's pretty short. We can lambast him for it. Terrible call.
There's every opportunity that Florian Langman will tell him how bad it is, so maybe we can just sit back and watch. So gut shot for Moneymaker, top pair, top kicker for Langman. Continuation bet of 28,000.
Actually, when Chris gets here, given how shallow he is,
And Chris
I was going to say, definitely could give some consideration to moving all in. He'd fold out hands like King Jack, King Queen, maybe some ace highs.
Jack of diamonds.
Does have that gut shot.
Check.
Or now,
open-ended now.
He is open-ended. Langman also has the flush draw. Snap calls. There's an 86% favourite.
I gotta get lucky.
Florin calls. Florin with ace 10 of diamonds.
I just think when you call with a hand like this, you're expecting to flop. You're like, I could like flop a pair in a big draw and I'll be good, and it's just like never the best hand.
Why did you call me from the flop?
And the river card comes a 5 of diamonds, giving Florin a nut flush.
Think you got me covered?
Yeah, I guess so.
Nice hand, sir.
Good game.
Well, good hand.
Welcome back to Paris and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, our first time in the French capital, the first ever EPT Paris main event in partnership with the Club Barrier, and it is a big one of the biggest EPTs of all time. A starting field of 1,606, with 366 returning from the second break of the day, and a new feature table up on the main stage, headlined by a member of Team Pro, Parker Talbot, Tonka, who made the final table of EPT Prague at the tail end of 2022. Plus, we've got Byron Kaverman, American Pro, plus plenty of French flags at the table. So many French players showing up in their capital city to play this huge event, which will make the money tonight. Prize pool information was announced during the last session. 239 players will make the money, and we can expect the bubble to hit during the evening session. 8,400 euros, the min cash. More than a milli, 1.17 million euros up top for the winner. We'll check on the prize pool information in just a moment. I am James Hartigan, alongside me is Griffin Benja.
Hello everyone, level 3, let's do this thing.
Officially the 13th level of the EPT main event. Blinds will be 1,000, 2,500 with a 2.5k big blind ante. So just waiting for all players to return from break, and then we will get the action restarted. Another 90 minutes of poker to play during this next session. And of course, as we do throughout the day, look forward to your contributions, your questions and comments in the live chat on Twitch and YouTube. And of course on Twitter if you use the hashtag PokerStarsTV. Late registration still open in the first mini EPT Paris event of the day. It is a $2.20 deep stack, which started just over an hour ago. 2,000 players. There is so much added value in this one, Griff. Long way short of the guarantee. Plus those EPT satellite tickets added to the prize pool. Satellite tickets added to every single event in this online series. Plus there will be a main event package, a Monte Carlo main event package going to the winner of the mini main event that will be played on Sunday. That's a final table day here in Paris. So confirmation of the prize pool and confirmation of a min cash of 8.5k. Total prize pool 7.7 million. All the finalists get a 6-figure score, guaranteed more than 100k each, and a 7-figure score for the eventual winner, plus the first ever EPT Paris trophy. I mean, looking at these numbers, Griffin, and I don't just mean in this particular tournament, but across the board, I think it's fair to say our first foray into Paris has proved very successful.
Yeah, clearly a lot of players excited about this stop for many different reasons. Obviously a lot of locals excited to take part, so incredible turnout and quite a prize pool for that final table.
And anytime we go somewhere new, every time we add a new destination to the tour, of course, it's going to attract a certain amount of interest, especially when it is one of the world's greatest cities.
Yeah, no reason not to come out, so a lot of players here.
Yep.
So obviously we'll get to know all the players at the feature table in due course. A couple of familiar faces, that's one of them. The bearded visage of the man known online as Tonka.
My God.
I understand he was recently released from Spraggy's bathroom and now has a home of his own.
The calm before the storm.
Just waiting for the word from the tournament staff that
no alcohol.
the vast majority of players have returned to their seats. Here we go. And looks like we have cards in the air once again at the new blind level. And a reminder of the mini EPT Paris series is on your screen right now as we deal hand 58 of the day.
8 pass, 10 pass. One pass. Call. 4 pass.
Bit of an unorthodox limping strategy here from Saffron.
Yes. So this is Sacha Zaffran, one of the French players at the table. I've only seen one of his cards. And that means Bernard Vu is going to come in for cheap from the small blind, and Murad Falfoul can see a free flop should he choose to. Does check his option, and in this unraised pot, Griffin, we will go 3 ways to the flop.
Yeah, and you know, this is already a pretty good example of why it is considered so unorthodox to, you know, open the action with a limp, especially with the amount of chips that Zaffron has. You know, we see if this had played as a raise, would have cleared out certainly Vu and almost surely Falfoul as well. So now facing this bet, the only way Zaffron is ahead is if the other card is a jack. I think he's going to be on base enough here to want to continue facing this bet. Going to have a lot of things like, you know, the 10-9 of diamonds, the queen 10, the king 10.
I mean, my chat pro comment would be, Griffin, that of course if his other card is a queen, he's also ahead. It doesn't have to be the jack.
You are right. And quite a small raise. Very, very strange. Really curious to see what that other card is.
Well, the raise was to 12,000. Vu called that raise pretty quickly. The 5 of spades on the turn. And let's see what Vu does. He has checked to Zaffran, who was the last aggressor. And Zaffran has bet 18.5 into 34. And Vu decides to fold, top pair, weak kicker.
Show him a 4. Show him a 4.
Zaffran.
So you show me 6-5 and him Jack 10?
He had Jack 10, Griffin, he flopped it.
Just the nuts.
Also bluff.
And that's, honestly, that's a lot of information to give your table mates here. That you're open, limping the Jack 10 off, playing it fast. Yeah, so, you know, and that's part of Parker's live game I've noticed really is, you know, active with the talk. And he was fishing for information there and got it.
Nice one.
First hand of this session of play, and 4 eliminations during this level. We have dropped down from 366 to 362. And Tonka first to act here.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Passes. Daniel Wilson, a regular on the UK and Ireland circuit.
History bounty players, you are welcome to take your seats. Your tournament will start in less than 5 minutes. We are located on the right-hand side
Maxime Paris with Jack-8 of clubs. Has raised to 5.5. Rounds the blinds. Falfoul. Nine, 3 of hearts. Folds, and Byron Kavanagh will give up the big blind. And who is making all that noise? Because it's bloomin' annoying. Someone eating a bag of nuts?
It's me, okay? I did it. I was hungry. I didn't think you'd notice. Chip?
I know people get hungry, but eating at the poker table is the worst.
1 pass, 3 pass.
Oh, I think we have a culprit here. That guy was licking his teeth there.
Wilson! King Jack. Paris opening for the second hand in a row. This time it's 5,500 with Kojak.
This guy's kind of destined to win EPT Paris, right? With a name like this?
I mean, the headline writes itself.
Yes.
Falfoul with the bond. 7-5 of spades.
7 pass.
Got to play the bond in position. Dude. Dude.
Caverman playing pretty much 20 big blinds on the dot. I think going to feel very comfortable playing this as just a shove.
All in.
Flat all in.
Yeah, Kavanagh is one of the shortest stacks at this feature table, shoving for 51.5. And the fold. Kavanagh now hovering around the 25 big blind mark. Alexis Nikolai is the shortest stack at the table with 18 bigs. Average stack right now is 134,000.
Or 25K first.
With around 360 players remaining.
Yeah, well, while Parker Talbot might be the most household name on this table to the fans at home, Caverman's certainly the most accomplished with almost $20 million in earnings. $18,733,000 in earnings. So a regular of the EPT circuit, someone who has dipped his toes in the super high roller circuit as well.
Zafran sticking with his limping strategy, Griffin, and because this is under the gun, this is officially a Gibbons.
Mm-hmm.
Round to Falfoul in the cutoff. That's right, Hobo Joe. Kavanagh is a beast. Tonka calling out the small blind with Jack 10. And Daniel Wilson has pocket threes in the big blind. Checks his option. Three-way to the flop. Let's see if Zafran can flop a straight again. Actually impossible, but he'll take that. Top pair.
Ooh, and a nice free card here for the backdoor flush draw and the Broadway draw. Talbot picking up even more equity on the turn. No real reason to bet. Not going to get anything better to fold, so just try to get a cheap river. I would like to see a bet from Zafran here. Probably want to be betting this flop a lot of the time, simply because you shouldn't expect to see some check raises. You're going to get some value from the kings and the heart draws. Perhaps even Jack 10 would continue. But now that we're at the turn, you got to start getting some value. And of course, Parker, with outs galore, going to try to hit the river.
3,500 apiece as we go heads up to the river, which is the king of spades. And does Zafran try and get more value on the river? Nope, just checks it back. Very cautious play from Zafran, who is the table chip leader, it should be pointed out. Now has
You have ace.
10,
6.
330.
Damn, I got really excited for a second.
332,000, and that is good for a 133 big blind stack.
We both do, yeah.
And a strategy I think we're all curious to see how it works out going down the stretch here, because not one that normally sees a lot of success. But if you always make the best hand, it's hard to lose.
Good point, well made. Maxime Paris with ace deuce of hearts. Opens under the gun. 5,500. Queen 8 for the short stack, Alexis Nikolai. Round to Murad Felfoul, who has ace jack. Makes the call. Byron Cavman has folded. Looks like it's round to Tonka on the button. And Tonka is going to re-raise. That is a 3-bet to 23,000 with pocket queens.
Pretty nice spot to wake up with. A big hand here. This squeeze. And Paris needs to think about this, because if you do think your opponent's light here, sometimes you want to have the gear to mix in some, 4 bets to around 55,000. But, this table doesn't seem like the toughest that you might have out in the field. So I think you need to stay away from these guessing game spots against the likes of Parker Talbot. And that's exactly what Paris does.
What does foul fool do now?
I think he should foul fold, James.
That doesn't look like the face of a man who's folding.
Look harder.
I mean, he's out of position with not a super stellar hand. But I just had this instinct that he wants to play.
You come into my city?
Is he considering a 4-bet? Wow, Parker's just called time. Parker's called the clock.
Power move.
I mean, for a pre-flop decision, he has been taking his sweet time. But it wasn't that long. What,
nah, it's
90 seconds, maybe?
It's like a 45 minutes. Oh my God, did he say all in?
No.
Huh.
Not yet. But he tanked for like over a minute before. And then it was like...
Yeah, but then there's new action, my friend.
1 minute and a half is not enough.
They're going to give him another minute.
Maybe Parker just can't deal with the stress of the situation.
I'm not unsympathetic to Parker's position, to be honest. I know that these are big decisions, but at this stage of the tournament, pre-flop decisions, should they really be taking several minutes? You must have an idea when the guy's tanking with the ace-deuce what you're going to do if he folds and the action comes back to you. I kind of agree there. Okay, he's made the call. I told you he didn't want to fold.
You were right.
Well, this may have worked out really, really well for Tonka. Flops top set, and his opponent has caught a decent piece of this.
Yeah, and I think your opponent is almost always very much on base on this board. Hands like ace-jack, pocket nines, pocket tens, sometimes even pocket jacks that didn't want to just, you know, 4-bet and get in, you know, 60, 70 big blinds.
Makes a very, very small c-bet, 7,000 into a pot of 57,500. Now call clock on the guy. Oh, he's called already. Oh, wow. And now we get the 10 of spades on the turn to give us a sweat.
And I think if Talbot does find a check here, which he often will, Falfool has a great candidate for a very big river bet bluff. You have the ace of spades in your hand. You expect your opponent isn't going to have a king very often, checking back the turn. So this is all about whether Falfool has that gear, and, well, 100%. Oh, boy. And Talbot's sitting there with the third nuts, thinking maybe he's gotten there against the, you know, the king-jack, king-queen suited type hands that would have called pre.
Spade check coming. Falfool bets 18,000 on the river, and Tonka makes the call.
Look at his face.
Karma for calling the clock. Oh, come on. I actually don't think he was unjustified in calling the floor. As we drop down to 355 players in the EPT Paris main event, which means we're just over 100 players away from being on the bubble. 239 set to make the money. Share in the prize pool of 7.7 million euros. Tonka down to 100K, around 40 big blinds. Milos says you need to agree it's a jerkish move to call clock after 2 minutes. He probably wanted to appear weak and bait him into calling. Maybe so. I think context is important though, guys. He called clock because it was a pre-flop decision, not for a huge amount of chips. It's not like he'd moved all in on the guy and it was had to decide whether to call it off or it was a big river decision. It was a... I don't know, maybe I'm just too used to the shot clock and expect these guys to keep it going. Keep it going. Anyway, Tonka wins a small one there. So Griffin, have you ever baited someone into calling you pre-flop?
Yes. Oh my gosh, Shark Cage. Oh yeah.
Raise.
Raise 5,000.
Ace 7 of diamonds. Tonka's made it 5K. El Sabat on Twitch is 100% correct. Anyone can call the clock at any time, but what happened there is that the floor staff, having consulted the dealer about how long the player had, decreed that it was not necessary to put the player on a 30-second clock, agreed to give him an extra 60 seconds, felt that he should be given more thinking time.
Aces in the small blind here for Paris.
Yeah. Three bets to 19.5. Nikolai with king queen in the big folds. So action back on Tonka, who has let the ace-7 go. We're going to keep discourse friendly in the live chat, or the ban hammer will be wielded. As we check on the stacks of the players at this feature table, Zafran is the biggest stack, Nikolai at the shortest stack. It's hovering around the 15 big blind mark now. Queen 7. I think that was a raise from Paris, right? Yeah, he's made it 5.5.
Paris is the one that does raise. It's the other one that doesn't. Zafran.
Zafran.
Yeah.
So if a raise is raisy daisy, what is a limp? Limpy wimpy?
Yeah.
Well, a domination situation where the king 7's still good. Limpin' is pimpin'. Okay. Alexis Nikolai, amused. So Paris continued flop for 5,000. Having been called on the flop, might check back the turn, and does. River for free, which is the ace of spades. Barry Greenstein. And a river lead from Bernard Vu, who does have the best hand. 8K.
Yeah, really nice sizing too. You know, it's just keep it nice and small to try to maybe get a call for the chop. You can have things like Jack 10 on this board.
Down to 352 players now, 25 minutes into the level.
Now, I assume the geographical statistics are not out yet for this event, but I would be curious to know
I think they might be.
Oh, yeah. How many Frenchmen
Sure,
Nice to see some
I'll find that information for you.
Frenchmen and French women. Would love to see some French players on the final table here in Paris. Oh, I just saw something with a pie chart. No?
Yeah, let's get to it after this hand. We've got Paris with kings in the cutoff.
I mean, this hand seems boring, James. What could possibly happen? I mean, unless this guy gets a really big hand.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
That is a virtual all-in. Alexis Nicolai's left himself one blue chip behind, 5K behind, but other than that, he is pretty committed.
Oh, has turned it over before all the chips.
Okay, so Paris thought that Nicolai was all in, which is why he flipped his cards over. Nicolai then sticks the other 5K in, which I guess is a blind bet on the flop.
Or get sold off. He didn't go all in. He saved 5K chip.
Attention players, in the straight bounty will start in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You are and we draw for the bottom of the
The thing that's a little annoying is there's no reason why Nicolai should have done this, right? At this stage.
And he threw his chip in too.
He's not all in, the 5K goes back, and the hand will play out.
So the king, deuce.
That's what they always rule in the past.
Nicolai's gonna stick around with that 5,000. I mean, the king, deuce, six. What are the boards?
I am 90% certain this is not going to be ruled as an all-in.
I know, but I'm saying, let's talk about the boards that Nicolai is going to be able to fold on, right? There are
They
some.
both open their hand, they both have 5K behind, basically.
Correct.
Ace, deuce, deuce. Do you fold? Ace, deuce, deuce, no club. I want to know what some the chat thinks about this. What board do you fold with the 5K behind with the jack 8 on the flop?
Yeah.
Je parle pas anglais en fait.
Oh, we translate for you, for him.
KK2, someone says, very creative. KK3, oh. Oh, wow.
I mean, look, he's putting the other 5K in, don't get me wrong. We know that's happening post-flop.
You have 30 seconds for play.
But there are certain boards, though. Or are they binded action already, James?
No, they're basically saying that when he threw in the 5K, that's not a binding action.
That's what I mean. There's a board then. Ace, king, 9, 1 club. What does he do? I think he puts it in.
Donc là, je vais voir le flop et j'ai toujours 5000, c'est ça?
C'est ça.
Finally, we got there.
Oh, yeah, that's getting in there.
Right, check, bet, all in,
We spent
deal it
3
out.
minutes of our time explaining all that.
Okay, this is a great board for you, buddy. You can hit an 8, backdoor some clubs. Oh, my God. Thank you.
This was so unnecessary.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Club.
So Paris bet 5,000. Nicolai called all in, having paired his 8 on the flop, but he is drawing thin. No club on the turn. 2 outs. The river is a queen, and so Alexis Nicolai is eliminated. And it took probably about 5 minutes longer than it should have done, but the net result is the same.
First time I see it.
Well, in the 30
Make the
minutes,
rule because people try to
the
go all in
first
except for
30
one
minutes
chip
of this
or whatever all
level,
the time, you know? So just
we've had the
prevent
floor
people
called to
from
the
doing that
table
in the
twice.
You only have 30 seconds to make a decision once you do this.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Welcome to Paris.
People do it on the bubbles and stuff like that, you know.
Yes, that's right. Peasy says, back to your player demographics, Griffin. French players account for 30% of the field, and that is the single biggest percentage. Apparently, this we knew would be a very popular stop for Italian players. They make up 5%. German players, 5%. British players, 5%. Spain, 4%. Interestingly, the USA, just 3% of the field, and Canada is grouped in with the others.
Oh, wow.
No, Jose, Alexis cannot buy back in. Registration closed at the start of today. This is a single re-entry event. I don't know whether Alexis was in on his first or second bullet, but
James,
irrelevant now.
You kind of have to say no way, Jose, when the guy's name is Jose there, you know?
No, that's what you have to do.
I think it's in your range. I think you can throw out a no way, Jose there.
Or to quote Del Boy, no way, Pedro. But yeah, now when you're out, you're out. All that field ticker will do is go down from here on out. And when it gets down to 239 a bit later on today, we will be in the money.
And another limp from Zafran.
Not quite a Gibbons, under the gun +1. Byron Kaveman, 4-3 of hearts in the small.
Another example why we don't see this limping strategy used very often. This is a almost free sort of limp in here from Kaverman from the small, giving him a chance. A hand that would have otherwise been folded pre-flop to a raise, and has now made the best hand.
Drew Carver says, where is Tonka? His face was on the thumbnail. He's in this hand. I mean, I can't guarantee when you click on the video that it's going to be the first thing you see. There are other players at the table. Well, this has been checked on both streets so far. And we end up with a potential chop, Griffin.
A straighty board.
Tonka will bet 3.5 into 10. Gets a fold. And a call from Kaveman. This is a chop. And Griffin, you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Fair is fair.
Bad scores, Griffin. Apparently you were all over the place.
More like Perez, am I right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Daniel Wilson. Jack 8 in the bag. Did not defend.
Man, you made a flush. How'd you make a flush?
Push back door.
How'd you make a flush?
What you have?
A flush.
You?
It's me, a flush. King? Not a king, my friend, a queen. Just the queen.
Ace queen.
No.
No?
So playing 7-handed right now.
No, no, no.
No, you may guess again. I may tell you, but it was not ace queen.
Tonka raising with ace-4 suited, and we have ace-king for Daniel Wilson in the small blind.
Yeah, and hands like the ace-4 suited are going to be problematic at this stack depth. You will see high-stakes regs mix in some 4-bet shoves in this, 30 to 40 big blind range, because you're going to fold out all those hands that are just 3-bet bluffing, but then sometimes you get it in against hands like this or kings, and you still have 30%. So Talbot's going to have to, yeah, and does it right away, and is going to run right into it.
A great spot for Wilson. A domination situation in his favor. Tonka's going to be left with 6 bigs if ace-king holds here.
I'm due after losing this other hand, unfortunately.
I mean, if I'm getting in behind and winning free.
Yeah,
you see the percentages, 31%.
Right?
Yeah.
Does win often enough that, you like to shove here to balance out all the times they just fold, but sometimes you just, you got the ace-king and you got to get there.
Flop is queen, 7-6 with 2 spades. Tonka's got 12 outs. 12 cards for Wilson to fade. He's the at-risk player.
Felt like a 50-50 free, so that just confirms it.
Yeah, and look at the odds. 49-49 here.
A post-flop flip, but now Wilson becomes a 2-to-1 favorite. That said, 15 cards that Tonka can hit.
That's bad for Tonka because of the TMOS, the too many outs syndrome. Has he been diagnosed?
The river is the 9 of hearts. That is a brick. Ace-king holds. Wilson doubles up to nearly 200K, and Tonka's left with crumbs.
Yeah,
How much?
these players love to live and die by the sword of those suited wheel aces, the crunchy sourdough types. But sometimes you're going to run right into the brick wall and lose a very big pot.
A new player coming in. Grzegorz Kajija. The Polish player bringing 100K to the table, just shy of 40 big blinds. Roughly midway through the level and 344 players remaining.
All that camera on the new man just for that, the 3 deuce. Foul, you fool.
Jack 10 suited for Byron Kaufman. Raises to 5.5, gets a fold from Tonka.
Play now.
Daniel Wilson has the spraggy ace-7 offsuit.
You know, I do kind of want Wilson to just 3-bet here because someone in the chat said ace-4 versus the tightest player. You're getting typecast, Wilson. Write yourself out of this box. Yes, yes. Make it 16,500.
13K is what he's made it. Deuce is in the small blind for Zafran.
Gosh, I can't believe I let people raise here. Wish I could have limped. And that's a great price for Caverman here. He is 120% continuing, whether that's as a shove or a call. I think it's going to be wanting to lean call. Now, whoever said in the chat versus the tightest player. If Wilson is prepared to 3-bet the ace-7 off on the button, the spraggy from a Caverman hijack open certainly would have 3-bet the ace-7 versus Tonka and folded to the shove. And you can see why we do the things we do.
Well, Byron has flopped best here with second pair. Action has been checked to Wilson, the pre-flop aggressor. And he is continuing.
Yeah, not a very good board against the range that Caverman's going to have. Just calling pre, going to be all over this King 10 texture. But you want to continue your story here.
Calls the 8K. And we go to the turn, which is the 7 of clubs. So Wilson now with third pair.
And look at this stack to pot ratio here. Caverman with just under 39,000 with 48,000 out there. You know, a shove might fold out a 10, but because you've now hit that 7, picked up this showdown value, beat hands like ace-jack or ace-queen or jack-queen, you know, maybe something like ace-9 of diamonds, jack-9 of diamonds. And Caverman might sort of block value bet something small here to try to get calls sometimes from hands like ace-7 or similar showdown value because of the, you know, missed draws out there. But also might just check because perhaps doesn't want to value bet himself, not going to be left with much. But I think Caverman is going to and does check.
Caverman wins that one and chips up to around 35 big blinds. Daniel Wilson still an above average stack, which is shy of 70 big blinds. Stacks of all players on screen right now. Tonka hovering around 6 bigs. Griffin, Tonka very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And late registration still open in the first of our mini EPT Paris tournaments. The second will begin at 6:15 Central European time. That is a $5.50 buy-in, a single re-entry event. And again, as with all mini EPT Paris tournaments, satellite tickets added to the prize pool. And of course, when we get to the main event on Sunday, the mini-main event on Sunday, which you can play while watching the final table of this event, there will be a Monte Carlo package going to the winner. And trophies. Give out trophies for the series as well.
Trophies are the best.
I know you proudly display your trophies.
I do, yes, absolutely. Shamelessly.
Ace Jack versus Jack 5. And domination rotation. Kazisha with the best hand right now. Eight on the turn. Both players with the same straight draw. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, ensuring domination, restoration.
Flame and Barry.
Wilson wins another one. So, obviously right now we are covering the European Poker Tour, but I don't know whether you heard, Griffin, the Latin American Poker Tour comes back this year. The LAPT kicking off its new season in Rio de Janeiro, which was the home of the first ever LAPT event in 2008, running the first week of March. Now, that is the only stop that's been announced so far, but further events for the 2023 LAPT season will be announced soon. So keep an eye at PokerStarsLive.com. Don't forget, we are going to be in Dublin over Easter weekend, the longest running No Limit Hold'em tournament in Europe. PokerStars now an official sponsor alongside Paddy Power, the Irish Open main event taking place April 5th to 10th at the Royal Dublin Society. Griffin, you are a former Irish Open champion?
I am, yes.
In that case, we definitely need to have you as part of our broadcast team. That's assuming you're not going to go to Dublin and play it.
Maybe I'll do both, James.
Yes, we are planning a stream from the Irish Open. Details to follow.
Saffron just wants to see some flops. Wants to see some boards.
I would highlight that calling raises is more expensive than open limping.
Touché. That looks like more than 5,000. Never mind. My bad. I misread the situation.
Yeah. For those of you excited about the Irish Open, I would obviously like to highlight that you can qualify on Stars. Satellites are running now. As we go four-way to this flop.
Oh, Vu threw it in there with the 10-5. Ugh.
9-8-3, so top pair, top kicker for Paris.
And a lot of reason for Saffron to continue. I think this is going to be a two-horse race. Looks like 11,000.
$9,000 into 23.5.
Oh.
Queen of diamonds on the turn. Paris now a 3-1 favorite. Zafran does not fire again.
Yeah, you are going to fold out the 8x hands with a bet here on the turn, but the problem with firing on a card like this queen is, you know, it does complete, you know, the 10 jack, of course, all the queen x hands that are calling the flop, like queen 10, queen jack, you know, king queen of spades. So I don't mind the give up here from Zafran. Hope to get a free card from those 9 and 8x, but Paris is going to play it as a bet. Wants to protect that 9, not give the free card to a hand like this 10-7. And I think if Paris did get some action here, like a check raise, and wow, I'm very surprised to see Zafran call here.
Pretty quick call, 21,000 apiece.
What is your plan when you miss?
And he does miss.
Maybe your plan is to bet on a spade. I think, you know, this is the problem with calling bets in situations like this out of position. It's difficult to bluff. But, I mean, this would be a nice one. Just throw out a little 50 pack. What do you think, chat?
Well, David Lappin has joined us on YouTube. Says, hey guys, delighted to hear James is alive. Earlier today, I actually recorded an interview with David and Dara for the Chip Race podcast. And literally the moment we finished the interview, the internet cut.
Here it comes.
So David obviously concerned for my welfare, but no, it was just a technical issue. Unfortunately, it didn't happen during the interview. So you'll be able to hear that on the next episode of their show. Meanwhile, we have got Zafran betting 35K, and not an easy call for Paris to make, Griffin.
This is a really, really pretty bet because it doesn't look especially bluffy, and Zafran shouldn't really have many bluffs in his range here. 10-7 is kind of a hard hand to put your opponent on anyway. Would you really call your 10-7 suiteds?
Yeah.
Certainly 6-7 suited, maybe.
Yeah.
But would that check call the turn? 21,000? Probably not. So you're going to expect your opponent to have a lot of flushes here. And Zafran didn't even need to bet the 50,000+ that I suggested might be coming in. This 35 is doing the same trick. I would be so surprised to see a call here, and I'd be very impressed by Paris. But how do you find it? What is the bluff? Just this one.
Unlikely to see a call, but I would love to see it. But would not blame him for folding.
Wow.
Does make the call. A great call by Maxime Paris.
Pretty amazing.
And wins a huge pot. That's going to give him the chip lead at this feature table. More than 270K, more than 100 bigs. As Sasha Zafran drops down to 248K. Meanwhile, we have plenty of former EPT champions in the field, including Dimitar Danchev, who won the PCA in 2013. Hussein Ensan, the winner of EPT Prague 2015. And he's sharing a table with another EPT main event champ, Dmitry Ivanovic, who lifted the trophy in Dublin in 2016. Piotr Nijinsky was the champion in Barcelona in 2018. Roberto Romanello won his EPT title in Prague in 2010.
Don't just bet well, bet clever.
Davide Katai was the winner in EPT Berlin 2012. The Andrew Chen heads up.
Terrible hat.
Simon Brandstrom took down a huge Barcelona main event in 2019. Mike Watson was a winner in the Bahamas. Main event champ of PCA 2016.
Just a winner in general.
And last but by no means least, winner of the Monte Carlo Grand Final in 2015 and so much since, Adrian Mateos.
So dreamy.
So plenty of players who could become the third two-time live EPT champion.
If you're a true EPT Super fan, you can name the other two in the chat right now.
And for a bonus point, the two-time online main event champion.
Ooh. James giving out bonus points today.
Those
it is bubble day.
Those points have zero cash value. I mean, they are literally worthless. But you do earn my respect, and I think that has some value.
That is valuable. Ever since I earned that, my life has been better, I must say. It's been on an upward trajectory.
At what point did you think you'd earn?
Well, even just the illusion of it, even just the was very powerful.
That's right, Elka. Korin, Pabal, What If Got. Vicky Korin, Nikolai Pabal, and the Swedish player What If God, who won back-to-back EPT Online main events. So, we've got Zafran back to the limpin. Queen Jack offsuit, fell full in the small with Jack 8. And now Byron Kavman in the big blind with 6-5 of diamonds. He is going to check his option, and we're gonna see a flop. That flop is King 4-3, 1 diamond. So the open-ended straight draw for Kavman, who's checked the action to Zafran, who quickly checks behind. Zafran pairing his queen on the turn. Kavman leading the turn for 6,000.
Doesn't like to see that. You know, you're hoping that maybe your opponent has something like 9-8 suited with the limp, but with the call on the turn, it's going to be queens and other straight draws. Not a lot of aces, but you're really not supposed to have any aces either. So I would be surprised if we saw a bluff from Kavman here, even though he expects his opponent to have third pair a lot. It has filled the flush draw that, you know, Zafran maybe finds some bets on the flop with flush draws. So Kavman might be thinking about going for a big bluff. But again, Zafran just lost a very big pot. Might not be in the mood for folding.
Yeah.
A lot of different ways you have to consider this spot here. But Byron, you know, you don't make 18,700,000 by checking rivers where your opponent's range is capped, and it looks like a quick fold, and that's, you know, that's what Byron's gonna do. That's some nice stuff.
Not what I wanted to see.
So great observation by David Lappin. I drew attention to the fact that Griffin, who sat alongside me, is a former Irish Open winner. 2017, I believe it was, when
Sounds
Vincent
about right, yeah.
was also at the final table. The year before that, Dan Wilson, who's at our feature table, won the Irish Open.
Wow.
And Wilson has opened here with ace-10 under the gun. 9-7 suited for foul full. And I think Tonka's thinking. I don't think he's asleep.
Just 11,000 behind. Doing a little math there.
Yeah.
And has decided to call and try to flop some equity here with the 6-3 off. Everybody pray for Tonka. Gonna need to flop something here with just 7,000 behind.
Oh.
That's a 3!
However, there is an ace as well. Was Tonka planning a stop and go? Checks to Dan Wilson.
Yeah, on this board, no real reason to stop and go because, you know, you want your opponent to put in when they don't actually have it. So
Tell
with
me
that
it's
equity tank, yeah. The trap unsuccessful.
Yeah, Wilson bet 10,000. Tonka called all in, having paired his 3, but he is behind right now and needs a 6 or a 3 to survive.
Just give it to him. Back to 30,000. That's 12 big blinds. Come on.
Could still be good.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
10 on the turn takes away 2 of his outs. And now Tonka is dead to a 3. So 4 on the river. And Parker Talbot is eliminated. And that means we have 319 players remaining in the EPT Paris main event.
Nobody ever wants to see this guy get knocked out, but it's going to happen. It's poker.
C'est sa faute.
C'est grâce à moi. Pas quoi, c'est grâce.
Il jouait bien depuis tout à l'heure et lui, il a déglingué.
So we do have a seat open at the feature table.
J'ai flush max.
Shouldn't be too long before that seat is filled, and 25 minutes left on the clock until the next break. And during that break, you might not be shocked to hear that we will be changing the feature table. We did say at the start of the day it was our intention to change quite frequently, try and showcase as many of the players in the field as possible. Not going to reveal the full lineup at our new feature table, but one of the former EPT champs we saw recently out in the field is going to be coming to the main stage.
I see the list. I'm not supposed to see it, and I see it. Okay, I won't tell them.
That's the list of former champions. That's not the new feature table.
Oh. If you guys want to know what the champs are, I got them here.
So Zafran changing his strategy. No Gibbons this time. Did not limp under the gun. Raised to 5.5.
Like,
got
whoa,
folds.
That's pretty easy. Why haven't I been doing that all this time? Nobody told me I should be raising. Did you guys see that? I just had to. Everybody folded. You've been watching Poker Face, James.
If anyone knows how I can watch it in the UK, please tell me, because I've searched every outlet that I have access to.
It's great.
It's not available via Sky, so it's not on like Sky Atlantic or any other Sky channel I can find. It's not on Netflix, not on Amazon Prime, not on Disney Plus. Ace 6-5 is the flop. Torrent it like the old days. Do you steal food from the supermarkets?
Yes, and I'd do it again.
Also, have to be brutally honest, it's not like I'm super desperate to see it.
No?
I'll watch it when it's available, but it's not kind of...
It's great, though. Joe and I love it.
Okay. Got to finish Ginny and Georgia on Netflix first.
Oh, my God. My girlfriend and I got...
You went down that rabbit
we
hole?
went down the rabbit hole deep.
I've got one episode left on the second season. No spoilers.
No.
No spoilers.
Oh, gosh.
What are they going to do about Gil?
What are they going to do about Gil?
Jack 7 of diamonds.
Iceman. Gil.
And a defend from Paris with 8-5. So these two players going to the flop. And it is 10-7 deuce with 3 hearts. Ace on the turn.
Can't fault Wilson for checking this flop. You would hate to get check raised by whatever Paris has. But you are running the risk of all these overcards coming and making it even more difficult to win. But this is going to be fine. The heart didn't come. As long as Paris doesn't bet here. I said as long as Paris doesn't bet here.
He has bet. 10,500 into 14,500. And can Wilson find a hero call with a pair of 7s. Team Maciel asks, the main event just finished for today? No, it's happening right now, and that's why you're watching it. Thank you for your question. That's
Nice.
a fold. The bluff gets through. Griffin, I've just consulted the widget because we've got about 20 minutes left on this level. We've got around 310 players remaining. We know 239 are going to get paid. So the question is, are we going to have world-famous bubble coverage before the dinner break? We've got another level to play, level 14, and then there'll be a 75-minute dinner break. And the answer is, it's going to be really, really close. There is a very strong chance that we go to dinner very, very close to making the money.
Get widgetized. Dee-nee-noo-nee. Love me a good widget.
Maxime Paris continues to hold the chip lead at this table with 114 big blinds. Action here is on Bernard Vu, under the gun with ace-9 of hearts. Average by aggregation asks what field size are they playing to today. Sorry if asked and answered already, no need to apologize. They're not playing to a specific number. We are playing 5.5 levels, and this is the 3rd level of the day. So we know that we're going to play into the money and beyond. So you'll get the bubble, you'll get the post-bubble bust-out bonanza, and midway through level 16, 45 minutes into that level, we will cease play for the day, picking up with the second half of that level tomorrow, with the live stream starting once again at 12:30 p.m. Central European time.
Ooh, I like these 2 hands. Big suited hands. I find hands like King 10 suited, King 10 of diamonds, very romantic, James. You know, it's like they're trying to find their friends, their colorful friends. Try to find some diamonds.
Sacramento says, why half a level? That seems odd. Well, again, if you listened to our preview of EPT Paris on the Poker in the Ears podcast, we did allude to the fact that there are certain regulations and restrictions on working hours in France that we have to adhere to. So we can only play to a certain time, and that necessitates half an extra level today rather than a full level.
Is that the same Poker in the Ears episode that featured Nicholas Toom?
It is.
Oh, well, I mean, now you have no excuses not to watch it.
It was our PCA/PSPC recap plus our EPT Paris preview show. It's a twofer.
Oh, wow, clap back here from Shaq. I was working, commentary guy. I have responsibilities. Thank you for your answer. It's like he's skirting on the edge of getting a ban and then he thanks you. Was he being facetious?
While commuting to your work, viewer guy,
yeah.
Why don't you download and listen to the Poker in the Ears podcast?
For, yeah. Stop listening to your footy podcast when you can listen to Poker in the Ears.
Your what podcast?
Footy, yeah, football. Don't people call...
Oh, soccer.
Yeah. Nice.
So the action here, when check, bet, call on the flop.
Yeah, I don't know what Vu's plan is here. Maybe just thinking, oh, I got a couple back doors. Maybe it can hit an ace, but now you're sitting there in this 41K pot. You haven't improved. You haven't turned the heart. Your opponent has a you know, certainly going to have some king queens and king jacks and stuff like that sometimes. I guess I can see it, but not this time, Vu.
That is a fold. Circle for life. This is a question for James and/or Griffin. Do you know if they already had the Super High Roller in Paris and who won it? Yes, the Super High Roller, the 50K buy-in event concluded yesterday, and it was Chris Brewer who took it down for nearly €1 million.
I gotta say, the way you said James and/or Griffin, it made me think that like I was a character in Star Wars, like and/or Griffin. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, you just keep fooling yourself as we see Sar Wealth take the empty seat at the feature table. Ethan says, why don't you televise the high rollers? Well, Ethan, as we alluded to on the recent Poker in the Ears podcast, there are very strict working regulations here in France, necessitating a certain number of hours worked in a week, which made it impossible for us to do as much as we would have liked. Let us get to Monte Carlo, and you can have your super high roller coverage. So we've had the raise from Kaverman, flattered by Wilson. Kazija now with the Snowmen's num in the small blind. By the way, I'm calling time on the whole football versus soccer issue. It's boring, it's a dull debate. Tom, anyone who carries on that line, ban them. Ban them all.
Oh, and we're going to have a big all-in showdown here between Kozija, hope I'm saying that right, and Byron Kaverman with the ace-king suited. About 32 big blinds. Byron going to be happy to get this in.
Reshoves. Wilson will fold the deuces, and we are going to have a classic race at our feature table. A race that Kozija is going to need to win to survive.
Yeah, and I think both players has played this perfectly fine. You don't expect Wilson to be trapping with that flat very often, so you just got to hope Kaverman has something that he's willing to fold, like an ace-jack would be in the muck here. That ace-king suited way too strong, and look, you're still ahead. It's a great thing of the power of the pairs. Look at that, 60-40. Doesn't even have a diamond blocker, and it's 60-40. King in the door, but a lot of love out there. Just need a little more love.
Still has 9 outs. Still a 24% chance of survival.
Not today.
3 of spades is a brick. And we do have a KO. We do have an elimination.
Why you push all in? Have a flush on flop.
Why not? And a pair?
You save him. Have a flush. Flush queen.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear that, Vu. Sorry. I'm sorry. You don't say, why'd you have to go all in? I would have gotten in there with, made my flush and burned the guy with ace king. It's like, dude, I just busted. Give me a break.
Yeah, but he would have won the hand.
Oh, come on.
So earlier on,
Yikes. Yikes.
we took a look around the room at some of the former EPT champions in the field. Right now, we're watching these guys at the feature table, but during the next break, which is less than 10 minutes away, we are going to change feature table, and we're going to have not one, but two former champions. Because Mike Watson won the PCA main event in 2016. At that point in time, the PCA was part of the European Poker Tour, don't ask. So he's one former EPT
Can I guess the other one?
Roberto
Romanello.
Got the list in front of you, you dingus. Roberto Romanello, yes, EPT Prague champion from 2010. Orpin Kistakoglu, also at our new feature table, plus Leonardo Romeo, an Italian online qualifier. Zafran raising with a6.
And a bit of an unusual chair turn here. Why don't we see more chair turns? It looks kind of comfortable, and you're kind of hiding behind that thing. I want to try that. Really opening up my eyes, Zafran. Uh-oh. Very, very small 3-bet from the big blind here. A 3x out of position here would have been around 17,000. 5.5 to 11, yeah, 16.5. So 14,000. I mean, Zafran is getting a price good enough, and that's why we see him reaching over and putting in those chips.
Queen 7-5. I guess the best news for Zafran is he hasn't connected with this board in any meaningful way.
Yeah, all the reasons in the world to get away from this hand here.
Full has checked. Zafran checks behind. We get the 3 of diamonds on the turn. So a gut shot.
Yeah, it's something. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for a positive.
Good discipline there. Been losing some chips here and there. So sometimes, you know, when suddenly you've turned equity, maybe you think you need to continue, but good discipline there from Zafran.
Six minutes left on the clock, 301 players remaining from a total of 1,606 entries. I'm guessing that it will slow down during the next level with the bubble approaching, and that means we will probably reserve world-famous bubble coverage to the other side of the dinner break, but you never know. Reigns is raised here with 10-8 of strawberries. Round to Byron Cavman in the big blind. Five, four.
Got some chips now, maybe a little confidence. Suddenly playing well over 70 big blinds. Byron's had to play his big blind quite tight over the course of the day. A lot of weak hands, and now that's why we see gonna play an aggressive tone here. Probably quite a big 3-bet, I would say. Yeah, that looks like 23.5, 23,000.
And a fold from Paris.
Seeing how effective it was. Yeah, expect to see some more fun play from Byron Cavman, just finding these inflection points and punishing some of these, by all rights, seemingly quite good players, but this is a world-class top talent.
Yes.
And you're going to see sort of the edges that make the difference, I think, over the course of this. Well, only 3.5 minutes left, but it was nice to see that from him there.
New player coming to the feature table. This is Avaldas Aniulis, and unfortunately we're not going to get to see too much of this guy. I'm not saying he's going to go broke momentarily, just to highlight once again that during the break, at the end of this level, which is just a few minutes away, we will be changing feature table. We're going to have a couple of former main event champions, Roberto Romanello and Mike Watson. We're going to have Orpin Kisakoglu and a potential online qualifier, Leonardo Romeo from Italy. And yes, De Mikes, we will see the bubble today, possibly before dinner. Not sure what's on the menu for tonight, but the chicken on Sunday was supreme.
Was it?
Opening raise from Daniel Wilson, who's made it 6,500 under the gun. Paris's 3-bet to 16K. Sorry, opening raise was 5,500. 16K 3-bet. We've got King Queen, Ace Jack. We've got Byron Cavman in the small blind. Oh, he's folded. Sar Wolf in the big blind with Ace-3 of clubs.
Now, remind me, James, where do we know Wilf from? Was it Bahamas? We've seen Wilf on the feature before.
We've seen Wilf on the tour for more than a decade.
Fair enough. But recently there was something.
Yes. Certainly, Sar Wolf has made at least one EPT main event final table. I want to say it was in Barcelona.
Okay.
But again, better part of a decade ago. So it looks like we'll be able to squeeze in one more hand before the break. Thank you to StatTrick for highlighting that it was actually Barcelona 2011, more than a decade ago. He was 6th place finisher that year when Martin Schleich lifted the trophy.
StatTrick strikes again.
Zafran's back to the limp in. It's a Gibbons with Queen 8.
Just a very strange way to play this hand. Under the gun, Queen 8.
Sorry, I'm going to address you.
Well, looks like it's round to the big blind. And of course, Dan Wilson could see a free flop, but probably will want to raise here with queens.
Main event players in Venus. Your tournament is now over for 20 minutes. 20-minute break in the main event.
I mean, I would say this is a limp fold spot. I mean, it shouldn't have been a limp to start with. Let's just scratch that and say this should be a fold. But it looks like we're going to see a double Gibbons.
Oh, Zaffy. Sasha, no.
Double Gibbons executed with Queen 8 offsuit. Case Queen one time. No, but an 8, which might keep Zafran interested in this pot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't want to be too hard on the guy, but I can't say I like the way he's played it so far.
Yeah, and Wilson's feeling pretty nice about this flop. You got that backdoor spade as well. You expect your opponent limp calling is going to be all over this kind of texture. All those Jack X hands, you know, the 10-9 suiteds. And into 26-5, bets 12,000. I like the, you know, a bit chunkier sizing. You see a lot of down bets sometimes, but in a spot like this where you unblock the board, right? Your opponent's going to have those 8X and Jack X hands. And that looks like more than 12,000 to me.
Zafran has just raised to 26K.
See where you're at. It's a move. It's a vibe. It's a little outdated, but it's a move. And now the question becomes, is Wilson prepared to put in a third bet on this flop to get in, you know, the near 200,000 at 2,500 big blind? And you might just want to keep those bluffs in there because you don't necessarily even want the Queen 8 type hands to just be folded out here. You know, you'd think that if there are many more chips going in here, it's only going to be by hands that beat you oftentimes. So why not just play it a little cautious?
Okay, well, the ace of spades on the turn, so Wilson now has a spade draw to go with queens, which is the best hand, has 95% equity, has checked it to Zafran, who quickly checks behind. River for free, which is the king of clubs. Now, there is potential here for Zafran to bluff Wilson off the best hand.
Yeah, with a very rare kind of run out in the 2 overcards that could possibly come. Does shrink up the relative value of Wilson's hand.
Wilson checks.
Zafran certainly aware that he isn't really beating anything here. You know, pocket sevens wouldn't have bet called the flop. So it's hard to check here, even though you have a pair of, you have some form of showdown value. The last time you went for a bluff in a spot like this, you got called. Do you have it in you? And how big do you need to bet? And what are you going to get to fold? Now, your opponent did bet call a bet on the flop. Ace, king, ace, queen, those don't do that, right? Those hands are folded out. So your opponent should have something like 2 queens, something like maybe 2 tens.
Okay, well, we do get the river bet from Zafran. 78.5 in the middle. It's a bet of 46,000. Do we see a hero call from Daniel Wilson?
It's not an easy call to make. I mean, you know, if Zafran was kind of clicking around with an ace-X type hand, might find this bet on the river. Certainly King-Jack is deeply in his range here. You know, the small raise on the flop for kind of value / seeing where you are. The check back on the ace turn, the river of the king. You do block a lot of spade combos with that queen of spades. You'd think that a lot of spades would have bet the turn. You need to be able to sort of decode this puzzle and really take into account the kind of button clicky nature of Sasha Zaffron, because that's the only way you're gonna unlock this safe. Please fold, sir. Look at me. I wouldn't do you wrong. I think Wilson also could have considered turning this into a bluff with the Queen of Spades and shoving, but at this stage, I think it's clear that Wilson isn't deciding to consider that gear.
Zaffran's called the clock on Wilson. Pushing him to make a decision. 30-second countdown has started.
Would be sick if he folded and then showed him the Queen of Clubs. But that could also still be Queen 10 or Ace Queen, I guess. Come on, Wilson. Wilson! Put him in there, put him in there. Yes! The call. The
Makes the call as the counter hits 0. And Daniel Wilson wins the last hand of the level, the last hand of this session, as we prepare to change feature table during the break.
That's how you do it, baby.
That's going to leave Sasha Zaffran with 132K, a below average stack, around 44 big blinds. And that's at the new blind level, 1,500, 3,000, because blinds will be up when we come back inside of 20 minutes. And a reminder that the new feature table will have a couple of main event champions, Mike Watson and Roberto Romanello. These guys will go out into the field. They'll continue to play at one of the outer tables. New feature table when we come back. Another 90 minutes of poker to play, and we will get close to the bubble. We might even kick off world-famous bubble coverage before the 75-minute dinner break. So back in 80 minutes with more action from the Paris leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Romanello, Watson, Kisakoglu among the players at the new feature table. As Withers is having a lovely day with Ace-King, but just limps.
Excuse me, baby.
And Easton limps with aces. Leonard limps with Jack-10.
You guys, this is the grand final.
Atlani limps with 8-3.
All kinds of friends.
Tony G limps with Queen-9.
Greg's gonna attack us now. Never seen anything.
Greg Raymer.
Why, James?
0. I was just hoping.
They all think they're much better post-flop players.
Greg Raymer limps with 10-3. Valo limps with 9-deuce, and the graphics are getting smaller and smaller as we try to fit every player at this table on the screen. And Kafelnikov checks his option. It's a family pot. We've got 8-way action. And don't ask me who's got what.
I think I like 8-3 of clubs here. Although 9-deuce of clubs is...
Okay, so a couple people got top pair, 10-3, Jack-10. Ace is still in, 2 flush draws. Unbelievably, 8 people to a flop, and about 5 of them have something.
Don't forget the backdoor flush draw for Withers Easton.
Tony G frustratingly folds Queen Deuce.
Okay, so just to be clear, Easton bet for 200, Leonard raised to 400, Raymer has called, Valo has called, Easton has called, 4-way to the turn, deuce of spades.
Oh, please tell me the 10 tray of spades is what gets there.
So somehow Ace is still ahead despite letting 7 other opponents see a flop. 3 of them see a turn.
That's 500.
think it's Easton who's bet here. Yeah, 500, and Ken Leonard has called.
And Greg called.
Greg Raymer calls.
What's that all about?
This is scary.
Vallo calls as well. So still 4 players as we go to the river, which is the 6 of spades, which means Greg Raymer gets there.
Martin checks.
Skill game.
Hey, at least poker was always fun.
Okay, Easton's still betting, Leonard's still calling.
I just want to remind everyone, this is the grand final.
It's only a 10,000 euro buy-in as Greg Raymer moves all in for around 6K.
If this gets called by a worse hand, I'm working on a time machine.
Doesn't. The other 3 players fold, and Greg Raymer will add a decent percentage to his stack.
Even got up for that, huh, Greg?
Can't reach the chips.
Found the energy
I
there.
can't reach the chips from the chair. It's like this chair like tips forward because it's got the rounded edges. It's your button, right?
A raise on the button from Rob Hollink to 50,000 with Jack 8 suited, King 7 the hand from Brown and Schaefer.
Brandon's got a lot more chips than I was expecting him to have after that double up, or double through.
And Brandon calls.
Defends with King 7, and we have a King 9-5 flop.
Brandon checks.
Top pair for Schaefer. He's a 94% favorite here.
And Rob bets 70,000.
Hollink continues for 70K.
Yeah, continuing in similar vein, very, very high frequency continuation bets we see in all of these hands, really. Not too much for Schaefer to have to protect against.
20,000 more. 70,000.
He is just going to make the call on the flop.
We know he loves protecting.
Taking us to the turn, which is the 8 of clubs. Hollink now with 3rd pair.
Schaefer's got a gut shot to go with his top pair.
Oh, Hollink slow down now that he picks up some showdown value against Jack 10 or Queen Jack. Looks like he has chips in hand. Not really sure what a bet here is going to accomplish, but there it is.
Smell that grapefruit.
Calms me down. I don't know why only 70.
Maybe you should heat up is better. Maybe you should heat up instead of calming down.
Yeah, I need to calm down.
Sniffing citrus to calm down.
He really needs to have a meeting with his management team after that, if that's what they came up with. All right, Brandon, here's your thing. It's a grapefruit, and you smell it to calm yourself down. It'll be huge.
So Schaefer calls the 70K. It's a jack on the river. That's 2 pair for Rob Hollink.
Well, not slowing down on the turn might pay dividends. This pot is 410,000 in the middle.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Schaefer going to need to take a big old whiff of that grapefruit to see a river bet.
Hollink shoves on Schaefer.
Straight to it.
Oh, goodness.
Tell me your secrets, grapefruit.
This is for the title as Brandon Schaefer calls all in, and he is beaten. We are denied a 2-time winner. two of the final three players were former champs, but it's Rob Hollink who was victorious and takes the inaugural EPT Grand Final title and trophy in Monte Carlo.
Thank you.
So Jeffrey Hakim is going to open with a raise from the cutoff to 65,000 with Queen Jack suited. Wolianowski's got aces again.
760.
Well, he's on the button.
Call.
No one believes button 3 bets, but he's going to slow play and just call.
Andrews has mucked the small blind. Ace-9 suited for Joop van der Bijgaard in the big blind. Any chance he squeezes?
With the suited ace and the odds he's getting in the pot, he's probably going to call, but it wouldn't be a bad spot with Ben just calling on the button.
How much is this? 65. I call.
Maybe alarm bells are ringing that Ben didn't 3-bet. Didn't know he had a call button.
Maybe he just wants to see a flop.
And what a flop. Ace-9 deuce with 2 clubs. Top set for Wolianowski. Top 2 pair for van den Bijgaard. And the flush draw for Jeffrey Hakim. He had the pre-flop betting lead. It's been checked to him.
Disastrous flop for everybody but Wolianowski. A Hollywood poker writer couldn't have scripted this cooler any better. 93,000. Is there any reason for Wolianowski to do anything but just flat here?
1, 2, 3. 93. God, I'm so bad at this.
Considering he has the board completely crushed, I like a flat call. It conceals the strength of his hand and it allows for opponents to make mistakes.
193.
He is going to raise. He sticks 100,000 on top. So what does Joop do with top 2?
Pristine opportunity to re-raise. He is out of position. He can't just flat call. He has to raise the price of admission. Show's about to get expensive.
So he 3-bets to 530,000. He's stuck in about a third of his stack.
No, Hakim can't call it all off with the flush draw.
How much do you have behind?
When Wolianowski gets a count, he may well think that Joop van den Bijgaard has committed himself to this pot.
And for that reason, he may stick him all in to risk no clubs.
Come on.
He has shoved on van den Bijgaard.
He looks disgusted. I'd be happy.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Having committed a third of his chips, he's not meant to pass a hand this strong.
He has top 2 on a board where it's very difficult for any hand to have him beat. I would already be eliminated from the tournament by now.
I'm in the same boat. My chips would have gone across the line, the cards would have gone on their back, and I would have said NHGG.
Such a big hand, but I can't beat anything.
How do you put Wolianowski on a set here?
Joop is clearly thinking Ben does not have a bluff in his range.
Can have aces. Can have aces.
Does have aces.
That's so sick.
He put aces in his range.
Maybe it's because Wolianowski just called pre-flop that makes him think he does have aces.
The first time ever that I don't really know what to do and I don't have a good plan.
I do that to people.
I guess. I hate myself. You will show if I fall? Talking all the time, and now you're saying, don't say anything.
Interesting read.
Oh.
I'm just not going to answer that question.
No, I know.
Makes you feel better, though. I don't hate you.
I'm sorry?
I don't hate you. You said you hated yourself. I kind of like you.
I don't like myself.
has picked up on the fact that Ben has gone quiet. He's the chattiest man in poker, and suddenly he's gone as still as a statue. He's laid it down! I'm tempted to call that an amazing fold, or am I just being results-oriented? Van den Bygart should feel extremely proud. That is a spot where the majority of poker players would have gone broke.
Blind still 100,000, 200,000 with a 20k ante. Galen Hall on the button has posted the small blind and is first to speak. Looks down at 8-4 offsuit.
You can widen your range heads up and raise almost any 2 cards profitably from the button.
He's made it 450,000. Oliver has ace deuce in the big blind. He'll make the call.
Chris makes the call.
And we will see a flop. The flop is 3-5 deuce. It's an up and down straight draw for Hall. Oliver still leads with a pair of twos and a gut shot straight draw.
This is a good flop for Hall to continuation bet.
Oliver is checked to him. Hall makes a C bet of 575,000.
Oliver won't be going anywhere.
Makes the call. The turn is the 2 of hearts. Trip twos now for Oliver. Hall still has the straight draw. Oliver checks a second time.
He checks the best turn card in the deck so Hall can fire again.
But Hall checks behind.
Let's see the river card.
Hall makes a straight on the river, but Oliver has a full house.
The absolute worst card in the deck for Hall as he makes a wheel. How much money is he gonna lose is the real question.
Oliver sets the trap. He checks to him.
What a trap indeed. He's just praying his opponent has a 4, as he does.
Hall makes a value bet with his straight of 2 million.
That is a full pot size bet. Now it's gonna be back on Oliver. He is contemplating exactly how much he can check raise. Galen Hall has 9.5 million chips behind. There are 4 million chips in the pot.
Chris Oliver shoves on Galen Hall. He's trying to end it here.
As wild as Oliver is, it's still highly unlikely he ever shows up with the stone cold bluff. If Oliver was bluffing, he could have made a standard check raise rather than the all-in.
Can Galen Hall get away from this?
Only if he dismisses the idea of Oliver turning missed diamonds or a pair into a bluff and interprets this all-in overbet as a pure value bet to end it all.
Oliver praying for a call.
That is a large bet.
Large, it's twice the pot.
If Galen Hall calls here with his straight, the tournament is over and Chris Oliver has won the 2011 PCA.
Oliver's image is telling Hall to call, call, call.
But something in his gut is telling him it doesn't add up, it's not right. And he makes the laydown! Galen Hall gets away from the straight. That is an amazing fold.
Good fold, Galen.
Good fold.
Thanks, guys.
Galen Hall's friends have no idea how good a fold that was. Paul Office with Queen 8 here. He calls.
Ah, limps in, okay.
Dimov has 8-10 of hearts.
Yeah, just go ahead and touch the chips again with that hand.
He checks his option. A 9-7 deuce flop, so Dimov's up and down. Parfus ahead for now with Queen high. He bets 200k.
He seems kind of frustrated.
Quick call from Dimov. A 6 on the turn. That's the straight for Dimov.
Remember before I was saying Danny Parlafis is running good? Well, now he's running really, really bad.
Action goes check, check. Oh no, a 5 on the river. Parlafis now with the dummy end of the straight.
He is running worse than the family from Honey Boo Boo.
I'll take your word for it.
Bad. Really, really bad.
Wow. Look at this. Dimov makes a huge overbet.
There was 680,000 in the middle. He's bet 1.2 million.
I mean, Timov has literally the only hand that Parlofis is losing to. I do not see him folding here. If he folds here, actually, I will take my shirt off and run around the building.
Most of the time, they're going to be chopping.
How good can you run?
Around the building with my shirt off? Better than the family from Honey Boo Boo.
He's folded!
All right, well, James, if you can verify.
The shirt is coming off in honor of Danny Parlafis, who just made an incredible fold.
Welcome back to Paris at the PokerStars European Poker Tour. New feature table for the start of a new level. We have got two former main event champions on the main stage, Mike Watson and Roberto Romanello, plus Orpon Kisakoglu, easy for you to say, as we kick off the 1,500-3,000 blind level. 90 more minutes of poker to play before we take the dinner break this evening, and we are getting closer to making the money in this huge EPT Barcelona main event. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
So Nick, 1606, 1,606 total entries. That means a prize pool of 7.7 million. It means 239 players making the money. It means more than $1 million up top. And a min cash is not far off now. 297 remain, 239 make the money. And it's going to be really tight on whether we go hand for hand this side of the dinner break.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had such a huge turnout for our first ever EPT Paris, and very excited to see live poker alive and well.
So a couple of stats on that. The biggest EPT main event ever played outside of Barcelona. I think it's the 5th biggest of all time, and certainly the biggest debut EPT we've ever seen.
Yep, and that's what you'd expect too. French absolutely love their poker. They have a great presence at all EPTs that we put together. And Paris, obviously, a great location for those of the French persuasion.
That's right, we are in Paris. With a number of players this big, you think you're in Barcelona, but no, we are very much in the French capital, along with Obelix.
Yeah, honestly, that was probably my bad. We were talking about Barcelona just before we went live there, guys. Pocket jiggities. Sarfati opens up, UTG +2. Sevens are going to call, try and flop a set. Dealer button is going to call as well. King 10 suited, we're going multi-way if we see a few more calls or a few more folds here. No raises.
And right now it is Jean-David Sarfati who has the best hand with jacks. Roberto Romanello getting a decent price, does not have a brilliant hand, so folds the 10-5. And that means we are going to go 3-way to the flop. And that flop is ace, queen, 9. Straight draw for Niste. Sarfati still nearly a 2-to-1 favorite with jacks.
Yeah, definitely a difficult one to play though here, James. Sarfati obviously not going to love the ace, queen overcard flop. Niste has absolute position and has that gut shot, so he'll probably at least stick around if he's not actually just going to take this pot down right away on the flop with a bet. Yeah, pocket jacks playing it slow, goes for the check.
So checked to the player in position, Mihai Niste. who's bet 7,000.
Yep, as expected, he's going to semi-bluff here with his gut shot.
Gets a call from Sarfati, a fold from Kistakoglu. Heads up to the turn, which is the ace of diamonds pairing the board. Sarfati now near enough an 85% favorite.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to see that jack now, does he, James? Technically, probably a good card for Sarfati to see. Obviously, makes it a little bit less likely your opponent does have aces, or an ace, excuse me, in their hand. 2 checks, going to the river. The 8 of hearts changes nothing. Sarfati probably feeling a little bit more confident given the fact we didn't see another barrel on that turn.
And a bet of 17K from Sarfati. And Nishte folds. So quick update on the mini EPT Paris series. Event number 1 still running. That's the 220 deep stack. The 550 single re-entry is in late registration. It started 10 minutes ago, so still plenty of time to register for this. 863 runners so far. Make that 864. 10K guarantee. And of course, as with every single mini EPT Paris event, added value in the prize pool. EPT Monte Carlo satellite tickets. And that red spade, Nick, does that mean there is a Team Pro in the field?
That's usually what that means, yeah. If you go into search,
yeah,
and then you highlight pros.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, that's not worked, but it's supposed to. It's actually supposed to filter them out.
I'm just going to scroll down the list until I see a red spade.
Fair play. Aries Fatur says GJ is in there. So it's probably the old Jeej. Mike Watson's opened up his pot, guys. Queen Jack off. Nishte with ace-9 suited is going to pump it to 22,000. Pretty chunky 3-bet there.
Yes, it is GJ.
The Jeej. Georgina Reginald herself.
Georgina James Reginald.
Yes, thank you.
So, interesting spot for Roberto. And did we learn nothing from a 2-year global pandemic? Nishte has 3-bet with ace-9. Roberto now with ace-king in the small.
Might be a nice little cold 4-bet, James. There it is.
Roberto has fewer than 30 big blinds, decides to stick it in, gets presented with the red triangle of death.
So annoying when they wake up with it behind.
Question, is Nishte in any way priced in here?
I just think he's probably gonna not be winning often enough there, James. I think he's gonna be crushed pretty much every single time. Very rare that he would have a hand weaker than, or even flipping against that hand, I think, in that spot.
Yeah.
So I think you probably just don't have the equity, even though it is a decent price.
I'm sorry to report, GJ Shreve, that the mini EPT is not available on PokerStars Ontario. As we play on in level 14, we are at 1,500, 3,000 blinds right now. 293 players remaining. Action has been folded to Leonardo Romeo, who qualified for this event for around 200 euros. Romeo has 9s in the cutoff.
He's got a big stack there too, James. 93 bigs to start the hand, something like that, or in that region. Seven, 6 off on the button. Probably going to get away from this quite often.
Just want to quickly highlight a comment, or question rather, from Average Joe's Cards. Where do we get to see who's still in the tournament? Now, you've got live updates over at Poker News. You can see a full list of players via the PokerStars Live app. But a reminder, the stream is on a 30-minute game integrity delay, so you will be exposed to spoilers if you go to Poker News or if you go in the app. As we get a 5-4-3 flop. This is Thomas Rauhut from Germany, who's flopped 2 pair. And no reason for Romeo to think he doesn't have the best hand here with an overpair to the board.
Yeah, this is going to be a weird one. I think you probably always want to check raise this flop, though, James. Obviously, any deuce gives any ace a straight. There's still overcards to come that can cause you a lot of trouble. So I think most players are going to go ahead and check raise here. Does decide to call, though, interestingly. Let's see if the turn improves those nines.
12,000 each. Turn card is the ace of clubs. The board gets wheelier.
Yeah.
Rauhut still a big favorite.
Yeah, and actually, James, this is kind of a slowdown card, right? Because the big blind here is going to have plenty of random deuce X that makes a straight. So actually would have made more chips by check raising the flop, because this is a scare card that will slow down the action now.
Rauhut, or as I like to call him, the German Sam Grafton.
Never mind. I spoke too soon. We do see Romeo firing another bet here. And a call, obviously, with the 2 pair.
And the river card is an 8. Rauhut still with the best hand. And he's going to lead.
Wow, this was a very unconventionally played hand, but I'm not sure if he gets any more given that action. This seems very strong.
16.5 into 60.5.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of more of a blocker bet size, isn't it, James?
Not much. 10, 20, 30, 40, 55, 60 something.
Say not much, it's enough. And Romeo shouldn't get carried away here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got so much showdown here. I'd be surprised if he turned his hand into a bluff on the river. I suppose this bet isn't really screaming I have a straight, though, James. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like one of those spots. It feels like he's blocker betting, and maybe that's what Rauhut is picking up on. Sorry, Romeo's picking up on, excuse me. But we do see the fold after all.
And that will see Thomas Rauhut, the Deutsche Squid, add 29.5K to his stack. So a reminder, guys, that the mini EPT obviously not available everywhere. You will see it if you launch PokerStars. It has its own tab right next to the Sunday Million, Mini EPT Paris. If it ain't there, chances are it's not available in your particular territory. Certainly should be able to see it in the PokerStars EU client, also PokerStars UK. PokerStars France and Spain as well have their own series. And Roberto folding 10 deuce in the cutoff here. It's spreading. Chow Fei Wang winning that hand.
All right, hand number 91. Watson fold, Niste fold, Romeo fold.
So Roberto Romanello. Don't see that much of him on the poker circuit these days. Came to the Bahamas though. He's here in Paris. It's been just over 12 years since he won an EPT, lifting the trophy in Prague in December of 2010. And he is going to raise. Makes it 6,500.
Got a bit of a soft spot for King 9 suited. It's a nice one. Does he get any action at all though, James? Queen 3 off, very weak holding in the big blind, out of position against the hijack open. We are going to see a flop.
Open makes the call. Yeah, this is really unpleasant. 10, 10, 8.
Two checks. And on the turn, straight draw now for Romanello. Plus the king high, of course, which is going to be good at showdown quite often, if you can get there.
Philip Kelleher asks, is there ever going to be an EPT in Ireland? There have been numerous EPTs in Ireland, specifically in Dublin. Will you stop? EPT Dublin was on the tour for several seasons, most recently back in 2016. Wouldn't rule out Dublin as a future EPT location in the years to come.
So the Queen 3 is going to lead out with the gutter ball. We do see this quite often. I don't imagine Romanello is going anywhere, though. Makes the call. Oh, that's a very long straight, James.
That is a super straight for Roberto Romanello. It does give Orpin Kistakoglu top pair.
6-card straight.
And a reminder to Philip that there may not be an EPT in Dublin this year, but PokerStars, along with Paddy Power, is sponsoring the Irish Open, which will be taking place over Easter weekend. See you there, question mark?
I hope so.
Orpin is going to lead the river.
Yeah, there's 35K in the middle. About half pot on the river.
Roberto calls and wins the pot.
Yeah, nice little spot there. Wasn't really expecting the Queen 3 to lead there. I thought maybe if he was going to have more of a blocker bet kind of situation, but it manages to put in half pot and gets looked up by the straight, of course.
Down to 289 players now, so 50 off the money. Yeah, I'm going to say that we don't lose 50 players in the next 70 minutes. I think we are going to be reserving our world-famous bubble coverage for the evening session post-dinner break, which will kick off at the end of this level.
Mm-hmm.
Solon on Twitch asked, do these tournaments require some kind of qualification, or do you just need to pay the entrance fee? They are open. Anyone who can pay the 5K entrance fee is allowed to take part. You don't have to have a certain number of ranking points or a certain number of results. But when you say qualify, of course, you can win your seat via an online satellite or live satellite. So there will be many players in the field who didn't pay the full 5K buy-in.
Yep. can win your way there if you want. That's how many players choose to do it. Obviously, in certain circumstances, you can win a package, which includes your accommodation, which is always nice to be near the action. In a very busy hotel, hasn't it, James? So a little blind v blind action. M. Watson, the beast that is, the absolute crusher.
So the club draw for Kistakoglu. Straight draw for Mike Watson.
Even more straight draw? 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope, same straight draw. The time is now. Bet and a fold. Pretty straightforward stuff.
Open playing around $250,000, just over 80 big blinds. Average stack right now is 168,000. And a reminder of the prize money up top in this EPT Paris main event. Total prize pool of 7.7 million, a min cash worth 8,400. All the big money up top. 6-figure scores for the finalists, with a 7-figure score for the winner. 1.17 million going to the champion of the first ever European Poker Tour main event played in the French capital.
You absolutely love to see the million up top. Chat, what are you doing with a million? Wrong answers only. Go.
Wang opening here with tens.
Raise.
And a re-raise from Thomas Rauhut. 3-betting with the king-queen. Ace-5 suited for Orpin Kistakoglu.
Does he ever debate the cold 4-bet bluff here? It is sourdough. James? It's sourdough.
Yeah, but it's also facing a 3-bet.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Definitely not the usual setup that we see when people go crazy with it.
Never fold. If you're going to be a know-it-all, be right. The coughing is not coming from the commentary box, you dingus. It's coming from one of the players at the table. It's coming from multiple players at the table, actually.
You guys, we have mute buttons for that kind of thing. We treat you guys with respect. Don't be so silly. Good flop, 4 pocket tens. Now a 73% favorite on the flop. Yeah, it's always a bit tricky. I mean, it's a great flop for tens. I wonder if he has a check raise here ever. I think probably you're supposed to just flat a lot of the time because they are relatively deep here. These two are our shortest stacks, but we're still about 36 big blinds effective after all the chips have gone in, pre-flopping on the flop. Great turn for Rauhut, though. Now top pair, easy continue. Such a bummer for the pocket tens here. You feel like you're going to get exploited a lot. He's going to barrel this turn very aggressively, of course, but he has improved in a meaningful way. Makes the call on the turn. We're going to the river now. Jack of hearts, no help. Rahud probably wants to wave. Yeah, is just going to go ahead and check. He doesn't want to risk getting check raised by pocket fours, pocket sevens, pocket eights, maybe a hand like ace queen even, potentially. That might have flatted pre-flop. So gets 2 streets of value, and we'll check it on the river.
Great, we've got sniffing to go with the coughing. I mean, this is a Petri dish we're looking at right now. 284 players remaining. King 10 suited for Roberto Romanello.
That's a nice hand. Probably going to want to play that one, buddy.
Space Poke says, can we spice this up with some vomiting?
Wow.
No. No.
Wang with the king queen suited. The queen. He's going to play it aggressively. A little bit less than a 3x, 3 bets. Never Lucky in the chat says, hey Nick, missing your spin and go streams this week. That's all right, buddy. Back soon. We got a really long extended gap between Paris and our next event, so I'll be online a bunch more for all your spin and go needs.
Wang taking that one down with the king queen suited. Yeah, it's a table where you don't want to win chips because you don't know what's coming with them. Mike Watson, who I don't think we've seen play a hand yet, is officially the chip leader at the feature table, close to 100 big blinds. Wang is the shortest stack, but is not short stacked with 40 big blinds.
Yep, many people commenting that 40 big blinds is one of the toughest stack depths to play. It's very, very awkward for lots of hands. Let's see if they can navigate the 40 big blind effective streets. We got Wang in the mix again. Queen 10 of hearts going to go ahead and open this up for the absolute min.
Roberto Romanello defending his big blind with 9-7 offsuit. That's queen 8-3. Top pair for Wang.
Yeah, Romanello with pretty much nothing. Oh, love this size, guys. The one big blind bet feels good. Might actually be small enough to convince Romanello to continue with the backdoor diamond draw and the backdoor straight draw, but it's not really the best diamond draw, James. So it seems like it's probably one of those spots. Yeah, just let it go. When people have very small C-bets like that, you should be continuing with backdoor draws, but you want to make sure that you're going to be happy with those draws for the most part, and I don't think that's a particularly sexy one.
Hello to Art Rogue, who's joined us on YouTube. He says, hey now, announcers. Hey now, Art Rogue. "30 minutes into level 14. Blinds currently 1,500, 3,000 with a 3K big blind ante. Dinner break at the end of this level. And 9-8 suited for Orpin Kisisakoglu. A high roller regular is raising here to 6,500. Jacks for Mike Watson. I referenced the fact we haven't seen him play a hand on the main stage yet, Nick. I think he's going to play this one. Bold prediction alert.
Yeah, I think you're right. Playing it slow, though. Mike Watson does decide just to flat with jacks here. So Mike has about 92 bigs, 9-8 suited here, about 80. So we are quite deep still, at least between these two players.
And interestingly, Mihai Nishte has called as well with ace-7 suited. Round to the blinds, Roberto Romanello in the small, 9-3 off. And now Chao Fei Wang with 7-6 in the big. Calls as well, and we are going 4-way to the flop.
Yep, hard to play jacks 4 ways.
And it's ace, queen, 4, so that means ace-7 has taken the lead. Always an ace on the desk. Action checked around. Turn card. 6 of spades. Hasn't changed much. Orpin's drawing dead. Mike Watson needs a jack. Wang needs a 6. Another 6.
Yeah, that 7's no good for him.
With the action checked him on the button a second time, or rather in the cutoff, the effective button here. Nishte has bet 9,000. Oh, blimey, that's loud. At least we now know there's a break in the mystery bounty.
Yeah, thank God. Gotta love those mystery bounties. So there is a bet and a call on the turn. Gonna need to see a jack for Mike.
That's not a jack.
No, the running 6 though.
Oh,
yeah,
no, should have played that 7-6.
Should have played that 6, Mike.
Got to play the rush. Got to play the rush. Gets checked to showdown. And Mihai Nishte is going to win this one. And he's now taken the table chip lead from Mike Watson, close to 300,000 chips, close to 100 big blinds. Watson's still a very comfortable 90 big blinds. Down to 282 players. Oh, it's ticking down. Make that 276 players. Still 55 minutes on the level. Folded to Leonardo Romeo. Queen 3 in the cutoff. Folds. It's Roberto's button. King 7 off.
King 7 off might be good enough, James. Remember, there is that big blind ante in play. There's a lot of extra dead money out there if you can be aggressive in these positions. And I think King 7 is probably fine to go ahead and open when you're on the button here. And everyone's folded.
Ace, 5, 4, 2 hearts. King 7 still ahead. Well, if there's one thing we know about the German Sam Grafton, it's that he's got moves. Roberto Romanello has bet 4,500.
Yeah, I think you probably are supposed to continue with the gutter here. Issue is on ace-high boards, James, that obviously, even if your opponent doesn't have the ace, they're still going to continue barreling quite aggressively. So I think it's the kind of texture where a lot of players will be calling, hoping that they're going to have a chance to bluff, but they just find more aggression on later streets, and it's kind of difficult to find your moment when your opponents are playing really well, really aggressively. The 5 actually might be enough for him to slow down, though, because he might be concerned that he's betting into trip 5s or the like, or possibly the hearts as well without a heart blocker in his hand. So as expected, another barrel, here it comes. When you have gut shots and then it's like not a great board for your opponent's button range, obviously you're gonna see more slowdowns and you're gonna be able to bluff on later streets. And the fold, 2 barrels is enough.
Roberto adding 15.5 to his stack. Hovering around the 50 big blind mark. We're playing deeper than a 50 big blind average right now. 175,000 is the average stack. Action folded to Mike Watson, who opens under the gun +1 with 3s. 7K is the raise size. $8-7 for Roberto Romanello. Call from Thomas Rauhut in the small blind with ace-10. Sarfati has folded the big, so these two go heads up to the flop. Jack 4-3, so a set for Mike Watson. And I guess the good news for Rauhut is doesn't have much.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to flop a set. One of those very, very special moments in the game of Texas Hold'em. Mike Watson got to be loving this spot, hoping that he gets a little bit of action. Bets 4,000 into 20K.
Please.
5,000, excuse me.
Use the game's full name. Show it some respect, Nick. No Limit Hold'em.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry, chat. John Delano, tremendous flop. Very good, sir. Always a pleasure to have you here, John.
Nishte raising with ace-10.
Hello, Pocket Kings. Romanello in the hijack. Romanello here got about 51 bigs. He is the shorter of the two stacks. I think this is always a 3-bet, James, every single time, unless you think that there is a reason for an opponent's behind you to put in a squeeze of some sort, which I think at this stack depth probably doesn't happen quite as often. Everyone's still quite deep.
21,500, 5 plus, 6 plus, 7 plus.
Wow, quite a big 3-bet too. So the initial raise was to 6. 3-bet here was to 21,500. And that's going to be it for this hand.
Reaching the midway point of the level, and we've reached the 100th hand of the day to be dealt at the feature table. Nishte raising with the sailboats, pocket fours.
Romanello with the pocket sixes. Going to be about 80% pre-flop versus the pocket fours. But I imagine probably will want to play this one slow pre-flop. Does call.
5 plus, 6 plus, 7 plus, 8 plus.
Is this going to be heads up to the flop or three-way? Heads up is the answer as Mike Watson folds the big blind. Ace, 10, 9, 2 clubs. Sixes still dominate fours.
Yeah, we were talking about this spot earlier, James. Trying to figure out whether or not fours are supposed to turn their hand into a bluff on this texture. Obviously, you can get hands like sixes, sevens, eights to fold. 2 checks, though, so we're going to a turn.
3 of clubs. Now, both players have rubbish flush draws. Nishte's obviously more rubbish than Romanello's.
Yeah, it looks like Nishte is just basically not going to put any more in here. Although that club might keep him interested for one more street, James.
Check, check. 8 of spades on the river. Sixes hold. Check to showdown. And Roberto has done a decent job chipping up this level, now playing 60 bigs, now an above average stack. Mike Watson and Mihai Nishte tied for the chip lead at this table with around 90 bigs each. As we bring Mr. Joseph Stapleton back into the mix.
Hello, my babies.
275 players remaining, Joe, as we've advertised multiple times, 239 making the money. I think we might get close, but I think we're going to be looking at a post-dinner bubble. World-famous bubble coverage on the other side of the 75-minute dinner break.
That's more than one bubble if it's post-dinner. I've been hitting the baguettes pretty hard already.
4 plus, 5
Kept one next to my bed last night and just took bites off it every time I woke up, like a glass of water.
You're not joking, are you?
No. The carbs make me sleepy. I had a little jet lag. I figured the unhealthiness of eating the bread was a lesser evil than not sleeping all night.
That's fair.
Orpin, button.
I know it's a boring conversation topic, but I cannot quite articulate enough how much our lives have been dominated by jet lag for the last few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think Joe's got it the worst too. I mean, Bahamas was only a few hours behind.
Well, luckily I didn't have to recover from Bahamas for once.
Right.
I had the easy one there. Pretty good flop for the small blind.
Can we get some antiseptic wipes to the feature table?
And just send it down the pipes into our ears, just in case.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to have it continue every time, right, guys? If you're going to play Queen 4 suited, you got to have some C-bets. Jack 10 deuce seems reasonable.
Apparently, we don't have any wipes. Can we get a hose?
There's lots of hoes down at Moulin Rouge. H-O-S-E, excuse me, as in hosiery, not the other way. I better correct myself before I get axed.
All right, we do see the call, and it is a very nice turn for Mr. Watson.
Orpin Kisakoglu drawing dead on the turn.
Looks like he wants to fire another barrel, boys. 36K in the middle.
36 Kisakikoglu.
24,000. About 2/3, something like that.
Now, I don't know who Trey is confused about, whether it's Joe or Nick, but Trey wants to know if Jeff Gross is in the booth. I'm pretty sure that Trey is not confusing me with Jeff Gross. So now Nick can immediately think it's Joe, and Joe can think it's Nick, and then no one is unhappy.
I, for one, love Jeff Gross, and I welcome the comparison. Uh-oh. Is this going to be it for Orpin now that he's hit this 4?
Now he can just check it back.
Yeah, showdown now. You saw him choose violence earlier when he rivered that queen, though. Oh, he glanced. There was a glance. There was a glance, boys.
Are these stacks as big as they look at this stage? Okay, 60 and...
Yeah, I mean, Orpin's got a decent stack.
Yeah,
the effective stack being the 64 big blinds. Okay.
Yeah, does check it back. This pot going to Mike Watson. And so Watts is going to reclaim the #1 position at this table. More than 320K, more than 100 big blinds, with still 40 minutes to play on this level.
Thank you.
Little dealer change as we check in on Spraggy, who is all in. Waiting on the eldest of the 3 Moawads. 3 generations of Joseph Moawads. Unrelated.
Oh.
But 3 generations nonetheless. Spraggy gets called, looked up with queens. looked up by queens. That's BY, not BI. Anyway, 997. Looks like unless there's a spade on the turn, that's gonna be a chop pot. And you know what they say, Nick? Everyone loves a chop pot. Oh boy, it's just everywhere, huh?
Staying out of that room.
All right, new dealer. New dawn, new day, new life, and we're feeling good. Back on Orpin, pocket sixes. Folds around to Leonardo, who folds the good buddy hand.
What is it?
Ace 10.
No. Did he show?
No, he didn't. He didn't. He looked like the 10. He clicked it. I said Ace 10, like.
Look at that trophy. Beautiful PokerStars shard. You can see the reflection. Who's behind the camera, guys?
Our camera ops are too good for that. Wang folds under the gun. Rahout is Rahout. Looks like John Duthie is interested. Raises with 5-3 suited. Unorthodoxical. Orpin wants a little count here. A little eyeball.
Sarfati getting a little bit oh well here with the 5-3 of clubs.
Boredom is a hell of a drug.
Immediately punished by the Nueves.
Nine. Roberto in the big blind. Jack 8 offsuit. And I feel like there's a huge difference between Jack 8 and Jack 9.
Yeah, it feels very different.
If you're going to open 5-3 suited,
They switch us after this level.
why not
They're gonna decide.
call a re-raise with 5-3 suited? 2 clubs on the flop. 9's still a significant favorite, but 32% equity. And Sarfati's going to fire.
Yeah, what you gonna do? Flush draw, let's go.
Put this in your solver.
Way slower. From my experience. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know.
9's going absolutely nowhere.
Jay Johnson says, I prefer contra-traditional to unorthodoxical if I'm keeping it 100. I like contra-traditional. That sounds fun. Ace on the turn gives Sarfati more outs.
Yeah, you just keep betting here, Joe, excuse me. You just keep barreling. That ace is a nice scare card to put in some chips and obviously does give you additional outs going to the river.
Zep GG says it's a perfect situation for a 3-barrel bluff. And that second barrel, second bar.
Second barrel.
12,000.
Barrel.
And yeah, the scare card for those Nieners. Not a scary bet, however.
Yeah, I think it looks like he's queuing himself up for a triple here, Joe.
When I was in high school.
Giving himself a little bit of room to put in a bigger bet on the river. Does he get there? No. Combination draw failure. But does he still have the 3rd barrel?
And not a lot of massive hands you can rep on that run out. other than just having the best of it and going 3 streets with a hand like ace-king or...
But they let us bet.
I mean, if you're going to miss, this is how you got to win it.
And now the bet's 23,000. Again, not massive relative to the size of this pot. But pretty big relative to the size of Sarfati's stack.
Yes, they lose with Stoke.
They've been in that league for going back like years and years. So, but now they stop.
Scottish teams, for example.
Now they stop like the other Welsh teams going into them leagues. Just I think it's Swansea, Cardiff, Wrexham.
How's that like?
Just from back in the day.
Lets it go.
Nice.
That was part of the...
Yeah, they were just
very
in the higher
spicy.
leagues.
3 barrels, guys.
They just got to stay there. If they come, I think if they drop
triple
out,
barrel
market
bluff working
they
out
go
just
all the way
fine.
down, you know? Or something like this. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Sarfati. Hells of the air.
Any other Welsh club cannot?
There is there's a couple in there, Cardiff, Wrexham, and but if any, I'm not sure if nobody else can get in there now. I'm not sure with Newport.
Poker Nicky on Twitch says, Orpin can find incredible calls, but this was not meant to be.
We was in the Premiership for like 6-7 years, and then we dropped out 2 years ago.
Hand number 104. Mr. Watson has 6-7 suited. Going to go ahead and open up from the hijack here.
Nista, year of Romania.
He's going to call. So Watson was the hijack. Nista in the cutoff. Seems good so far. Romanella small blind, queen 5 off. Probably just gives this one a miss most of the time. Two folds. All right, we're going heads up, Joe.
Sì. Napoletano.
Oh boy.
Tu parli italiano?
4, 5, 5, an up and down straight flush draw for Watson.
Street flash potential.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I think we saw a straight flush in the Bahamas, didn't we?
I think so, yeah.
I forgot. It's English only.
I mean, this is the sort of flop you dream of when you raise 7-6 of diamonds.
It really is.
You're like, I can flop a open-ended straight flush draw.
21,500.
My family from down.
What's he going to bet, guys?
Like, no, not from
13?
Campos, but like further down.
13K it is.
30-40 minutes. Morcone, you ever heard of this? No. No? Morcone. Small. Paese, huh? Yeah. And
what do you do here, Nick, with your ace-10? I feel like a lot of the time you're going to be up against... Like your ace high is not going to be good that often here, it feels like to me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The fact that it's Mike Watson playing from the hijack, I think you probably are supposed to be calling here because he will have a slightly wider range than most, I imagine.
Okay.
Especially given how many chips he has. Complete brick on the turn. It is hard to play well, though, Joe. I agree. It's tricky. And, I mean, I can say all that stuff about having Mike Watson having a slightly wider range here and all that stuff, but then also he's Mike Watson and he's going to barrel you really aggressively in these situations and probably get you to fold the best hand a lot of the time too.
Right, we can see that obviously his range is wide with the 7 high raise pre-flop, but I feel like Mike Watson's going to have all kinds of pairs when he raises from the hijack. He's going to have some better aces. He's going to have plenty of kings that just connected with the turn here.
Sure.
I agree with you that probably once you've called pre-flop with ace-10, you should probably see one more card, but it's pretty tough to keep going.
Yeah.
When Mike fires again.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna fire again here, of course. 47,500 was the pot.
And 20K now.
Yeah, chunky bet, baby.
The continuation, semi, double barrel. What if Mike was like, I know, that's what I said.
Wow, looks like he's really thinking about it, guys. And puts it in the muck. You can understand where he's coming from there, guys. It was a very sizable turn bet. Mike's like, I don't even want to see if it's going to come or not. I'm just going to put in a bunch of chips and feel good about it.
Absolutely. Got Maria Ho in chat on YouTube, at least.
Hey, Maria.
Maria will be on comms later on today. Action folds around to Leonardo Romeo. Ace Queen. And an ace queen for Roberto Romanello as well. Oh. And it's a re-raise from Roberto. 26-5. Roberto with the effective stack. Probably too deep for there to be more bets going in pre-flop.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time we just see a call here, Joe. These guys are definitely capable of 3-bet bluffing, so ace queen's going to be the best hand a lot of the time. Many of the combinations that you might 3-bet bluff here as well might be hands that you dominate too, so it's that added benefit of calling here. Yeah, it does make the call.
G Game Face says Romeo and Romanello, both with ace queen. Beautiful story. Ten deuce deuce.
Yeah, this is where it gets tricky, right, Joe? You know you're probably supposed to defend pre, but you're going to face a lot of aggression, and even if he does have the same hand as you, you're still going to be the one under pressure in many cases, having to call here. I think 10 deuce deuce is a board that you should probably be check calling with a lot on the flop.
Plus, I mean, you're blocking ace queen, so how do you put someone on ace queen? You're blocking it multiple ways.
Sure, I mean it's less to do with that specifically, and more just kind of like you want to be, you just know you're gonna have the best hand here a lot, right? So you can't be giving up on such a dry texture. There you go, as expected. We're going to a turn now.
And that turn is the jack of spades.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I think Romeo here probably always putting in a C bet, but I wonder if he slows down on the turn now, just because he does have considerable showdown at this stage. An opportunity to improve. Any ace, any queen, any king will very likely give him the best hand here, unless he's very unlucky on this flop versus pocket tens, pocket deuces, that kind of thing. But thus far, we've seen him be quite aggressive in these situations, so this is really going to change a lot. If he does decide to go for it again, we may not make it to a chop if he puts in another bet. How much, sir? 93,500 was in there. 41,500, so half pot, but really chunky, Joe.
I mean, this is getting pretty serious. I think if we see a call here, I think we're very likely to see a check on the river if we don't see something that would make someone more confident in a value bet. But this could work. I'd have a hard time stationing ace-queen here knowing there's one more street. This is a quarter of Romeo's stack. The fifth.
Wow, makes the call. This is a big pot now, guys.
$176. 60 big blind pot so far. And there's that brick on the river.
Does it just go check now?
I feel like it goes check here a lot, but wouldn't be the first time I've been wrong. Wouldn't be the first time I've been wrong this hand. It does go check. Ace queen chops it up with ace queen, and you know what they say, Nick? Everyone loves a chop pot. All right, that dude coughed right as we were starting, and I'm not sure if it threw us off or not, but that was very unlucky.
It was quite loud in my ears.
That was very unlucky. Unbelievable how unlucky that was.
Stubborn call.
For sure. I'm guessing everyone is happy.
Not really.
Steeps is having his moment right now. It's the highlight of his entire day.
All right. Not just me.
He just calls you out like that. He's going to dog you like that, Joe.
Look, my real highlight of my day is...
At least you chopped the pot.
The earlier one.
Putting Joe Steeps on blast live on the EPT Poker Tour.
Might be the world record breaker. TV table. Couple hours without winning the pot.
Very close.
New record. Are you the same player that we were playing with a few hours, yeah?
Yes.
You are, yeah? You still on tel?
No.
I don't believe it.
Hello, Ace Queen. We've seen this before.
Nista.
You said you're crazy.
This has got 84 bigs. The effective stack here, though, is 54 with Orpin.
Yeah.
I played sensible.
Coglu.
And Nista with the wherewithal to 3-bet the under the gun open. Gambini 101 says, FYI, the name Kissa Jikolu, later C pronounced as J, and the letter G is silent. Also, his first name is Orpen, as in pen. Hey, the correct pronunciation of ya band is ya band.
Ya band.
Thank you for your comment. Kisa Jikolu.
All right, gang. 20 minutes left before the next break, which I believe is a dinner break, Joe.
Ooh.
I might be wrong. Pretty sure, though. Yeah, level 14 is the dinner break. Little wide shot for you there, guys. It's live from the Hyatt Regency Étoile.
And we're probably not going to hit anywhere near the bubble before that with just 20 minutes left to go.
Yeah, I think James had it right. Probably going to see that world famous bubble coverage coming after our dinner break. And we'll return to our feature table here, guys. How pretty is that set? You guys are doing such a good job. Thank you, crew. Folding round.
How much? 21.
See chips in front of, looks like a 3-bet here from Wang. Yes, indeed. Ooh, 3-betting Queen Jack off. Some unknown quantities at this table from what I can tell. I like it.
Yeah, they seem like really strong adjustments, though. I'm really appreciating everyone's play. Seems like a lot of experienced players so far. A couple people going a little bit off-piste, which is always fun to see. Looks like we have a call. What do you guys think? Pocket tens? I feel like pocket tens are probably decently likely, but there is a queen on the flop. Maybe a hand like king 10 of hearts, queen 10. Queen 10 of hearts can't be in there, of course, because Wang's got the queen of hearts. So what do we think? Probably pocket tens then.
Either way, not doing great on this flop.
Yeah. Could be ace 10 of hearts, I suppose.
How lucky is this that you 3-bet Queen Jack and hit top pair?
Feels good, man. I like the size too, Joe.
Yep. Let's say there's another 10 ball under there. Do you ever just fold this?
You're probably just going to get exploded too often if you're folding 10s here, right? With one overcard.
Well, if it is 10s, it ain't getting exploited.
Does make the call.
Taking it to the turn. It's a 4.
4 of clubs, no change. You either got it or you don't. Interesting spot here. I feel like the check has, you know, apart from maybe doing a bit of pot control, you actually kind of start to look weaker again, Joe, so you might actually get called by pocket tens if you put in a barrel in the river. King of hearts on the riv, though. So, again, Romeo probably getting closer and closer to an ace 10 or pocket tens here, even though we can't see the other card just by process of elimination. Like, I don't think he defends king 10 off to a 3-bet here, Joe. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it has to be one of the suited combos or pocket tens.
I don't feel comfortable guessing at any of the hands after I just watched 5-3 suited. Romeo, is he doing that thing where he takes a long time to make his decision here so he doesn't get bet into? Yeah, he doesn't want to face a river bet.
And it was pocket tens after all.
And I guess if you just have to call flop and then you get to showdown with it, calling pocket tens makes a lot of sense. Well, get the sad music going. We don't have any details. We just have a burn mark on the way out of here. Spraggy hightailing it for the exit. Well, he hasn't turned a table over.
It's for fortune.
But if he's stopping to tell a bad beat story, it must have been real bad.
When are we going to get Spraggy in the booth?
Well, now that he's been eliminated, it makes it a lot more likely.
Right. Got 14 minutes to our dinner break, guys. Still plenty of time for some pokers. 259 players remain. The blinds are still 1.5 and 3K with a 3K big blind ante.
Sarfati with a real hand this time. King 10 suited. Pengu asks, how many get paid? All the players who make the money. Thank you for your question. Mike Watson going to defend 10-9 off. Did I catch a niner in there? 5, 7, 5, 2 hearts. 2 overs and a heart draw for Sarfati. Tends to flop pretty good from what I've seen. And wins it pretty quickly.
Yep, a bet and a take it, no problem at all. I think it's definitely one of those situations you don't mind getting some action, right, Joe? 2 overcards and the hearts feels good.
I used to not mind getting action there when I would occasionally make the flush or hit one of the overcards, but
it just doesn't happen anymore.
It doesn't happen anymore. I'm very happy to take it down on the flop every single time now.
Yeah. Combo draws haven't been particularly kind to me recently either.
Circle for Life says, are there any EPT winners still in the tourney now? Yes. Thank you for your question. Action over to Orpen. Did I get it right this time? Orpen.
Orpen.
Makes it 7K with Jack 8.
I dig it. I dig it. Got about 49 big blinds here after he puts in his min raise, or just above a min raise with the 7K. Mr. Watson.
Ooh, hey, Mikey, you gotta be a sneak.
Yeah, playing it slow here in the small blinds. Nishte has a reasonable squeezing hand. I mean, he's definitely gonna at least call, right? If not squeeze.
I like a call.
Yeah, makes the call. And we're going to a flop.
Ten to 5 tray, 2 spades. Top pair, top kicker for Watson. Check, check. Check. 3 checks and a king on the turn. Doesn't improve anyone. Does give Orpen an 8-high flush draw. And it goes check, check over to Orpen a 3rd time in position. And Orpin gets there on the river. Lock it up. Assuming it gets the showdown, and it looks like it will. Nista with a tiny little bit of showdown value. And Orpin is going to unenthusiastically check behind, but will likely be happy to rake this pot.
Yep, nice little pickup, not too much drama.
As much as we like Orpin and Mike the Mad Dog and Leonardo Romeo and John David Serfati, we're gonna have a new feature table after the dinner break. That feature table includes Pavlos Xanthopoulos, Christophe Pommier, Masato Yokosawa. He was a guest on the Poker in the Ears podcast after winning Personality of the Year last year at the Global Poker Awards. Niels Pudell, German pro, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
One of the best in the world. Buenos dias, Adrian. Adrian Mateos coming to the feature table, along with David Vidral, Sammy Bichahed, and Mitchell Heinem, who is an online qualifier.
Raise.
Sounds like a good table, Joe. There's no shortage of talent here in Paris.
And we're going to see some of that talent involved in this hand. Rahut opening ace-9 suited, jack-9 suited for Serfati. Orpin. Well, if you're going to pronounce it, Kisajaglu. Jalu? Kisajalu? I forget. What did that person say before I banned them?
Oh, I forgot.
Anyway, that could be his hand, the KJ.
Play like 150 total?
170.
Okay, thank you.
And Nista now having to think here with King Queen in the small blind. Kisa Jikalu.
So you kindly ask one player at each table to start by the 500s. Thank you very much.
I don't know how out of position you can really be having a think here with King Queen offsuit, but it looks like Nista is gonna put some chips in the middle. 3 bets to 26,000, and that is a 4-bet. $56.5. That gets rid of everyone but Orpin, and Orpin crushed here.
Wow. So hard for him to continue at this point. It's just such a well-timed squeeze. Doing it with the best hand, too, always feels good. He saw all that dead money out there, and he just went, nah. No, 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 no. I'm having this money. Thank you very much. Nice play there. Very cool 4-bet from the King Queen off.
Yeah, just well timed. Pick up a lot of chips pre-flop. Now, we don't know exactly what happened to Spraggy, but we do know that he is hashtag not still in. And those are his chips. Sitting in front of Rostislav Sabashenko, who seems to have a lot of them.
mountains of chips there.
I wonder if his face is all red from getting embarrassingly lucky against Spraggy. Who may or may not have been bad beat.
Pocket queens for Wang. Okay. Kissa Jikalu. That's a bit of a weird one here. Definitely wants to play the ace-jack here. Looks like he is going to put out a 3-bet, though. No, never mind. Makes the call, excuse me. Look like more chips than that. They stay now on the dealer button with KJ off. He's going to call as well.
And now the blinds have an opportunity for a little squeezy. Unfortunately, the under the gun raise from Wang is legit. Okay, Romeo manages to avoid certain doom pre-flop.
Had a lot of multi-way pots, right, Joe?
You just flick it in here with 3 deuce.
I guess
feel
so.
like, I mean, it's
weird. I don't know, man. There's so many.
like such a waste.
There's
Okay.
so many dangerous spots there
Yeah.
that you get into trouble with there, and you just go, why did I even bother?
Like, how hard did you have to hit the flop?
You got to really hit it hard.
And here we go, 4 ways. Ace right in the window. Another one behind it. That's trip aces for Orpin. Out flops the 10s, out flops the queens.
You're absolutely hating this if you're queens, right?
Do you hate it when there's 2 of them, or are you in big trouble?
Just think when you go this many ways to the flop, you're going to be up against an ace a lot of the time. So 30K in the middle. And Orpin bets just 3,000, just the 1 big blind on the flop. Very, very interesting line here. I would be very surprised if he doesn't get action for 3K.
You got to. You can still bowed up. 3K, what is that? That's 12x your money?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The bet is so small that it even just is inviting to just try and make a boat. You know, like even if you think that he's always got the ace.
Six on the turn. Gives Orpin even more of the equity in this hand. And it checks over to Orpin a second time. All right, this time bet 500. Not 500,000, 500. 1/6 of a big blind. We got a 10, 30,000 now. So that's what we call sizing up, right, Nick?
Yes, indeed. Small on the flop, big on the turn.
And let's see, Romero's got 192,000 behind. Look, you got your good price to try to hit a boat on the turn. You missed.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's really hard for him not to just have an ace here a lot.
And don't forget, you've got Wang still to act behind. Wang was the under-the-gun raiser.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really going to have an 8 or a 6 here too often, and he's also probably not bad enough to want to be betting that twice into 2 opponents,
Right.
thinking that he was still good or for something like that. He is still going to get action from the 10s, though, for that really chunky size. And the queens managed to just get away. He knows what's up at this point.
One of those two hands is beating him.
Yeah, Romeo is in trouble here. Oh man, so hard to know how to size this because you're just trying to figure out what your opponent's going to have to pay you off here and how much you can get from it.
Main event players and dealers. Upon completion of this hand, your tournament will be on dinner break for 75 minutes. 75 minutes upon completion of this hand. And once again, during this break, we are going to raise off the 500 value chips. Bon appetit.
And Orpin announces all in, goes for the most polarizing sizing of all.
How much?
Romeo with the big sigh. Thinks he's got a tough decision here. And I'm sure in his mind it is very obvious to all of us. Sometimes.
Eights. Yeah, quads.
Eights or quads? Okay, well. Oh, quad eights. Interesting. Quite a read, but does get away from it.
Last hand. Might as well show.
Shows
And
the jack.
eight jack.
Yeah.
Jack the diamond. No. Oh, it's...
Well, that's going to be the last hand of the level. The good news is halfway through dinner, he'll be able to watch it himself.
Yeah, perfect timing on dinner break. You can see the action.
New featured table once again when we get back from dinner. Masato Yokosawa, Japanese influencer, all-around fun dude to watch at the table. Niels Pudel, who we've seen plenty of on tour. Adrian Mateos also coming to the featured table after break. This table headed back out into the field with Mike Watson chip leading, Orpin in third, Romanello still alive and well, former EPT champ. But for now, we're gonna take a dinner break. 70 minutes, but enjoy some key hands from today, and we will be back in just over an hour from EPT Paris.
Aces for old Nazar.
Can you see it? Can you see it? Can we cut to the flex cam?
Should we just tell him that there is a flex cam and make him think that he's on TV?
It's for the fans. Sam with a hand. That's going to be hard for him to get away from.
We're back for another edition of AASMR. Grafton with King Queen of Spades here might be in some trouble if he plays this as a re-raise. Javier staring him down, hoping to get some action here. But it is going to be played just as a call.
Those of you looking
Why
for
look
the...
suspicious to me? He's the one trying to steal the blinds. I've got the real hand here. Don't look at me.
Strike that, reverse it, Sam. Those of you looking for the Mini EPT Paris series, by the way, it has its own tab in the PokerStars lobby, but bear in mind it's not available everywhere in the world. As we see Sam and João Vieira go to the flop, which is king high.
Oh boy. Can really get yourself into some trouble here. But again, there's always so much to learn from watching Sam Grafton, right? Because Sam's going to know he's going to be up against aces sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, you know, Grafton just so high up in his range here. And is going to play this almost like a trap. You know, obviously not going to be prepared to get a crazy amount of chips in with 3 clubs on the board, but, you know, if you just think your opponent's going to have something like ace-10 and be willing to check fold this king 8-4, sometimes you want to let your opponent catch up and hit a 10. Now, of course, we can see João Vieira does have the 2 aces that may have actually been playing as a check raise on this flop and would have given Sam Grafton a world of trouble. But by playing it this way, you're now pot controlling against a few hands you are behind against and inducing some bluffs.
So, chunky bet on the turn from Vieira.
And Sam's very happy about this situation. You know, not going to be thrilled facing a big river bet, but I don't think is going to be folding very often unless river is, oh, no, yeah, this is.
So how much does he lose on the river?
Zero.
Whatever João bets is what Grafton loses.
I guess that was the question, really, is how much does João Vieira bet?
Yeah.
You don't think there's any amount that Sam sniffs this out and just makes the hero fold with top pair for 18,000?
Snap called. Not a snap call. I mean, Sam is wise to the fact that maybe he doesn't think João is going to take this as a bluff line that much. But you're still beating some value. You're beating the king jacks and the king tens that would play this as a check and then bet. Certainly João going to play some flush draws. And wow, so yeah, Sam's really done the work and knows that this is highly suspicious. I would be really surprised if we see a fold from Sam Grafton.
In very simple terms, do you just have to look at this in the long term? How often is João? So you're saying that you're beating some of his value bets here? It feels like not that many.
A few, not that many.
Sorry,
no.
guys. No problem. No. Take your time.
And so really what you're focused on is like, you know, how often is João running a bluff of this nature of like 3/4 pot?
Wow, he might really fold.
That would be impressive.
On the turn, 3/4 pot on the river.
Yeah, the sizing is a suspicious thing, right? It looks like strong value. I mean, it would be really remarkable. No, it's a bit too strong. He knows it. Not that he hates it because his instincts are right there. He has that gut feeling, but when you've done all this work and you're so high up in your range, you kind of need to take your medicine.
Wait, you have to do work and take medicine?
Yeah, it's the whole thing. Why do you think I'm in the booth?
João Vieira is officially the table chip leader and the only player at this feature table who has an above average stack, 110,000. Actually 113,000. Average stack right now, 98K.
Old NASA.
Sam Grafton, just 33 big blinds effective here, blind on blind.
5,000.
João is trying to decide how he wants to play this ace-10. And I like the idea of not giving Grafton a free check back. And it doesn't play that nicely as a limp shove for 33 bigs. Certainly maybe the easiest way to play, hoping your opponent raises junk. You know, this is it's a funny spot with King 4 because you have this big blocker that sometimes you can just play as a sort of 3-bet and really put the pressure on, but it's not really good enough to call over a 3x when you're playing 33 big blinds, and it feels too strong to just fold pre-flop. So taking this aggressive action, I think, can certainly be an effective way to play this spot.
It does not feel too strong to fold for me.
No. No, but it would feel like folding a king blind on blind for someone like Sam Grafton. And wow, Zhao just calls. And this does speak to what I was saying about maybe not wanting to play it as a limp shove. Doesn't want to just get in the 33 bigs. Is prepared to go to the streets and flop a 10 and an ace.
Oh boy. So does Grafton have any desire to rep that now that he is raised pre-flop?
I wish I could tell you. I want to say no. I want to say some alarm bells are going to go off. I mean, maybe, you know, you kind of do have to continue your story here. But it's like, if you think, yeah, and this is why we see this 10% bet.
But, yeah, but you can continue this story with very few words.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Grafton doesn't want to just give up because of the money that's out there. You know, expects Zhao is going to have something like Queen Jack suited sometimes and call the flop, and maybe you can bet big on the turn because sometimes they just have 10x and they might be prepared to fold. But, I mean, we're getting to like SPR 1 territory. And Grafton just has the king high, no spade.
I feel like no matter what Joao does here, Grafton's done after this.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yara makes the call. Turn card is a queen. So Grafton still not drawing dead.
Yeah, has the Broadway draw. João Vieira checks a second time.
Oh boy.
Sam's betting again.
No, not yet.
I don't think so. I mean, you know.
He's betting again.
Poor fella.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised by this, but I can guarantee you if I had to sit down with Sam about this spot, he would be able to break down Zhao's range even better than I could. But there is something kind of quite strong about the way Zhao has played this hand. You know, obviously this bet would fold out something like 10-9 suited, which might raise and call pre-flop, or Jack 10 suited, I think even might really consider folding at this stage of the hand. But do those plays play as raise and call 3-bets? Maybe, yeah.
Do any aces fold?
No.
I mean, obviously not ace 10, but any other aces?
No.
No.
But as we talked about, the queen jacks and the king queens would be calling the flop to this 10% bet, and then have, you know, maybe not a super tough decision on the turn, maybe be calling the turn a lot, but might fold to a river shove. And this could be disaster for Sam Grafton. I mean, you know, 23K with with 57.5 in there, the price Javier is going to be getting, and that's a give up, yeah.
And old Nazar gets the better of the squid once again.
King 4.
Oh my God.
What? I mean, did he show it?
No.
King 4.
Listen, these guys have done a lot of work in the lab and in the sims. This is why poker can be a bit scary at this level. These are super high roller players, you know. They know that on the node of this and that, you're going to work in 3 bets there with the King 4, and it's nice to play the Ace 10 as a flat because of this and that.
Thank God we can just get by on our looks.
And that King 4 is going to c-bet the really small amount, and then on the Queen, you need to bet sometimes.
I actually was watching what was going on, and I did notice they were mostly on their phones. Yeah. Or just looking away. But it was so nice to say, did you guys see that? And they say, nope. And you can just put your card in and play. You know, like it's so nice that you could just...
Yeah, of course.
In an environment that some people are so trustless of each other. This one, there's some spots where you can just say, yeah, I'm sure they wouldn't.
Well, Sam has now dropped down to 14 big blinds and is edging into the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Yeah, the nicest. They're probably competing for the nicest. Between each other, I think. Well,
Falafel and Halimi opening here with 9s. Tens for Sam Grafton.
Well, well, well.
All in.
Yeah, this is a great spot for Sam Grafton.
Yeah, he's been called. And it is a domination situation.
So it's the, well, we'll see.
Sam with
guys,
advantage.
they get rewarded, you know? Like, I dust off my chips, and then look at this. They instantly hand me a good hand. Rigged.
And Sam is officially the at-risk player here. If Halimi loses, which he will do the vast majority of the time, he'll be left with 4K. Obviously, if Sam gets unlucky, he's out. The flop is King 5 deuce. So far, so good for Sam. Would rather not see a third spade on the turn. So just has to fade a 9 on the river. 2 outs for Ronnie Halimi. There's a 6.
You cover.
Sam doubles up and now has around 50K, around 30 big blinds. Halimi's going to be left with just 2 big blinds.
Unlucky, sir.
Button is good. Button is good.
Classic Sam Grafton tail.
Yeah, it was quite fun on
just
that. I mean,
dust it off. So they're going to be bouncing around with the short stack.
With whoever it was.
And then build it all the way up to get to that final 2 tables like at the PSPC.
Really nice. Like, so, yeah, also just, you know, to hear his, like, perspectives on life or whatever, it's, like, nice.
He's been dressing today, you know?
Yeah.
Jesus. Got the look. You know the history in Vegas.
I did see Galen Hall yesterday wearing a very slick suit.
Shooter, you don't know the story?
Yeah, of course. I don't know
his story.
No.
He just guided.
Galen Hall, Galen Hall,
Galen Hall.
Right.
Tubes that are, you know.
Yeah.
And they just hide there for like, you don't know the story? You gotta.
They hide there for a long time?
Yeah. You gotta hear it from somebody that knows the details. It's super funny.
Yeah.
Something that only Galen would do. Overthink the thing and just barricade the door, just go through the air conditioning. They just left on Bailey's on the other side of the maze.
Yeah.
2 streams in a row.
I think Scott's so
people telling the tale of Galen Hall leading people into the ceilings in Las Vegas.
Meanwhile, the super short stacked Halimi finds himself all in with 6-5 of clubs. Would have been forced all in on the next hand, decided to go for it here with 6-5, Griffin.
Yeah, a lot of dead money out there with the big blind ante and both blinds.
Good luck, sir.
has been called by Abdelhamid El Kayati with ace-9. Round to João Vieira in the cutoff. What does Vieira have?
Queens.
Tell us. Only got one of his cards, which is a 3. He's folded both of them. Sam on the button has pocket 4s.
Pocket 4 is 4K, you gotta do it. Any other amount, it's a no.
Yeah. No, 4.4K is always
4.4, yeah.
Fine, yes.
There's gotta be a 4 in it. Yeah. Oh no.
Ace 4 of spades for Pfeiffer. He folds. Lawrence White getting a very good price in the big blind.
Drum roll.
Just
wow. Hey. Some of my best work.
You just jam this, don't you, Griff, for this amount?
Oh, yeah. Nice spot.
Very happy to get it in with 2 10s here.
Yes. Yeah. I am the danger.
Red triangle of death for Lawrence White, but we've already seen 2 quick folds. So it's Halimi who's all in and at risk and way, way, way behind. Sam Grafton did most of the damage, and now it looks like Lawrence White's about to send him to the exit.
Yeah, skiing uphill with his 6-5 suited against the 10s. 2 4s folded, 3 4s folded for straight draws. Oh, there's a club.
Just the 1 club. And White now better than a 9-1 favorite. Halimi drawing very thin.
Queen of clubs. That's fun.
7 of hearts, and that has Halimi drawing dead on the turn. He is eliminated, and we now have fewer than 500 players, by the way. Fewer than 480 players remaining.
The Halimi burger is now a nothing burger.
Still have around 17 minutes left to play on this level before the first break of the day and before the blinds go up for the first time today. 5.5 levels will be played on day 2 of the EPT Paris main event.
They're dropping like fries. French fries.
Named after the Real Housewives of New York.
Lawrence White now playing around 35 bigs.
Big blind only?
Average stack is 100K. The only player at this table with above average is João Vieira, who's got 150K.
Yeah, that's 100 big blinds playing extremely well. But really no surprise. It's what we've come to expect from João Vieira.
Let's go.
Oh, no, sir. Joe's flexing again.
Everyone saw it, Joe, honest. Oshri Lamani opening here with queens under the gun +1. He is the shortest stack at the feature table, and it looks like he's about to get involved in the sickest and classicest of all races.
Well, you know, James, you got to look on the bright side. We thought Lamani had 300,000, and this could be a, you know, you could lose 151,000 here with the queens against the ace-king. But instead, you're probably just going to get eliminated or double up.
I'm not sure that was a very successful spin on the situation.
I appreciate you calling me out for it. I deserved it.
I had to think about it. I'm like, how is that better? The re-raise from João Vieira is to 7,000.
Just a little baby 3-bit. Please come and play.
El Kayati Has folded the big blind. Back on Lamani. And looks like it was a quick all-in, a quick call, and we are going to run this out. It is the sickest and classicest of all races.
Like Voltaire versus Baudelaire. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Thank you, Ken Miller.
It's Queens is way more legit than ace king.
Suited.
Why do you think he's putting an ace jack there? When you call, like, you're hoping for the flip.
Drawing hand. Hitting draws today, though.
Ooh.
Not too bad for Lamani.
One every hand for 90 minutes.
Let's keep it going.
Ooh.
Just has to fade an ace or a king on the river.
That's watching. I got to hit.
I liked your exasperation there, like how many times you've said that in your life.
Because I know so often you can't fade it, but Lamani does, and Lamani doubles up to around 35K.
Sorry, Dad.
Maxime Paris with ace deuce of hearts. Opens under the gun. 5,500. Queen 8 for the short stack, Alexis Nikolai. Round to Murad Felfoul, who has ace jack. Makes the call. Fire and Cadman has folded. Looks like it's round to Tonka on the button. And Tonka is going to re-raise. That is a 3-bet to 23,000 with pocket queens.
Pretty nice spot to wake up with. A big hand here. This squeeze. And Paris needs to think about this, because if you do think your opponent's light here, sometimes you want to have the gear to mix in some, 4 bets to around 55,000. But, this table doesn't seem like the toughest that you might have out in the field. So I think you need to stay away from these guessing game spots against the likes of Parker Talbot. And that's exactly what Paris does.
What does foul fool do now?
I think he should foul fold, James.
That doesn't look like the face of a man who's folding.
Look harder.
I mean, he's out of position with not a super stellar hand. But I just had this instinct that he wants to play.
You come into my city?
Is he considering a 4-bet? Wow, Parker's just called time. Parker's called the clock.
Power move.
I mean, for a pre-flop decision, he has been taking his sweet time. But it wasn't that long. What,
nah, it's
90 seconds, maybe?
It's like a 45 minutes. Oh my God, did he say all in?
No.
Huh.
Not yet. But he tanked for like over a minute before. And then it was like...
Yeah, but then there's new action, my friend.
1.5 minutes is not enough.
They're going to give him another minute.
Maybe Parker just can't deal with the stress of the situation.
I'm not unsympathetic to Parker's position, to be honest. I know that these are big decisions, like, but at this stage of the tournament, pre-flop decisions, should they really be taking several minutes? You must have an idea when the guy's tanking with the ace-deuce what you're going to do if he folds and the action comes back to you. I kind of agree there. Okay, he's made the call. I told you he didn't want to fold.
You were right.
Well, this may have worked out really, really well for Tonka. Flops top set, and his opponent has caught a decent piece of this.
Yeah, and I think your opponent is almost always very much on base on this board. Hands like ace-jack, pocket nines, pocket tens, sometimes even pocket jacks that didn't want to just, you know, 4-bet and get in, you know, 60, 70 big blinds.
Makes a very, very small c-bet, 7,000 into a pot of 57,500. Now call clock on the guy. Oh, he's called already. Oh, wow. And now we get the 10 of spades on the turn to give us a sweat.
And I think if Talbot does find a check here, which he often will, Falfool has a great candidate for a very big river bet bluff. You have the ace of spades in your hand. You expect your opponent isn't going to have a king very often checking back the turn. So this is all about whether Falfool has that gear and, well, 100%. Oh, boy. And Talbot's sitting there with the third nuts, thinking maybe he's gotten there against the, you know, the king-jack, king-queen suited type hands that would have called pre.
Spade check coming. Falfool bets 18,000 on the river, and Tonka makes the call.
Look at his face.
Karma for calling the clock. Oh, come on.
I mean, unless this guy gets a really big hand.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
That is a virtual all-in. Alexis Nikolai's left himself one blue chip behind, 5K behind, but other than that, he is pretty committed.
Oh, has turned it over before all the chips.
Okay, so Paris thought that Nikolai was all in, which is why he flipped his cards over. Nikolai then sticks the other 5K in, which I guess is a blind bet on the flop.
Or get sold off. He didn't go all in. He saved 5K chip.
Asian players, Livestream bounty will start in 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
The thing that's a little annoying is there's no reason why Nikolai should have done this, right? At this stage.
And he throws chip in too.
He's not all in, the 5K goes back, and the hand will play out.
So the king deuce.
That's what they always rule in the top.
Nikolai's going to stick around with that 5,000. I mean, the king deuce six. What are the boards?
I am 90% certain this is not going to be ruled as an all-in.
I know, but I'm saying, let's talk about the boards that Nikolai is going to be able to fold on, right? There are some.
They both open their hand. They both have 5K behind, basically.
Correct.
Ace, deuce, deuce. Do you fold? Ace, deuce, deuce, no club. I want to know what the chat thinks about this. What board do you fold with the 5K behind? with the Jack-8 on the flop.
Yeah.
And now, give me the action. So, wait a second. Sir, considering you have a small amount of chips behind you, on the first trick...
Mais je parle pas anglais en fait.
I will translate for you, for him.
KK2, someone says, very creative. KK3, oh.
After all, with these chips only, you will get 5 seconds.
Oh, wow.
I mean, look, he's putting the other 5K in. Don't get me wrong. We know that's happening post-flop.
You have 30 seconds for play.
But there are certain boards, though.
After 5.
Or are they binded action already, James?
No, they're basically saying that when he threw in the 5K, that's not a binding action.
That's what I mean. There's a board then. Ace, King, 9, 1 club. What does he do? I think he puts it in.
Donc là, je vais voir le flop et j'ai toujours 5000, c'est ça?
C'est ça.
Finally, we got there.
Oh, yeah, that's getting in there.
Right, check, bet, all in, deal it out.
Minutes of our time explaining all that.
Okay, this is a great board for you, buddy. You can hit an 8, backdoor some clubs. Oh, my God. Thank you.
This was so unnecessary.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Club.
So Paris bet 5,000. Nikolai called all in, having paired his 8 on the flop, but he is drawing thin. No club on the turn. 2 outs. The river is a queen, and so Alexis Nikolai is eliminated. And it took probably about 5 minutes longer than it should have done, but the net result is the same. Tonka raising with ace-4 suited, and we have ace-king for Daniel Wilson in the small blind.
Yeah, and hands like the ace-4 suited are going to be problematic at this stack depth. You will see high stakes regs mix in some 4-bet shoves in this, 30 to 40 big blind range, because you're going to fold out all those hands that are just 3-bet bluffing. But then sometimes you get it in against hands like this or kings, and you still have 30%. So Talbot's going to have to. Yeah, and does it right away. And it's going to run right into it.
A great spot for Wilson. A domination situation in his favor. Tonka's going to be left with 6 bigs if ace-king holds here.
I'm due after losing this other hand, unfortunately.
I mean, if I'm getting in behind and winning free.
Yeah, your percentage is 31%.
Right? Yeah.
Does win often enough that, you like to shove here to balance out all the times they just fold, but sometimes you just, they got the ace-king and you got to get there.
Flop is queen, 7-6 with 2 spades. Tonka's got 12 outs. 12 cards for Wilson to fade. He's the at-risk player.
Felt like a 50-50 free, so that just confirms it to me.
Yeah, and look at the odds. 49-49 here.
A post-flop flip, but now Wilson becomes a 2-to-1 favorite. That said, 15 cards that Tonka can hit.
That's bad for Tonka because of the TMOS, the too many outs syndrome. Has he been diagnosed?
The river is the 9 of hearts. That is a brick. Ace-king holds. Wilson doubles up to nearly 200K, and Tonka's left with crumbs. And Wilson has opened here with ace-10 under the gun. 9-7 suited for foul full. And I think Tonka's thinking. I don't think he's asleep.
Just 11,000 behind. Doing a little math there.
Yeah.
And has decided to call and try to flop some equity here with the 6-3 off. Everybody pray for Tonka. Gonna need to flop something here with just 7,000 behind.
Oh.
That's a 3!
However, there is an ace as well. Was Tonka planning a stop and go? Checks to Dan Wilson.
Yeah, on this board, no real reason to stop and go because, you know, you want your opponent to put in when they don't actually have it. So
Tell
with
me
that
it's good.
equity tank, yeah, the trap unsuccessful.
Yeah, Wilson bet 10,000. Tonka called all in, having paired his 3, but he is behind right now, needs a 6 or a 3 to survive.
Just give it to him. Back to 30,000. That's 12 big blinds. Come on.
Could still be good.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
Oh, 10 on the turn takes away 2 of his outs. And now Tonka is dead to a 3. So 4 on the river. And Parker Talbot is eliminated. And that means we have 319 players remaining in the EPT Paris main event.
Under the gun, Queen 8.
Sorry, I'm going to address you.
Well, looks like it's round to the big blind. And of course, Dan Wilson could see a free flop, but probably will want to raise here with queens.
Main event players and leaders. Your tournament is now underway for 20 minutes. 20-minute break in the main event.
I mean, I would say this is a limp fold spot. I mean, it shouldn't have been a limp to start with. Let's just scratch that and say this should be a fold. But it looks like we're going to see a double Gibbons.
Oh, Zaffy. Sasha, no.
Double Gibbons executed with Queen 8 offsuit. Case Queen one time. No, but an 8, which might keep Zafran interested in this pot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I want to be too hard on the guy, but I can't say I like the way he's played it so far.
Yeah, and Wilson's feeling pretty nice about this flop. You got that backdoor spade as well. You expect your opponent limp calling is going to be all over this kind of texture. All those Jack X hands, you know, the 10-9 suiteds. And into 26-5, bets 12,000. I like the, you know, a bit chunkier sizing. You see a lot of down bets sometimes, but in a spot like this where you unblock the board, right? Your opponent's going to have those 8X and Jack X hands. And that looks like more than 12,000 to me.
Zafran has just raised to 26K.
See where you're at. It's a move. It's a vibe. It's a little outdated, but it's a move. And now the question becomes, is Wilson prepared to put in a third bet on this flop to get in, you know, the near 200,000 at 2,500 big blind? And you might just want to keep those bluffs in there because you don't necessarily even want the Queen 8 type hands to just be folded out here. You know, you'd think that if there are many more chips going in here, it's only going to be by hands that beat you oftentimes. So why not just play it a little cautious?
Okay, well, the ace of spades on the turn, so Wilson now has a spade draw to go with queens, which is the best hand, has 95% equity, has checked it to Zafran, who quickly checks behind. River for free, which is the king of clubs. Now, there is potential here for Zafran to bluff Wilson off the best hand.
Yeah, with a very rare kind of run out in the 2 overcards that could possibly come. Does shrink up the relative value of Wilson's hand.
Wilson checks.
Zafran certainly aware that he isn't really beating anything here. You know, pocket 7s wouldn't have bet called the flop. So it's hard to check here, even though you have a pair of, you have some form of showdown value. The last time you went for a bluff in a spot like this, you got called. Do you have it in you? And how big do you need to bet? And what are you going to get to fold? Now, your opponent did bet call a bet on the flop. Ace, king, ace, queen, those don't do that, right? Those hands are folded out. So your opponent should have something like 2 queens, something like maybe 2 10s.
Okay, well, we do get the river bet from Zafran. 78.5 in the middle. It's a bet of 46,000. Do we see a hero call from Daniel Wilson?
It's not an easy call to make. I mean, you know, if Zafran was kind of clicking around with an ace-x type hand, might find this bet on the river. Certainly king-jack is deeply in his range here. You know, the small raise on the flop for kind of value / seeing where you are. The check back on the ace turn, the river of the king. You do block a lot of spade combos with that queen of spades. You'd think that a lot of spades would have bet the turn. You need to be able to sort of decode this puzzle and really take into account the kind of button clicky nature of Sasha Zafran, because that's the only way you're gonna unlock this safe. Please fold, sir. Look at me. I wouldn't do you wrong. I think Wilson also could have considered turning this into a bluff with the queen of spades and shoving, but at this stage, I think it's clear that Wilson isn't deciding to consider that gear.
Zafran's called the clock on Wilson. Pushing him to make a decision. 30-second countdown has started.
Would be sick if he folded and then showed him the queen of clubs. But that could also still be queen 10 or ace queen, I guess. Come on, Wilson. Wilson! Put him in there, put him in there. Yes! The call. The
Makes the call as the counter hits 0. And Daniel Wilson wins the last hand of the level, the last hand of this session. And 9-8 suited for Orpon Kisisakoglu. A high roller regular is raising here to 6,500. Jacks for Mike Watson. I referenced the fact we haven't seen him play a hand on the main stage yet, Nick. I think he's going to play this one. Bold prediction alert.
Yeah, I think you're right. Playing it slow, though. Mike Watson does decide just to flat with jacks here. So Mike has about 92 bigs, 9-8 suited here, about 80. So we are quite deep still, at least between these two players.
And interestingly, Mihai Nishte has called as well with ace-7 suited. Round to the blinds, Roberto Romanello in the small, 9-3 off. And now Chao Fei Wang with 7-6 in the big. Calls as well, and we are going 4-way to the flop.
Yep, hard to play jacks 4 ways.
And it's ace, queen, 4, so that means ace 7 has taken the lead. Always an ace on the desk. Action checked around. Turn card. 6 of spades. Hasn't changed much. Orpan's drawing dead. Mike Watson needs a jack. Wang needs a 6. Another 6.
Yeah, that 7's no good for him.
With the action checked him on the button a second time, or rather in the cutoff, the effective button here. Nishte has bet 9,000. Oh, blimey, that's loud. At least we now know there's a break in the mystery bounty.
Yeah, thank God. Gotta love those mystery bounties. So there is a bet and a call on the turn. Gonna need to see a jack for Mike.
That's not a jack.
No, the running 6 though.
Oh,
yeah,
no, should have
folded.
played that 7-6.
Should have played that 6, Mike.
Got to play the rush. Got to play the rush. Gets checked to showdown, and Mihai Nishte is going to win this one. And he's now taken the table chip lead from Mike Watson, close to 300,000 chips, close to 100 big blinds. Watson's still a very comfortable 90 big blinds. $15,000, 30,000 blinds. I think last week we were talking about PokerStars merch, Joe, and some of the stuff that was around during the early seasons. I think this was the first time the PokerStars chip USB sticks had made an appearance. And I noticed that Marcel Barron, when the camera gets around to him, you'll see it. Marcel Barron actually has one of those and has been using it as a card protector.
Do you want to know a hashtag fun fact?
Yes.
I have one of those on my desk right now.
Cool.
Plugged into my PC right now.
Josh folds.
What's on it?
Yeah, I couldn't possibly tell you at this time of day, Joe Stapleton.
Very little, because I think it had like 128 meg storage.
Maybe I have a later version. Let me see.
That's good for a couple of spraggy nudes.
I mean, I'm exaggerating. I'm pretty sure it didn't have more than a gig of storage.
Mine has, oh, I got a later version. Mine is a, mine's 15 gig.
Yeah, that's not a season 4 of the EPT. That's not a 2007 USB drive, pal.
Florian announces all in.
And Langman shipping it with the 4s for 1.3 million.
I mean, we joke about it, but this is putting his opponent to a test for all of his chips.
Absolutely it is. In a situation, I think these guys must at this point be close to 1 and 2 in the chip lead. We're still playing a 20k big blind, then this is a lot of chips for Moad to call off.
And Moad calls, we're off to the races.
Wow.
There it is. Like super bad versus knocked up. One of these two things from 2007 has the slight mathematical advantage.
I didn't think you would call that.
Did he say bad call?
Yeah.
I love it.
That's huge.
Yeah. Langman did not expect to get a call, but he did get a call.
Hey.
And there is an ace on the flop.
1 out.
One more heart.
Well, Langman has just the 1-8. I guess if he spikes the 4 of hearts, he'll have a redraw, but it's not looking good.
The turn. 7 of diamonds.
One more heart.
Now just the 4 of clubs.
Joseph, don't call for outs when you're ahead.
Yeah.
Don't call for the heart. That's tempting fate.
Yes. King of diamonds.
Yes. Langman not happy.
Joseph wins with 2 power.
Donkey play.
Oh!
Donkey play.
He's talking about himself, though, right?
I was gonna say he did put it in with 4s for like 50 bigs. I mean, don't be too harsh on yourself, mate. You're still in there.
All in.
Hey.
Langman with his favourite hand, pocket 4s, the sailboats.
Frederick folds.
Hope we don't see a donkey play out of Yoko Ono's husband.
134,000 to play.
I feel like Langman's going to be mad whatever happens, honestly.
Yeah.
That ace-king hand changed the complexion of this final table so much. That really was just a monster pot.
I don't know. I think he's been called here by Baron, so there's going to be... Oh, wow. Moad's calling as well. So if 4s hold here and Langman gets the triple up, I guarantee you he's not going to be criticising anyone for calling.
No, I mean, it's what are we, 30,000 big blind now, so it's, you know, not too many chips, 4.5 bigs or whatever. I think both of these hands kind of justified in taking a flop.
He's got to fade all of the paint.
With the final table, actually, Mark Telt showing that there was a check down because there was a preference to like eliminate a player. I think we're going to see that here as well.
3 of clubs.
Langman's nearly over the line with it.
River card.
Oh, wow.
He's going to win.
Pair's good.
Florian, pair of 4s.
You win.
Florian takes the pot with...
That's a triple up.
Triple up.
See? No criticism, no analysis, no commentary of any kind. So the runner-up's going to get 346 grand. The winner gets 611,000 pounds.
20,000 for Florian to call.
Quite the comeback from Langman. Obviously, he played the huge pot and was, you know, decimated, but manages to claw his way back and ride out those eliminations, finds himself heads up for the EPT title.
It was the mixed fortunes with 4s, wasn't it? It was the pocket 4s versus the ace-king that did the damage, and then he got the triple up with pocket 4s, which put him back in contention.
Yep, and then won the flip against the 4s with the king 7 just.
10,000. And Florian passes, Joseph taking down the pot.
Wow, all right. Power poker.
20,000, 40,000 with a running 4,000, please, gents.
Yeah, early goings here. Moad coming out firing, re-raising the 7-3. Hopefully that is indicative of where this heads up is heading. I'd like to see a nice aggressive game, don't we?
Glory, trophies, and big monies. They're up for grabs because these guys are playing on the EPT.
So much?
I still don't think there was any way for this to go at the time other than
50,000
being an aggressive heads-up match.
110,000 more to Florin.
Oh, this could be dicey. Pair versus pair heads up.
Florin calls the 110,000.
Langman calls Marwad's raise.
And we see the flop.
Is it always coming 7?
6 of diamonds,
No.
spades, jack of hearts.
10 still the best hand.
Florin checks.
Langman checks. C-bet coming from Marwad. Just grabs that much.
I was thinking maybe that was like a 100,000, you know, maybe a 20 stack of 5Ks or something,
No.
but it's 200 and something thousand. 2/3 pot size bet.
You thought it was going to be an even bet. You thought that there was some consideration there. Oh!
I thought that Langman would be calling on the flop, but he's not. He's raising. Why? We don't know.
Do we think that...
Stick around.
Is there any element that there's a... Sorry, is there any chance there's an element of a grudge match here, that Langman wants revenge? Is that reading too much into it?
Nope, I don't think so at all. I think that's pretty much exactly how this heads up is going to go.
Oh my God. A Moad response by moving all in.
I mean, he can't call once he raises, right? Folds.
Joseph takes down the pot.
Yeah, I think you're right, James. I think if anybody, given the way that Langman's kind of been at this final table and was clearly unhappy that the ace-king was called off, that kind of ruined his chip lead, I think there is going to be a certain amount of like an ego battle here that he won't want to be seen to get run over.
That's in addition to the ego battles that poker already was at the time. Like every hand was this battle over like who would back down last. It was
as we
already
mentioned,
personal.
as we mentioned on the first final table, that's already very true of the heads up. I think when you get someone like Langman playing and he's already been kind of what he sees to be like slighted in that pot, right, with the fours versus ace king, that I think they'll both be out to outdo each other. I think it'll be conducive to a very aggressive heads up match.
4 of diamonds.
2 pair for Marwad and another tower of pink.
I love that his bet sizes are just whatever he can grab.
Please forgive me. Have we had a German winner yet?
Moves to Joseph, 2,000.
Have we had a German winner yet?
20,000, 40,000.
I'm not sure we have. That's a really good question, Joe.
So, because either way, it looks like we're going to have our first Lebanese winner or our first German winner.
25,000 for Florin to call.
Who am I missing? Who am I forgetting?
It seems weird that we've covered like, you know, a dozen events and there hasn't been a German winner yet.
I mean, yes, we have had a German winner. We have had a German winner. Tanduk win in Baden.
Fair enough.
Joseph calls.
But the real ascent and dominance of the Germans is still to come in later seasons.
King of hearts, ace of clubs, 7 of spades. Joseph checks.
Pretty good flop from Mowad. Can Langman get him off the best hand again?
Flora makes a bet of 110,000.
I hope they can deal with this bird's nest inside the Vic.
Joseph calls the 110,000.
There's no chance there's any creature that happy in London.
We have the ace of diamonds. Joseph checks.
Gonna be even harder to get him off at king now. Check, check.
And the river card.
Oh!
Joseph checks.
What a huge get there for Langman. And as you said, Joe, I think it's going to be hard for him to want to fold a king given the repeat ace on the turn. 450,000 in the middle. That looks like a very sizable bet. 250K. Tough for Moad to want to fold once he gets here.
Makes a bet of 250,000.
Call.
Yep, has to call it.
Calls.
Full house is good.
We have a house of 9.
Thumbs up.
How much?
250.
Took it pretty well.
Florin takes down the pot.
Looks like Mowad still has a chip lead. Just pure underreaction there from getting rivered.
The button moves to Joseph Mowad. It's 25,000 for Joseph to call. Joseph passes.
A walk
Takes down the
for
blind.
Florian Langman.
And takes the button. 25,000 for Florian.
What a donkey folding his button heads up. What a loser.
What a donk play.
And again, bear in mind that this was 13 years ago. My memory isn't that good, but I do seem to recall that the way that this show has been edited does reflect the pace, the dynamic of this final table, that it didn't actually take that long to get down from 8 to 2 players, but it was quite a lengthy heads-up battle.
Joseph calls the 70,000. And we see the...
Yeah, I'm quite surprised by that, really. Like I say, I would have expected these guys to go after each other a little harder, which would, you know, naturally think that it would be ended pretty quickly.
You know, when I think back, though, on the absolute heads-up grudge matches we've seen, like where it seemed kind of personal, they always take longer.
Yeah, you think about Buonanno and Salter, for example, where there was a lot of ill feeling. If you think about Tim Vance versus Soren Jensen, still to come, everyone. Luckily, you get to see the cut down rather than real-time heads up. Bit of animosity there as well. So Mowad with the best hand, king high, folds.
Yeah, lays it down pretty tight as well. You know, he had the king of hearts in his hand, something that maybe he could have utilized at the river on a heart completing river, but Langman's bluff gonna get the job done.
So I referenced earlier on that Daniel Negreanu signed with Stars in the summer of 2007 and made his first appearance on the EPT in Barcelona. But bear in mind that the TV cameras didn't start rolling until like the second or third day when the event was already in the money. I don't think Daniel features in any shows for some time. And in fact, the first time Daniel made a deep run in an EPT was at an event that wasn't televised. So we won't be covering it on these streams.
50,000.
And that was the first EPT I attended as well.
And also, that's a much later season. If we stop at the end of season 6, that will still be before that happened.
And we see the flop. 4 of spades, 9 of clubs, 5 of diamonds. Florin checks and Joseph checks. We see the turn card, the 8 of hearts.
Pretty good turn here for Mowad.
Did they even have any action? Like, did they just skip straight to the turn?
It was a very quick check through on the flop, and Mowad in position on the button. I would have expected maybe to make a bet here, has reasonable back doors, is going to fold out probably a hand like King Jack that is beating him. We do see Langman now making the bluff, and Mowad making the call. Here's the thing, right? If you bet 10-7 on the flop, you're just going to get a fold from King Jack. Whereas if you call here and you brick, you're going to lose to King Jack. So betting on the flop is going to give you a number of advantages. He does pick up a 7 here, but Langman looks to continue with his bluff. 4-liner on the board. But just a kind of a miserable pair. I mean, he gets there, but it's a miserable get there for Mowad. Anything that was bluffing with any reasonable equity, you know, like, you know, that straight draw or whatever, 6, he's going to get there.
Finish explaining, Spraggy. He just snaps it off.
Undeterred, I'm just going through the reasons why he probably can't look this one up before he's, yeah, cool, whatever. Win 1.03 million chip pot.
At this point, hopefully it's lesson learned. Don't try to bluff this guy. If he has a piece of the board, chances are he's going to call.
Yeah.
25,000.
25,000 to call.
Queen Jack for Langman.
Florin makes it 100,000 to play.
Raises to 100,000 and gets a fold from Moawad.
Florin picking up the blinds.
You never know what's going to happen in these heads-up matches. Sometimes it's a massive cooler, sometimes it's raise and take it.
They're running 5,000, please.
Heads up, heads up.
25,000.
That almost worked as an image.
I will allow it.
Queen 3 suited. Moawad completes.
Florin in the high blind.
We are reminded that Florian Langman has posted the high blind and has 9-8.
110,000.
Could easily take the check here. I think there's a preference to check hands that have some sort of playability. Something like 8-9. Obviously, it's connected. You can make some straight draws. Maybe raising hands with a little less playability. Maybe something like King 4 offsuit. But 8-9 going for the raise, and Moawad sticks around with Queen 3 in position.
6 of hearts, 9 of diamonds, Queen of diamonds.
And flops best.
So top pair versus second pair. Langman continues.
Florin makes a bet of 100.
And Moawad says all in before the chips have even been pushed across the line.
I mean, it's a draw-heavy board, but that is a huge shove.
Florin calls, cards on the back.
Langman calls with the 8-9. He's way behind.
9 of spades.
Way behind.
And Joseph has 3 of clubs and Queen of clubs. We see the turn card.
Queen.
And that's it. It's over. Florian Langman is the runner-up, and Joseph Moawad is an EPT champion.
And the last card, 8 of clubs.
So long, man.
Joseph takes it down.
Langman cashes for 346k. Joseph Moawad receives £611,520. And as you drew attention to earlier on, Joe, Joseph Moawad becomes the first Lebanese champion on the European Poker Tour.
Blinds are up to 80 and 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Andrew Chen first to speak.
Suited one gapper on the button, heads up.
Raises to 360.
This is not a mandatory 3-bet. Good way to balance your range.
Tie elects to call. Jack 7-5 flop, ace high still good. Tie checks.
Checking to the pre-flop aggressor. Chen should continue.
He does, 330,000.
Ace high will often be the best hand, just like it is on this hand.
Tie calls. Nine of spades on the turn, changes nothing. Gatai checks a second time.
See if Chen slows down as well.
He does, he checks behind. 10 of clubs on the river.
You would expect it to go check, check, maybe check bluff here. But it looks like we're going to see a bet from Davide Katai.
Is this a value bet or a bluff?
Pretty sure he doesn't want to call, so I'm guessing this is a bluff to try to fold out a 7 or a 5. Chen should be ditching this right about now. But he's not. I know he's not calling.
Well, this is certainly a bluff. A raise to more than 1.5 million.
To be perfectly honest, there are tons of hands Andrew could have here that have ace-3 beat. Tons. Katai is not taking his gaze off Chen at all. This would be some kind of absolute sick soul read.
Yeah, call.
Awesome call alert.
Agreed. I don't know how often ace tray is going to be good in that spot, but it's infrequently enough that I'm confident in saying that is a losing play in the long run. But Davide Katai just made a soul read on par with Mystic Meg.
Welcome back to Paris and the PokerStars European Poker Tour as the evening session begins. We are here, the EPT Paris main event in partnership with Le Club Barrier. Day 2 and world famous bubble coverage is imminent. New feature table incoming, headlined by a former EPT champion, Adrian Mateos, who is the big stack here, 74 bigs coming into the penultimate level of the day. We also have an EPT finalist, Nils Puddle, who made the FT in London late last year, and the very popular Japanese vlogger, Masato Yokosawa. These are the players we'll be watching for the final 2 hours and 15 minutes, a single block to be played tonight. That is level 15 and half of level 16, so no more breaks tonight. 2K, 4K blinds incoming. It's me, James Hartigan, with him, Griffin Bencher.
And it's my favorite player in the world, Adrian Mateos, right there with the chip lead. This is why I love this job.
I know you have been a Mateos fanboy ever since he won the World Series of Poker Europe, right? And then you saw him in Monte Carlo and introduced yourself.
Yeah.
Just couldn't help yourself, could you?
No.
In your mind, the conversation went well.
Oh, yeah, so well.
In your mind, it wasn't awkward at all.
No, not at all.
Come on, man. Let's do it to work.
Yeah.
So 252 players remain as we come back from the dinner break. 239 will get paid. That's why the bubble is on screen. 240 is the bubble. That bubble will turn red as world-famous bubble coverage commences. That bubble will burst once 240th place has been eliminated, and we are down to 239 and in the money. A min cash, 8,400. Up top, 1.17 million euros, the single biggest slice of the 7.7 million euro prize pool. And again, we are looking at a huge field in the first ever EPT Paris main event, a total of 1,606 entries. And as we kick off the action, as we commence level 15, 252 players remain.
You know, James, that was a lot of numbers, but you handled it real well.
I don't just do numbers, I do names as well. It's not just Jimmy and Griff. Maria Ho joins us live via satellite from the west coast of the United States of America. Maria, always lovely to have you with us.
Thank you for having me just in time for the exciting bubble coverage.
Yep, bubble incoming. And having seen during the dinner break an overview of all of the stacks, it won't be long until we are probably within 5 or 6 players of that bubble. There are lots of short stacks out there.
I would imagine that, you know, for a lot of these players, you know, whether they got in via a satellite or, you know, they want to be able to say that they've really made the most of their time here. I think that they want to maybe stall a little bit to get into the money. So not surprised to see a lot of shallow stacks out there at this point in time.
None shallower at the feature table than this guy, David Vidral, who has 9 big blinds and is taking his pretty sweet time with 8-6 off.
Yeah, we always talk about how, unfortunately, stalling is a part of the game at this point, and people have yet to come up with a good remedy for it. You know, obviously you can start going hand for hand a little bit earlier than the actual bubble, but you know, until then, it's fair game, I guess.
Yeah, and the situation here, Griffin, is that we will not go hand for hand until we are on the bubble. I mean, they can review that if stalling becomes particularly egregious, but the plan is to go hand for hand at 240.
Yeah, and I think you do need to be a bit careful as one of the stallers. You know, you don't want to push your luck too much. Everyone at the table is going to know what you're doing, so important to kind of keep them in your good graces if you're going to do something like this.
Now, Maria, I know you have a lot going on in your life and a lot of places that you need to be in the next few days and weeks. But looking at that field, knowing that this is one of the biggest EPT main events of all time, the biggest we've ever had outside of Barcelona, you must be feeling a certain amount of FOMO?
Oh, yes. I feel my fair share of regret for sure, because when you guys announced that EPT Paris was going to be an official stop,
Yes.
I was so excited. I love Paris, and I had made a point to be like, okay, I'm checking it off my calendar. I'm going to make this trip. And then things come up, life happens, and now I'm just here watching on the sidelines.
Well, Griffin's favorite player has opened here with ace-3 in the hijack, and Vidral is going to give this some time. We need the elevator music every time the action's on him, right?
Yeah. Or the Jeopardy.
Which would be appropriate because with 9 bigs, he is in jeopardy, AKA the danger zone.
Danger zone! Loving this guy's sweater.
This is Mitchell Hynam from the UK in the small blind. He's not overly comfortable, 17 big blinds.
Yeah, I think you need to find a shove here for the 20 big blinds. I know it's close to the money. You would hate to get snapped off here and lose, but Mateos is going to be opening so wide from the hijack here. It's a nice little takedown, but it's not easy to do. But what are your other options? You don't want to open fold. You don't really want to flat and then be playing this pot out of position, but because of that looming bubble, I mean, you know, you got to make some tighter folds to ensure that you get into that money.
Pavlos Xanthopoulos defends with 10-6 suited. We have a ace-10-3 flop, 2 pair for Mateos, 2nd pair for Xanthopoulos.
But most importantly, you have to imagine that the small blind is spinning right now with the ace-10, having hit the muck.
Continuation bet from Mateos, 15,000 into 22,000.
Definitely a bigger sizing than I think sometimes players would expect on these type of textures, but I don't think that's going to deter Xanthopoulos from taking one off, but okay.
No, he's folded.
That's it. It's one and done. You just give Mateos all the credit. Sure, we're close to the bubble. He's opening off of a big stack, but you know what, ace high board, I'm just going to give him the credit. That time he had it though, but not playing results. A lot of times he won't.
Question from Brian on Twitch. James, did you enjoy your enforced 2 days off? I did, although I did feel incredibly guilty because obviously there's still a lot of people here working very, very hard. And there I was taking a sightseeing trip down the Seine. And yesterday had a lovely day at the cinema and then went out for dinner in the evening. So kind of, I did enjoy it and got to walk around Paris a bit. But
What movie did you see?
Tar.
Nice. How'd you enjoy it?
It's good, but it's not great.
Okay.
Kate Blanchett is excellent and deserves all of the praise and all of the accolades she's receiving. My biggest complaint, it is not particularly well paced. It's too long and it overstays its welcome. The last act is hard to get through.
Sounds like overall you're living your best life out there though, James. That sounds like a lovely evening.
As I said to Mr. Walsh earlier on, it's Partigan reloaded. We're waiting for Vidral, right? I mean, I didn't even look at the screen. I could just hear there was a pause, nothing was happening.
And everyone at the table knows what he's doing. And, you know, as Griffin mentioned, it's sometimes a matter of time before somebody ends up calling them out on it. Sometimes people at the table just let it go because they're like, hey, we've been in your shoes before. And as long as it's not crazy egregious, they might just let him slide.
So I counted to 27 there for Vidral's tank. I know that when I was on the bubble of the PSPC and I had a short stack, I was counting to about 18. So maybe closer to 30 seconds, people will get a little more exacerbated and decide to call the clock. But we'll see what their limit is.
You giving Vidral like a full Mississippi, or is it just like a...
Okay, you can count it next time. Let me know what you get, Maria.
All right, I will.
Mantaridi has a follow-up question. James, did you see Babylon? Opinion on that? I have not. I know that Joe has seen it, and I know that he was slightly confused by it. I think the word he used to describe it was a mess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm going to slightly paraphrase this question from Parkin. Is it legit waiting like that every single hand? It is legit, right? It is and would you say it's an acceptable tactic, Griffin?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you need to define legit. There's no rule against it, really. I mean, you know, as Maria outlined, yet to find a really elegant solution to prevent that kind of stalling. You know, what do you do? People are entitled to think about their cards, and you know, but it's pretty obvious, right?
I also find this an interesting false read when people say, we need the shot clock at this stage of the tournament, but you counted 27 seconds.
Yeah.
You get 30 on the shot clock.
Yeah.
So are you seriously telling me that if this guy didn't have if this guy had a 30-second shot clock, he wouldn't use every single second?
And that's probably why Vidral is keeping it just slightly under 30 seconds. You know, you don't want to get into that 45-second a hand situation that might entice someone to start calling the clock, and then once the floor gets involved, it can get a bit, you know, contentious and strict. So, Maria, you are counting, I hope.
Yeah, I got to 23 Mississippis before he folded, so it was pretty close.
Artisanal sourdough.
I remember there was one tournament when somebody was stalling a lot, and then the floor man got called over, and then instead of starting hand for hand early, they just stood behind the player and looked at his hole cards every time to see if he had a real decision or not.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It was intense. It was intense.
I've seen examples of that in the past where people are clearly taking the Michael. So the raise is to 8,000. Round to Xanthopoulos, who folds the button. Christophe Pommier from France, 9-6 in the small. And then we have Masato Yokosawa in the big.
Yeah, remarkably, you know, 5 stacks under 20 big blinds here. So a lot of players in this table actually might be a little incentivized to take a little time with their hand.
I mean, we haven't had any eliminations so far this level, but I'm still reasonably confident that we will make the money during this level. And it's a weird thing. The bigger the field, the quicker it tends to play into the money. And I'm guessing, Maria, that's because it's harder to keep track of what's happening at all the other tables.
Yeah, and just when you think about the statistical probability of, you know, more hands being dealt out and perhaps more coolers happening because there are more tables and players left, then naturally that would cause it to go a little faster. But what does the widget say, James? That's what I'm here for. I want to know what the widget tells us.
Okay, well, we're still at that point where, well, actually now we're on pace, right? We're playing around a 50 big blind average, so we're actually on track with the widget. What does the widget say? Oh, interesting. So basically, we're on level 15, and yes, we should absolutely be making the money this level. We should be ending this level with between 190 and 200 players.
Wow.
EPT London finalist, Nils Pudel, with Queen Jack suited. He has a 13 big blind stack.
Getting this weird thing where I feel like this guy kind of looks like me. Like when I don't have my full beard.
Are you,
I was a bit younger.
Are you serious?
Thinner.
He looks
Yeah.
nothing like you.
No, it's I don't know. It's weird. You know, it's because people say, oh, so this person so and so looks so much like you, and you're like, no way. But I don't know. For some reason, I see it.
The guy on the right.
Pudel, yeah. No, yeah.
No, Masato.
Yeah, no, it's Masato.
I mean, it's a coin flip, seeing as neither of them look anything like you.
Here, I'll see if I can find some photos for you.
It is a defend, and this is all Mateos, top pair.
Yeah, but this flop keeps Padella out of trouble, of course, because, you know, something like ace queen X or ace jack X would be a lot worse here, I think, without any backdoor flush possibilities. And he's playing such a shallow stack. It's just easy to get away, even though it's like, oh, 4,000. Perhaps I could just take one off for Broadway, but I mean, I don't know.
That's right, XCOM. All hail the widget. In the widget we trust. Until it lets us down, in which case we don't trust it anymore. 4,000 apiece, and not much hope now for Padel. Just has the Broadway draw, can only win with a 10 on the river. Mateos betting again, 12,000.
This is a spot where if I were a short stack, I would definitely take some time on my decision, just because I'm like, I'm already involved in the hand.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take my time now, because buy myself a, you know, couple extra hands and an orbit perhaps on the other tables. I've already put some money in. I've shown interest. Nobody at the table can say anything, but you're not continuing.
The bet on the turn gets through. Mateos wins the hand, chips up over 320k, is playing 80 bigs right now. He is one of the numerous former EPT champions still in. Sadly, we have just lost a former champ. Hussein Ensan, the winner of EPT Prague 2015, has just been KO'd.
What a legend, though.
And with some other eliminations, that means we are ticking down to 249. That means we are now 10 off the money, 9 off the bubble. Niku asking on YouTube, no more free rolls from PokerStars on this event? We don't do free rolls anymore. Instead, we have the mini EPT series. Mini EPT Paris is running now, and you'll see it in the PokerStars lobby. It has its own dedicated tab. And look, Vidrell knows what he's doing. He's almost slightly embarrassed by it. The one thing I would say about the mini EPT Paris series is they may not be free, but they're all low buy-in tournaments and all have added value. We put more money into this series than we have into any free rolls we've ever run in conjunction with the live streams. And everything has EPT satellite tickets added, and the mini main event on Sunday has an EPT Monte Carlo package added. The winner of the mini main on Sunday will be joining us at the next leg of the EPT, and will get to play the Monte Carlo main event. So folded to Pommier, who's got Jack-6 in the cutoff. Oh, that was charming.
Charming, yep.
Wait for it, Griffin. You're going to get the blame for that. Every time one of the players has a moment at the table, they blame the commentators.
It's so weird commentating on your doppelganger. What are we going to do, Pudel?
The weird thing is, Griffin, this guy made a deep run in EPT London. He was 6th place finisher in that event, and not once did you ever think that there was any physical resemblance between him and you.
I don't know what it is.
I mean, we're zooming in closer and closer on this guy's visage, and I just cannot see it. Maria, I'm not mad here, am I?
No, I mean, I don't see it, but I think it's interesting that Griffin sees it. Because usually, you know, it works the other way around.
Yes.
Someone tells you look like someone, and you're like, oh, no, we don't look anything alike. But very rarely does the person say, oh, no, this person totally looks like me. Weird.
Here, how about that photo?
That looks like you.
That is me.
Yeah, exactly. Looks nothing like this guy.
Oh.
And yes, John Delano making a very good point. Griffin, bad lookalikes can't be of other poker players.
Oh, right. That is a... You're right.
That's the #1 rule of bad lookalikes. So, on this next hand, David Vidral will have to post both the big blind and the big blind ante. A significant percentage of his remaining chips.
At least he has somebody else at the table doing his dirty work for him.
Yeah, Heinem, who's also relatively short, tanking there. And we get a raise from Pavlos Xanthopoulos. Jack-10 offsuit. Pommier with 10-7 in the hijack.
Kind of hand you'd like to just see a flop with, but are you supposed to put in some of your money here? 8 from the money? Probably not. 9 from the money? Oh, this was the small blind, pardon me. Big blind would have been a consideration, surely.
Teos with the 9-8 3-bet, and now Vidral all into call with ace-7, which is the best hand.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that and is, you know, behind the range of Mateos.
It's going to be tough for Xanthopoulos to continue with the offsuit combo. I think maybe suited he would continue, especially because he's in position, but Mateos just obviously a very intimidating figure at the table.
How much you play?
78 plus
82.
So now that Vidral has been through the blinds, or has been through the big blind rather, he's now got a 7 big blind stack.
hate to fold hands like this at the bubble, but I don't really see why Heinen would want to get involved here.
Yeah.
There are still another 7 players to get through.
Ace-king for Pommier, who starts the hand with just shy of 20 big blinds.
There's certainly a justification to just open shove these 18 bigs. You would hate to raise and, you know, get shoved on by pocket sixes, have to call, and then lose a, you know, 56-44 flip. So close to that min payout.
He has requested the red triangle of death. He is all in. And it's round 2. Short stack David Vidral in the small blind with Jack 3. And then Sami Bakhed will decide what to do in the big blind, because Jack 3 will get folded in approximately 15 seconds time.
Yeah, you know, at this point when you get this short, there's no real utility in your stack except to just hope that you can fold your way into the money. And even though it's uncomfortable, you're just going to have to stall as much as possible and hope. And it's hard, you know, when you're on the feature table, you're up there on the stage, you can't go down and see where all the other short stacks are and you know, the relative chances you have of making it into the money. Whereas if you're on the outer tables, at least, you know, you see those short stacks walking around, checking out the short stacks, seeing where they're at.
Well, here are some of the short stacks in the field. Dimitar Danchev has 8 big blinds right now.
At least he looks happy about it.
Peter Vicek has just 2 big blinds.
At least he looks happy about it.
And another former EPT champion, Dmitry Abanovich, playing just under 15 big blinds, we think.
At least he looks happy about it.
Oh.
Zeddy says, wow, Danchev really looks like Griffin. Still at 248 players. So we are 9 off the money now. Mateos raising huge from the cutoff, putting the pressure on the players to act behind him, including David Vidral, who has jacks on the button.
I want someone to call clock on him now. Like, finally, someone hit their limit.
Do you have to take this? Do you have to take this flip?
Maria, want to take this one?
Oh my gosh, I just said there's no real utility in a stack. The problem is like if you double up, are you guaranteed to make the money, right? But
I think you do need to call. I think you're too short.
Yeah.
Once the blinds hit you on the way back, like, it's not going to go that quick. This is, you got to find a double.
Yeah, I think you're just too far from the bubble. I think if you were, you know, a couple spots away, then that would be different.
So jacks have made the call, and we are off to the races. It is a race. The Vidral needs to win.
Kind of a bad beat to find Mateos here.
Yeah,
with King Queen. You'd expect Mateos to be kind of shoving pairs here a lot, maybe some ace X's. So King Queen, of course, going to make up some of his range, but you have to have the 2 overs.
The flop is low, 8-7-6. Jack's holding for now. Vidral needing to fade kings and
Five
queens.
of clubs. Which opportunities, more outs.
Nope, just the 10 of spades, no additional outs. So 5 cards for Vidral to fade.
Please, from now on, we announce all-in and call situations at all tables. All-in and call situations have to be
So that is a double up for David Vidral. Meanwhile, we have ticked down to 246 players.
Yeah.
The bubble definitely looming right now. And that is going to get Vidral up to 16 big blinds. He's no longer the shortest stack at the table. And that's just bought him a fair few orbits. Niels Puddle is now the short stack with 13 bigs. Palmier folding under the gun. Yokosawa out.
Ooh.
So 1 minute you get jacks and get the double up. The next minute you got aces. Things looking up for David Vidral.
Yeah, an exciting development, and you know, you don't expect to get any action from the small blind off of that stack, but you're pretty happy knowing that the big blind has a pretty big stack and will have a lot of hands they could defend with.
Well, the most exciting development there is we ticked down to 245. The bubble popped and turned red because we are now kicking off world-famous bubble coverage, because we are 5 off the bubble, we are 6 off the money. Let the excitement, let the tension build. $244 players, 5 off the money now. I can tell you it was Dimitar Danchev, PCA 2013 champ, who went out in 245th place.
Oof, this is not a great call. I mean, I know you have a lot of chips. It's just a little flick in, but and now you're incentivized to maybe see a turn to a min bet with the gutter backdoor clubs.
Yeah, certainly some alarm bells should be going off in anybody's head when, you know, a short stack so close to the bubble is going to just min raise off of that stack size. And when you flop a little bit of equity as Xanthopoulos, it's kind of hard to go away for one more bet.
Yeah, I mean, we can see, of course, that Vidral has pocket aces, but, you know, sometimes he's going to just have king, queen off, raising the blockers, c-betting this board. Maybe, you know, you turn a 5, calling this bet, and it gets checked down to showdown. So definitely expect Xanthopoulos to be calling here.
You heard the noise. That means we're down to 243 now.
Ooh.
Xanthopoulos now double gutted.
Yeah, straighty, fleshy board, but you have top set, so you want to think about the sizing here, especially when you have 52K behind, 34K in the pot. Interesting check.
Well, the board bricks out for Xanthopoulos.
I mean, this check might work in the draw's favor, but in general, I don't really like it. You know, of course, if your opponent has a 7, they're just going to be folding on the turn a lot of the time. But, you know, those flush draws can include something like 9-10 of clubs, Jack 9 of clubs. And, yeah, Xanthopoulos is not even going to try to bluff at it. So what really was the point of checking the turn?
Got a spin, haven't you? Yeah. Hopefully you still have a spin by the time you make the money.
A small bet, 10,000. Actually, about 1/3 pot, to be fair. And the fold from Xanthopoulos. And the Dral, who a couple of hands ago was nursing a 7 big blind stack, has now got more than 20 bigs.
Clawed his way out of the danger zone.
Danger zone! No, you said he was out of the danger zone.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot the rules.
Again, a line that you say far too frequently.
Yeah. I just feel a lot of pressure when there's any danger zone talk and Joe's not here because I feel like I'm supposed to like do it.
And another pop because Fabian Schmidt has just been eliminated in 243rd place. We are now at 2-4-2, ladies and gentlemen. 2 away from being hand for hand on the bubble, 3 away from being in the money. Very soon, everyone will have locked up at least 8,400 euros, but right now everyone is leaving with nothing. We've not yet cracked open the 7.7 million euro prize pool. Mr. Supertash says, what does it mean today ends during level 16? Will it not be played till the end of the level? We're playing half the level tonight and half the level tomorrow. Legally, we need to finish before midnight tonight. Mitchell Heinem, all in from the button.
This is pretty risky.
Yeah.
I don't think this is what you should be doing with ace-8 on 15 big blinds. I think you're going to get it through a lot, but you know, the time someone wakes up, oh, and Pommier's giving him a little sweat.
I
like
love
that.
it. He wants the count. Yeah, I agree, Griffin. I think you're just a little too close to the money now, and you can pretty much most certainly fold your way into the money off of 15 bigs. You'll have enough orbits left. And like you said, if you get called here, it's just a disaster.
Once again, dealers, if you have an all-in call, please announce loudly to the floor. Thank you.
Bottom pass.
Tournament staff keeping tabs on any all-in calls, regardless of where we are right now. Not hand for hand, but obviously, should we have multiple all-ins and calls, there could be a chance we make the money without needing to go hand for hand. So they just need to stay across everything.
Go now. Okay, it's hard. You have a new contract all of a sudden. They like what you did last time.
Nils is the shortest stack at the table, has 13 big blinds, under the gun here with ace-4 suited.
You know, as much as I'm really enjoying the poker, James, I got to say I am enjoying the adjacent sweat I'm having watching Joe try to buy WrestleMania tickets beside me. He's having a lot of trouble forgetting passwords to Ticketmaster and what have you. You know, constantly bouncing around messages, trying to pick sections.
Meanwhile, another pop. That means we're down to 241. Another former EPT champion has just been KO'd. Dmitry Abanovich eliminated. And that means we are now 1 away from hand-for-hand play. We are 2 eliminations away from making the money in the first ever EPT Paris main event.
Is the bloop sound a new thing? I like the bloop thing.
No, it's not new.
Oh, okay. I'm just noticing now. Well, I'm sorry.
How many of these events do you work on?
Can you
Are
please
you
not
new,
embarrass
Griffin?
me in front of thousands of people? Can we talk about this afterwards?
You do it to yourself. You do. I mean, to be fair, have you actually been on duty before when we've covered a bubble?
Sometimes I'm too busy playing inside the bubble.
Oh, yes.
Oh, snap.
Oh, yes. So 5s have opened in the hijack. Heinem, King Jack in the cutoff, folds. Pommier in the small blind with ace deuce. And that is going to be raise and take it. 50 minutes left on the clock, 50 minutes of this level still to play. And then a reminder, we will roll straight into level 16, which is the 2K, 5K level, and we will play 45 minutes of that level before day 2 comes to a close. It's a pretty strong chance we will be in the money by that point.
Can't get near me. I don't touch them ever until it's on me.
The draw with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit. Maria, now he's chipped up over 20 big blinds. Can he stop this stalling nonsense, please?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit stalling and then a little bit like, can I get away with this open? You know, most of these players, once Mateos folds, they probably feel a little more comfortable to open up their game on the bubble and hope that they could get away with the light open. But yeah, that probably crossed his mind.
What is Kojak in like media? Is it a dog or a character?
It's a detective. We talked about this on a Sunday Million stream a few months ago. Telly Savalas played a detective called Kojak who sucked on a lollipop and said, "Who loves you, baby?"
Right.
It's a 70s cop show. And of course, the fun connection is that Telly Savalas was himself quite a decent poker player.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Pommier proving blockers aren't real to Stapes with 2 kings here.
Get it out of your system now, Maria, because he is wearing the blockers aren't real t-shirt today.
So Pommier's re-raise gets through, takes it down with that 3-bet.
Okay, dealers in the main event, please finish the hand you're dealing and stop dealing. Finish the hand you're dealing and stop dealing, please.
Uh-oh, clock's been paused. That means
Can he do that?
we have at least 1 all-in and a call out on the field.
All in call, please do not run the board.
So play has been paused.
Once again, dealers in the main event, if you have an all-in call, stop, and if not, stop the deal.
Where's the close trash?
When your hand is over. Thank you.
So the voice of Toby Stone informing dealers to finish the hand they're on and stop means that we do have at least one table where there is an all-in and a call, and you may have heard Toby say that they are not to run out that all-in yet. We'll wait for play to conclude at every other table, and then flip over the cards and run out that hand. We are close to the money now with 241 remaining, 2 eliminations, and everyone's guaranteed a min cash.
So no need for stalling anymore.
I don't mean that.
So those are the empty tables of the players in the mystery bounty, which is currently on break. The main event playing to the side of the room. And here we go. This is the all-in. It's Peter Moore, who Joe and I met at breakfast this morning, who is all-in against Rostislav Sabishenko, who's in the 8th seat. Moore, the at-risk player. Look how many chips Sabishenko has. And clearly they're recording it. They want to capture it for posterity. An all-in on the flop. Jack 6-5 on the board with 2 hearts.
Look what you did.
But the reason why the cards have not been turned over and the reason why this hand is not being run out is they are waiting for play to finish at all other tables. And there are rumors that there is another table where there is an all-in and a call.
This is a pretty sizable pot if I'm figuring out how many chips the all-in at risk player has here. Well over 100,000, which is, 40 big blinds. This is going to be a huge pot. Looks to be about 150,000.
So it is Peter Moore who is all in here. All in on the flop on a Jack 6-5 2-heart flop, and his opponent is the big stack in the 8th seat, Rostislav Sabishenko, and we are waiting for confirmation that all other tables have finished, but we are hearing that there might be another all-in across the room. And obviously, so as not to influence any of the action, any of the tables where there are still hands in progress, the whole cards of the 2 players in this all-in confrontation will remain face down until it's time to run it out.
Are they sage already? Kings, something like that? No, we can't say.
Only world famous bubble coverage has a buzz like this.
I love the fact that Peter Moore is casually making a phone call, Maria.
Yes, I could hear his conversation. He's telling them, oh, all the cameras are around right now, and watch.
Tune into the live stream. 30 minutes from now, you'll see me.
Oh, poor guy's giving screen record instructions for the stream 30 minutes from now. You don't know how to do that? Oh, I lost you?
Yeah, you
hand is dead.
You are, strictly speaking, involved in a hand, sir.
Who's that?
So tournament director Toby Stone will come to the table, but we are aware that there is another hand across the room. At another table, there is another all-in and a call. So I think Toby's coming over here first. We'll flip over these hands, we'll deal out the board and see if Peter Moore survives or is eliminated in 241st place. And then we'll go to the other table and find out what happens there.
I gotta say, I would love if that were like a rule caveat where it's like, if you are all in at the bubble, you can call friends and family while you're waiting. Oh, I can't use my phone during that.
Yes, this is not normal behavior, people. Don't don't do this at your next tournament.
We need Toby Stone, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that this is smooth and controlled.
Toby Stone, of course, best in the business.
That is Global Poker Award nominee, Toby Stone, Griffin.
At least it's exciting. Are you going to want to cross right now?
So a reminder that it is Peter Moore in the white t-shirt who is the at-risk player here. He has the red triangle of death in front of his cards. And Toby's on his way to the table now. We'll flip the cards over. We'll run out the board. We've already got a flop of the Jack of Hearts, 5 of Hearts, 6 of Spades. And that will decide Peter Moore's fate. And then we'll go over to the other table in the room where there is also an all-in and a call. Tournament director Toby Stone, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm going to say Moore has King Jack.
Okay, EPT players, we have 2-4-1 remaining. 2-4-1 remaining, and we have 2 all-in calls. So we could be in the money after these 2 all-in calls.
I appreciate the compliment.
Just remove this. Peter and Rostivlav. Peter is our all-in player. Let's see your cards, please. Peter shows Queen on a 5-6 Jack board. Rostislav shows 4-7.
Straight draw.
On a 5-6 Jack board. Peter is ahead with 2 queens. Turn card, please. Turn card is a 2.
Queen's holding.
Final card, please. Final card is a 2.
Queen's hold.
We did not lose a player. We're going to go to the second table.
Find someone else. Your moment of fame.
So at the other table, it's Jimmy Saft versus Yowan Lim. And apparently the stacks are so close, we're not 100% sure who's at risk. And just a reminder, these tables are the mystery bounty where the players are on break right now. The main event playing to the side of the room and Toby making his way over to the other table.
Jimmy shows 2 aces. Johan shows 2 kings.
Aces versus kings.
So once again, Jimmy is our all-in player with 2 aces. Flop, please.
Okay, so aces at risk, but way ahead, obviously.
Flop is 3-4-2. Turn card. Turn card is a 6. Final card, please.
And you know what they say.
Final card.
Oh, it is! It is a chop! Are you ready, Maria?
Yes. Yes.
We have not
It's a chop pot, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
We are going to continue.
Oh, Maria.
Maria.
It's not me.
We're going to
it's
have
the
to let you
delay.
go. Well, thank you for stopping by, Maria.
So once again,
It's been
dealers,
fun.
we are
Thank you for
behind. If
having
you have
me.
an all-in call,
I
freeze
hope
the
it goes
action,
well the rest
keeps
of the way.
cards face down.
I'm off the rotation.
All right, dealers, 1 hand, please. 1 hand.
Okay, back to the action. And because we need support with any future chop pots, Joe Stapleton rejoining the broadcast.
Hello, my babies.
Right now, Joe, they are your bubble
Yeah,
babies.
bubble Yeah.
We are in the midst of world-famous bubble coverage. We have 241 remaining, 2 more eliminations, 2 more KOs. We will be in the money.
But we're 0 for 2, right? As far as world famous bubble
Yes,
coverage.
but we got all the
eliminations.
drama, and we
Of
live for the
course.
drama. We live for the tea here.
We had Peter Moore, who we met at the breakfast buffet this morning,
Yep.
Joe, with his very attractive PVD Santos. He doubled up with queens. And then we had the chop pot between Jimmy Saft and Yo-Won Lim.
Did you hear Peter explaining to the woman he was with how the bubble works this morning at breakfast?
Yeah. And now she got to see it firsthand, I imagine.
I wonder if that's who he was calling. He was like, you know, on the bubble, if you have a big stack, you can really abuse the other players. He was kind of explaining how it worked to her. I was listening intently because I still am trying to figure it out for myself.
Yes.
Good old Masato Yokosawa, very likable chap.
I'm bored. I'm bored. Don't, I need to walk a little. Sorry.
Well, we got a little bubble stalling going on.
Little Michael Bublé.
Stapes, if there were one person at this table that you think resembles Griffin, or I don't know if you heard this part. If you
I
were
heard it.
Listening. Oh, okay. So do you want to weigh in while we're here?
Who do I think Griffin thinks looks like him, or who do I think looks like Griffin?
Oh, well, do you think anybody looks remotely like Griffin to you at this table?
In a, like,
Do you see...
lovable scamp kind of way, I'd have to go with Masato Yokosawa.
Yeah, I can see it.
But I guess Griffin's talking about, yeah, you know what? The guy in the blue hat, right? Who, is it Christophe Palmier? Is that who you're saying looks like you?
Pudel.
Pudel.
Palmier is
yeah,
the...
that is the guy with the blue hat.
The blue
yeah.
hat, okay, yeah, Niels Pudel. So, I could see, he kind of looks like Griffin's brother who looks like Griffin. If I as much as I want to leave Griffin twisting in the wind, looks like we have cut away from the feature table.
Oh, this shot again. This is my favorite shot.
The favorite shot of the
mystery bounty
tournament
break.
not happened.
There we
Yeah,
go.
there's all in and a call. Fabian Gums versus Javier Zarco. Sounds like made-up names from Tim and Eric.
I think it's
Awesome
just
show.
like a classic, like, contrasting, establishing shot. Like, look how packed and awesome this bubble situation is compared to what a tournament on break looks like.
The quiet.
Yes.
The storm. And I guess, obviously, y'all know the drill at this point.
I run very, very well with it.
It sounds like maybe they know what each other has at this point.
It's my nemesis hand. I always bust queens versus kings. I always bust every big tournament.
Zarco is the player at risk.
Deuces is a terrible jam, by the way.
So, Symbiotics asks on Twitch, why can they stop playing when the bubble is here? Well, the design of that is that so everyone just plays one hand at a time. So it's all equal. You know, there's not a one table playing 10 hands and, you know, one table and playing one hand, and then you can get some real stalling happening. So it's mostly to prevent people from stalling and trying to get a fair grounds for these proceedings. You know, making the money of a tournament like this represents, you know, almost 10,000 bucks, right? And if you're 4 hands away from being blind out versus someone else is 3 hands away, that matters.
Well,
Usually, you know, when they make them...
Go ahead, Maria.
I was just going to say, usually when they make them wait this long, the players, you know, tell each other what they have because they're not allowed to turn their hands over. But sometimes, once in a while, there's a player who's like, nope, I'm not telling you until they make me turn it over. And you're like, okay.
I would be afraid of somehow breaking a rule I was unaware of. I'm a bit of a stickler. and I wouldn't say anything. They'd be like, well, you were going to survive, but you told them what your hand is. You're gone.
And 10 on the turn. Yeah. You got 10? Yeah. And I just fade it. It's going to happen the same. It's going to happen again. Yeah.
So yeah, obviously we're just hanging out here, waiting for the other tables to finish. We could be deep into a hand elsewhere that doesn't have an all-in and a call.
Good question from Copulak here on Twitch. If multiple players are going all in, different tables, what's the order? So the busting order will be from shortest stack to largest stack, basically, I believe. But if two players are eliminated, I think on the same hand, sometimes they split the first amount of money. What's the rule there, Joe?
It's weird that you would field this question and not know the answer to it.
Yeah, but sorry.
So
you don't, that's your way of saying you're not sure either.
No, I just kind of want you to have to do it now instead of stitching me up.
Maria, help me out, come on.
I thought, and now we're gonna let Stapes, you know, be the ultimate.
Yes. After he's done
judge,
embarrassing.
jury, and executioner on this. But I thought if it were two players at the same table, then it goes, you know, in the order of whoever has the shortest stack to the bigger stack.
Correct.
But if it's on different tables, then they split the money.
Correct, except for that we're still 2 eliminations away from the money.
Right.
So if it goes bing bing, 2 eliminations here, neither of them gets paid.
Yes. You have to be one away to split with someone from a different table. But now Griffin knows, and the next time this
I knew the whole
question's in
time. I was
chat,
just teeing Joe up there. He's better at explaining things.
I would imagine.
Oh, so this might be a good time to ask you guys how the progressive PKOs on Sunday Million.
Whoa. Let's not distract
yeah,
from
we
the...
don't- let's not
Listen,
go
we're doing
crazy.
world famous bubble coverage here. No one needs anything.
All right,
about-
here we are.
Javier is our all-in player. Let's see your cards, please. Javier shows
Pocket
two
queens for Javier. He's the player at risk. He needs those queens to hold.
Once again, Javier is our all-in player with 2 queens. Flop, please.
Classicest of races.
Quite a sick race on the
Flop is
bubble.
10, King 7.
King
Turn card.
right out in
Turn
front.
card is the 6. Final card, please.
Javier said he had bad luck with this hand, and the bad run with queens continues. There goes Javier Zarco walking out with 0.
We are on the pure bubble. We have one more all-in call.
Would it kill you to say we're on the stone bubble, Toby?
Yeah, come on. After all these years, just give it to us once.
So there's going to be a bit of chaos as we get the cameras. Unfortunately, there's going to be a crowd there before we can get there, so we're going to cut away from the violent shoving.
But that's my secret, Joe. It's always the stone bubble.
So I'm going to just turn the cards over and announce the winner. We have a full board already, so turn your cards over, guys, please.
This was all in on the river. We're only getting there for the showdown. And a pair of aces is good. There was a stone bluff on the stone bubble. So Paul Pires is going to double up.
Yeah, it looks like 3 hearts out there. Ace King high board. Just calls it all in with the Ace 10 for what appears to be 80,000. Not easy to do when it represents a cash or not a cash.
That's a heck of a call on the bubble.
Yeah, and actually before this hand started, this gentleman had a fully brown beard, and you can see a little gray is now formed on the mustache.
Quite a call there on the river. Congratulations to Paul Pires. Manages a huge double up on the bubble. Back to the feature table. Looks like we're going to deal another hand. Now that all of the craziness has subsided out there. We're on the absolute stone bubble now. So yes, now if 2 players went at separate tables, they would split the bubble, possibly even 3 ways. As many ways as there are eliminations on this hand. Just waiting for the signal to get cards back in the air, unless we've already missed the hand, which I don't think we have. There we go.
You should have 8 players per table.
That's what's taking a minute, making sure we're balanced everywhere.
You should have 8 players per table.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I wasn't done counting yet. Everyone clinging on for that min cash right now. But the max cash, 1.17 million. That's what they're playing for. 7 figures here. Got to make it all the way to 10th place, though. If you want to narrowly miss on 6 figures, 9th to get a 6-figure score. And you can see just how top-heavy these tournaments can be, how heavily they favor the bold, the brave, the studiers, the hard workers who can somehow go from 9th to 1st. Just 8 places separating you by about €1 million in prize money. Pretty ridiculous jumps there by the end. Everyone now just hanging in there for the min cash.
Dun dun dun.
That min cash, €8,400 from the €5,000 buy-in.
Dun dun dun.
And there we go. We do have action resuming. And we've got it all in. Ooh. Heinem all in with pocket kings.
Yeah, that's certainly a nice hand to pick up. Oh, I think a card flashed, but nobody seemed to notice.
And that shove gets through.
I still like a min raise there.
Oh, Griffin.
Give the big blind a chance to peel, break my heart.
Yeah. Don't do it, buddy. Don't do it
What do you
to
think,
yourself.
Maria? You opening the 18 bigs, or you shoving at the
No,
stone
I'm
bubble?
opening it.
Yeah. Got to give him a chance.
It's just too good.
Yeah. Galeria asks, are they all in the money or now or not? They are not. So if you look up there, and you should remember this for future reference, see that big red 240? That means that we are still at the bubble. The bubble is red because it is the last player here. 239, we are in the money.
The actual bubble. People use the term bubble pretty loosely. They'll say that they bubble 20 from the money, 10 from the money,
Yeah.
3 or 4 from the money. All sort of counts as bubbling. But the actual bubble is the person who goes out last without making any money. And that, in this case, is 240th place.
Yeah, we are on the stone bubble, and then, 20 to 30 away from the money is what I like to call the soft bubble.
Yeah. And the soft bubble gets bigger and bigger depending on how big the field is. If you're playing in a tournament that only started with 80 players, it's not the soft bubble if you go broke 20 from the money.
I love when people are like, oh yeah, I went really deep in the tournament. I'm like, oh yeah, and they were like, oh yeah, I finished 150 players from the money. I was like, okay.
Well, I mean, in the World Series of Poker main, that's a little different than. It's still not deep if you don't cash. I'm with you on that one.
Is it?
You can't
is
say
it deep in a turn.
You can't say
is
you went.
it
I
deep
agree.
in a 10-day tournament on day 3, or
It's
day
not
4?
deep. I agree. You can't say you went deep if you didn't cash. Fair enough.
Thank you.
But people really do say that. They say they went
yeah.
deep if they didn't cash. There's a lot of fudging that goes on in the poker world.
Oh, don't get me started on poker Twitter these days. I'm sure you guys all know.
Poker Twitter's so great.
Oh, it's on fire.
It's so good.
The tea is piping.
He's already give half of them away. Bloody hell.
Clock is ticking as we wait for the outer table hands.
Laughing, I was like, please, one time wake up with it. You woke up with it.
Exotic Chaotic says, just tuned in, we close to a break. That's why there's only 3 seated. No, there's only 3 seated because it's the bubble and everybody's got ants in their pants.
Well, you were having a go then. What? I thought the dealer was having a go then. I thought he was getting involved. Yeah. Your clock's not paused again.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Normally they just take 2 or 3
Yeah, but
minutes.
this is too much. Like maybe 7 minutes per hand.
There is a lot of time burning off the clock right now. That's what the players are noticing.
Sometimes they take 2 minutes. Sometimes I don't know why.
Different tournament directors run things differently on the bubble. I can't remember if Toby's an add time back guy or not. I think he might be. I think that might be. Look at Masato Yokosawa. Just a delight. Give him a lot of credit, by the way, for doing stuff like coming on our podcast. English not his first language.
He was great.
Yeah, I love people that are just willing to put themselves out there, especially in those situations. You know, people are always like, oh, I don't know because I'm not sure how good my English is. And I'm like, no, like we just want to talk to you. We just want to hear your personality. And it's hard to make content too sometimes when you don't feel like your first language. But
Well, it's funny, whenever
I actually really like
whenever we talk to someone on the podcast that is like, not only is English not their first language, but clearly they're like, you know, still working their way through it.
What?
I'll be like,
What? 41?
so how do you feel about winning your award? And James will be like, obviously at the award ceremony last weekend, there was a multitude of things going on. And I'm like, dude, just scale it back a little bit for the poor guy. Yeah, see, the clock is stopped, so I guess they're letting a certain amount of time tick off per hand. And we do have an all-in and a call. And it is 2 absolute heroes involved in this. No matter what happens, someone is going to be disappointed out there in poker fan land. Orpin Kajalu. I forget what it is again. Is the player at risk? Against Mike Watson. He's got Orpin covered.
It appears to be about, if I'm doing my calculations correctly here, seems to be about 140,000 for Orpin, and it looks like it's a button small blind situation. So presumably this would have probably played as
raise,
a 3-bet call,
yeah,
which strengthens, I think, Mike Watson's hand. But it also could have gone as a raise, and if Watson sees that the big blind doesn't have a stack bigger than Orpin's, would have just shoved for the 35 effective with a hand like 2 4s or something. So there's I'm very curious to see what hands these 2 players turn up because of the positions and the stack depth here.
Well, if Toby's here, we're going to be seeing them pretty soon, I think. Both these guys regulars on the high roller circuit, but do not let that make you think that they do not care about cashing in this event.
I will say Orpin looks pretty comfortable. Not like he just got his hand caught in the cookie jar, but that, he's getting it in pretty well here. I think it's going to be a big pair from Orpin. I got to say.
I wonder how comfortable he would look if he weren't comfortable. Given that he
It's
does.
just the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah, he does play some pretty big spots in general. Orping doing a very generous matching charity drive for victims of the earthquake in Turkey, something PokerStars is also doing. Pretty cool.
Very.
If you guys are curious and getting involved in that, you can check out PokerStars Twitter, Orpin's Twitter.
I remember
Slin's Monkey says, Orpin looks like you, Griffin. Now, typically, if we had a PCA-style production in the room, we'd be looking around at the rest of the room at this point, but we've only got a couple of cameras, so we got one parked right here, ready for when they say go. And it looks like go is happening.
2 remaining. You have 1 all-in call. We're on table number 23. We have Open and Michael. Open is our all-in player, and there is no board. Let's see your cards, please, guys.
2 queens for Orpin.
Open, our all-in player, shows ace queen. Michael shows 2 kings.
Okay.
Once again, Open is our all-in player. Let's see the flop, please.
And this is a pretty ridiculous cooler for Orpin. Flop has a
Flop is
king
6,
on
ace,
it.
king. Turn card, please.
So that's going to be tough to
Turn
come
card
back
8.
from. Turn
Final
is an
card.
8.
Final card's a jack.
River's
There
a
is 4
jack
spades
of
on the board,
spades.
And Open has the queen of spades.
Wow.
Wow.
So we have not lost a player.
Orpin does
Still
survive.
240 remaining. Dealers, next hand, please.
I had treats.
It's karma from the drive.
Let's hope this man is playing a good karma. Seems to be a pretty generous fella from what I can tell. So the bubble is going to continue. Some folks a little confused what happened there. Kings, despite flopping a set, get run down by the 4 flush. Orpin survives, doubles up. Orpin had ace queen offsuit. And we're playing on.
Yeah, it looks like an effective shove here from Mateos for just under 20 big blinds. Easy peasy.
Winning.
And
I'm ahead. Mine was better.
Oh my God. It gets through.
It's the top of your range. Super beautiful. We got to show one.
So a nearly record-breaking field, and depending on how you call the record, it is a bit of a record breaker. Biggest EPT field size outside of Barcelona here, Paris 2023. These are ranked in order of best main event debuts. So the first time we ever had a Paris, 1,606 players. So this is the biggest debut of all time. Berlin in 2010, first time we went there, had nearly 1,000 runners for 945. Griffin, do you remember Malta 2015? That feels like that's sort of the time you were hanging around in Malta.
Yeah, I might have been there. I think that might have been the EPT that I stole Dominic Penka's banana.
I did a challenge. Did you do a challenge tapes in Malta? You did when you had a whisper in my ear. The Impractical Jokers knockoff.
Okay.
Malta. Now, we did go to Malta twice, I think, in the same year that year. So
I was in
sure.
Campione.
You're
That
in
was my
Campione
I'm
in
pretty
2012?
sure, yeah. Pretty sure that was one of my first EPTs.
Another big one in Campione, yeah. I'm trying to think. Sochi 2018, I was at that one. That was pretty cool. Had a good time there. I wasn't at that one. I was at a Sochi. One after that. They had to make sure it was successful before they sent me, I guess, is what went down there. I don't think I was at any of these other ones, but obviously most of the premieres on the EPT came early on, certainly
Snowfest,
before my
is that
turn.
still a country?
Snowfest has been absorbed by by Wakanda, I think. They're under it. Snowfest is under a shield these days. And obviously, most of the events before this, they premiered early on in the EPT's history. You know, the first Barcelona was not going to have the sort of numbers we get now because the tour has just built and built over the years. But to see a new city come on so strong, to have topped this statistical leaderboard in 2023 is pretty incredible.
I will say, you know, I like that Barcelona is kind of like the Wayne Gretzky rule. Now, I don't know if you know about this, but in the early days of fantasy hockey, they had a Wayne Gretzky rule. You weren't allowed drafting Wayne Gretzky, and we are not allowed comparing field sizes to Barcelona because it is so popular.
Barcelona is tough to beat. And speaking of Barcelona, as you say that, Griffin, Wayne Gretzky, Wayne Gretzky, Wayne Gretzky, Wayne Gretzky, Wayne Gretzky, the top 5 EPT main events of all time, all Barcelona. And even in the modern era, Barcelona is thriving.
King.
Where's Barcelona 2017?
Wow. Good question.
Where does that rank? What happened there? But Paris 2023, as you can see, the best non-Wayne Gretzky.
That's awesome.
Main event.
Poker
There was a
certainly not dead.
PokerStars Championship back in 2017. That's why Barcelona's not on there.
How many did that get?
We don't talk about that. Yeah, Barcelona 2020 and 2021, unfortunately, did not happen dancing ELV. But what I'm curious to see is we're going to have 2 brand new stops on the EPT this year. Paris, obviously, right meow, but in October,
Have we announced
Cyprus.
this?
Yeah,
Yes. Okay,
Cyprus has been announced. So I wonder if that'll crack the top debuts of all time, or top field size, maybe even. What you got going for you here in France is obviously there's a lot of locals. When I say local, I kind of mean the whole country, who love the game of poker. I don't think there's as many Cyprian locals who we can expect to come out. So it'll be more of a destination location. But I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited to check out the property in Cyprus. I've heard it's pretty cool. Buffets galore. All you can eat and drink.
As
2
long as you're
players
still
left
gonna
in the main
keep up
event
with
here.
your training, Stapes, you're allowed.
I don't do training when I'm on the road, unfortunately. It's too hard to do.
You did it in the Bahamas.
Yeah, but that's different because I didn't have jet lag. The jet lag is a real issue for me.
Dealers next hand, please. Dealers next hand, please.
Oh, and the players all storm to the
I'd like
table.
Where's that
Is
Flintstone?
someone gonna get sat out? Is someone gonna get dealt out?
I want VAR.
Last card
on
is the rule, right, Joe?
You have to be near the table
cameras. You want
by
that
the
for a
time the
second
last card is
card.
dealt, I believe.
Okay.
And we finally are back in action. Are we going to do those exact same 2 stats again in between hands? Because I'm not sure I could talk over it that long a second time. Mateos with deuces. Griffin.
All of it.
Say the
Ducks
line.
fly together, baby.
Ducks fly together.
Especially for my main man, Adrian.
Definitely winning.
More hockey references.
I fold. I'm winning, ain't I?
I have a bet.
Nervous laughter, anyone?
It's all going to be over soon, buddy. Relax. It's okay.
Right? So close to the money, you can almost taste it.
We are having fun.
What? You had to show that one. We let you have your cards.
Next time I block.
No way. It was like by this camera when the second one was delivered. Put the leg out behind and what are you doing down there?
Might as well take a moment to remind everyone about the mini EPT Paris. The low buy-in, the miniature tournament series happening online alongside the big EPT Paris. The mini main event is Sunday, same day as our final table, at which point there'll be an EPT Monte Carlo package awarded to the winner. But in all the little mini events leading up to the main events, there's going to be EPT satellite tickets added to every tournament. And we've had 2 of the tournaments. All 3 tournaments have already happened today. They start at 3:15, 6:15, and 8:15 local time every single day of this event. 15 total tournaments over the 5 days. And the main event's only $5.50. As you know, it's 1/1000th of the price of the €5,500 main event. Limping Gamer wants to know what's in the package tapes. It's usually a buy-in, obviously the buy-in for the 5,500
Little hotel
main event, and then yeah, I think the hotel is included, and they kick you a little bit for air travel. You're on your own for that.
And it's good value for Monte Carlo because hotel rooms are often quite expensive. But you get some hotels
really
there.
really good value Monte Carlo.
Yeah, and you really haven't lived till you've had a €25 Coca-Cola.
Yes. Favorite part of Stape's Twitter is his
Monaco
Monte
is
Carlo tweet.
so expensive, and that is in fact the next stop on the European Poker Tour. The second EPT of 2023, April 26th through May 6th. We'll be broadcasting 7 days from Monaco. Live, all the holds cards, Twitch and YouTube, the whole shebang, and maybe, hopefully, we'll be covering you, the lucky viewer who wins the package in this week's mini EPT Paris.
Leipzig against Manchester City. And don't know the second one.
And I will say, even though Monaco is expensive, and
it's beautiful.
When you've been there 11, 12 times, you've seen most of it. However, it does feel great when you're there. It's great weather almost always.
Yep. Great time of year to be
ocean air, it does invigorate you. It does, is just like a really cool, lovely city. And for me, it always feels like, you know how Prague always feels like the start of Christmas?
Yeah.
To me, EPT Monte Carlo always feels like the start of summer.
Mm-hmm.
And
says the guy who lives in LA. But yes.
Yeah, but it does. It kicks off. Look, there's other poker that happens over the summer that maybe people get a little bit excited for, and it's always like, kind of like time to say goodbye for the summer, because we oftentimes will take a break from the live streams and the podcasts and all that, and we don't, we'll have Scoop right after that usually, and then after that we focus on other things, and that's when the poker world, really is all on the same page.
Well said. Great city to moped in as well, I found.
Have you done it?
Yes, it's because the thing is there's not a ton of cars on the road. A lot of show cars sort of parked everywhere, but a lot of road for you to work with and a lot of nice hills, and maybe get on the F1 track, which doubles as a sort of a street.
See, it's a city that Griffin has mopeded in. It's a city that I've moped in. It feels like that's the city I've been rejected in the most.
Yeah. No.
Anyway, time to focus on someone else's sadness. Potentially. 2 all-in calls. Oh, sit down. Sit down.
One guy's taking off his mic.
2 all-in calls. Okay.
So Mario shows ace king of diamonds and Show shows 2 jacks.
2 jacks are at risk.
Show is our all-in player with 2 jacks against ace king of diamonds. Let's see the flop, please.
Show Hama with the jacks at risk.
Flop is 6-3-4. Turn card.
Uh-oh.
Turns is 7.
That's opportunities.
Oh no.
7.
Clean run out for the jacks.
Oh, what a rush.
Show Hama. doubles up. So Mario Van Akkeren is going to donate to the Shohama cause, and Toby did say that there were 2 all-ins and calls, so it's probably just going to take us a few seconds to get over there. The mystery bounty is back. Look how calm they are.
Okay, we're on table number 8. We have Pavel, who is our early player, and Harry. Once again, Pavel is our early player.
We've got Pavel Placeov versus Harry Lodge.
Hey, Harry.
Pavel, the player at risk in this confrontation. And it went in, sorry, it went in on the flop. 2 pair for Placeov. A straight draw for Harry Lodge. And Harry Lodge rivers the straight. A flush, excuse me, rivers a flush. It eliminates Pavel Placeov. That is the bubble. Poor Pavel Placeov.
Okay, do this. If you lose a player, keep the player at your table.
I knew there was only one man for the job to flash out the bubble. It was Harry Lodge.
So everyone now guaranteed 8,300 euros. 400 euros.
239 remaining. All right. Well done again, players. Let's go.
And we should be able to just play on now. And the post-bubble bust-out bonanza begins now.
You know, I've kind of resented the card distribution since we've been watching this table because Masato Yokosawa has not gotten a hand to play. You know, I know he's being tight at the bubble and stuff, but I want to see this guy play.
We all want to see Masato Yokosawa play, Griffin.
Honestly, I don't think we stalled that much. A little bit.
That's okay.
And we're going to continue this level with about 30 minutes left to go. And then play straight on through to the next level, of which we will play half and then call it. Hynum versus Anthopoulos. Small blind versus big blind. Hynum really hoping to get away with this bet.
Well, he's betting with a double gutter. Or is that just a single gutter? That's a single gutter.
It was the best hand. It won.
Yep.
Come here. You never should have touched that mic yourself. Now get over here. Let me fix this for you. If you ever do this again, I swear to God, I'll break your fingers. Cool Minatio asks, is there no more clapping for the bubble guy? Yeah, there was some clapping. I don't think they're really clapping for the bubble guy. They're clapping for everyone else left in the tournament. I think you might have that backwards.
Oh, that's so sweet. All this time, whoever wrote that thought that they were like, oh, nice try. No. They're celebrating the money that they've just made.
But like back when Maria used to get clapped out of the frat house.
We can expect now that we are out of the bubble that Mateos is going to be, opening a little bit more within range, but still, he has the big stack. He is going to still put a lot of pressure on these opponents, but ace-queen suited, obviously, a very good hand.
I just want to circle back quickly to the clapping. They were all clapping because they were collectively, if I got this right, collectively splitting the room 2 million.
No, that is not why.
Why? No. Min cash 8,000 each would be 8,000 times 239.
I don't think they agreed to a 239-way deal if that's what you're saying, Griffin.
No, but they all get 8,000, guaranteed 8,000.
Yes.
So 8,000 per person this is how much they've guaranteed, all locked up by
Sure.
min cashing.
Sure.
It's $2 million.
Yes. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying.
Yeah. I mean, there's still almost $6 million to play for, but I'm saying they're celebrating that they've all split $2 million.
$2 million euros has already been awarded. Yes.
By the bubble bursting. Well, I'm interested. That's like I've never calculated it like that before, but it is pretty significant if you think about it.
I remember when I first started playing, I was like, oh yeah, let's pay the bubble. Let's chop it, 20 ways. I was all about it. I was all about that.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, no thank you.
Oh, no.
Mateos did pick up that last pot. Now it's Vidrell's turn with ace-queen. David Vidrell.
Wow, acting so much quicker now. Must be getting more comfortable at the table.
Yeah, sure. All of a sudden, everyone has the chip denominations memorized.
Yeah. And their ranges, they know exactly what they're going to do. It's incredible.
Man, there was always some dude that used to play in my home game. We'd be like 4 hours into it. We'd be down to like 4 players from 16, and it would action would be on him, and he would pick up a blue chip, and he'd go, what's his worth? Like every time without fail, like 4 hours in.
There we go.
What's his worth?
Yokosawa taking things into his own hands. You're going to give me cards?
Ooh.
I'm going to make my own luck.
The Montana Banana, 9 deuce.
I don't know if you just made that up, but it works.
I have never heard of it, so I'm going to say yes.
You've never heard of Montana Banana?
No.
Aww.
It's a little before your time, Maria. It's kind of an old school term. Pair of aces on the turn for Vidrell.
Yeah, Yokosawa could have won this on an 8 or a 10 or even a 5.
But not against top pair.
Nope. Sorry, I really shouldn't do any bubble bursting sound.
That was really good, actually.
That was a good burst.
You wouldn't have been able to do it that well had it been relevant.
I know. But now that I'm thinking that maybe I should work that into my,
So, Maria, we used to call 9 deuce Montana Banana, and then do you remember Amir Vahidi?
Yes, of course.
Well, he loved smoking cigars, so we wanted to try to change Montana Banana to Havana Banana for Amir, but that one never caught on.
I like it. I'm surprised it didn't catch on.
How much did you get for that
The
one?
problem is it was shortly thereafter that I came up with all it takes is a chip and a chair, and that just blew everything away.
Yeah, that kind of took all the attention. I remember when that happened, when you invented that expression.
Mateos opening under the gun, ace-8 suited. Gets another ace to fold. Pommier, 7 deuce, the hammer. And Padel, Jack 7 suited.
Yeah, got to flick this one in. Try to flop some equity here. Playing these 9 big blinds. Just got to hope it's not 2 hearts. You don't know that, but it would be bad. That's what I'm talking about.
And that is flopping some equity. Top pair for Poodle.
Yeah, and there's some flops, where you flop so good that you prefer to check raise versus stop and go. I mean, this one, I feel like you might expect Mateos to check back somewhat often, so you do want to deny equity and protect, I think, at this point. It's not quite strong enough to go for the check raise and not really the texture that Mateos is going to continue on.
Yeah, even just betting small is kind of nice here because you are at least going to get value from those hands that are, something like ace-queen is going to call for this small size.
Yeah, Mateos with the 2 overs and the gut shot. It's going to look like a great price.
Oh. And 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is a straight for Mateos.
It's just brutal because it's like watching yourself get killed by your hero, you know?
Also on a board where you're kind of supposed to have more straights here than your hero is.
Yep. I'm telling you, this angle, you put a beard on that guy, it's me.
It's so weird. I don't know if it's because like you keep saying it, Griffin, but now I can kind of see it, and I think you just put it in my head.
Yep.
No, but it's the right side of his face. The other,
Yes,
the other
it
angle,
is the
not
right
so
side of
much.
his
Oh, it's like a Mariah Carey thing.
Yeah. See, it's not there. It's no, but the other side.
It's not straight on, and it's not the left side. It's definitely the right.
King on the River, another not such a great card for Puddle.
Yeah, and you just can't feel comfortable after you bet 7,000 on the turn somewhat defensively, and Mateos comes along with a 4-liner.
With 20K behind in your stack, can you ever fold a flopped top pair?
Yeah, I think at this stage, for sure. I mean, the thing about this turn bet, it's kind of this way of being like, okay, if you did float this flop with ace-jack, ace-10, ace-queen, you kind of have to fold to this 7,000 bet. Like, you're not going to get double floated here when, you know, you're going to have a ton of the 8s and, like, 2 pairs. So when he does get called again, I think he is expecting Mateos to have some strength here, you know, whether it doesn't even necessarily need to be ace-8. It can be pocket 3s. It can be, you know, 2 6s. It could be 2 kings at this stage. So I think Pudel's probably going to be able to find a fold. Also, because it's a spade on the river, that's a consideration for sure. Because those sort of spade floats on the flop, something like ace-10 of spades would be calling again, and now has gotten there. A lot of reasons, I think, for Pudel to fold, and very, very well done, even though you're only left with 5 big blinds now.
Such a tough fold to make, I think. It's just so easy to be like, okay, well, if you got me, you got me. I cash. But that's not what good players do.
No.
John Delano says, so if we squint with just the right eye and he's sitting at just a 45-degree angle and the light is down to 45 lux, and then I can see it, dead ringer for Griffin.
Sounds about right.
It just shows you how good Griffin is at gaslighting. He just keeps repeating it over and over and over again. Eventually, Maria's, you know what? I do see it.
That's funny.
If it works, it works. Bishahead has taken off that brilliant sweater, getting a little hot with all the lights, I'm sure. That is something to consider if you ever get yourself on a featured table here at the EPT. Lights do burn bright.
Not really comfortable being on television.
No? Is that why you've never had a comedy special?
That's exactly why. It's the only reason. Poor Puddle. Just gross. You can't even feel good about this for 5 big blinds.
But you have a full rotation. I mean, honestly, you can double up once and like you're back in there.
Yeah, and being in the money with this stack is certainly a lot better than being a few outside of the money and just praying and hoping.
Yeah.
Pudel,
those big stacks.
Down to, yeah, we're focusing on the negative here. Pudel and Bishahead, Pommier, Heinem, Vidrell, Yokosawa, all pretty short. But the positive, we got Xanthopoulos with 54 big blinds. And obviously, it's Buenos Dias, Adrian.
Yeah.
92 big blinds.
Just doing his thing. Main event master.
Yepanuna has asked a couple of times if I'm doing any comedy while I'm here in Paris. No, didn't schedule anything, didn't book anything. It's really hard to
make the French laugh.
It's hard. Well, it's hard for me to make anyone laugh. But It's more like it's hard to work from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. and then, you know,
squeeze in a set.
Squeeze in a set somewhere.
Also, they did request you do it in French, and you're not quite.
It's not allowed to do it in English here, yeah. Hinem.
No.
One of the shorter stacks makes it 8,000 with King Queen. And Vidral peels for 4K more with King 5. Domination situation. 988, 2 diamonds. Jellery on Twitch asks, what does Joe do for a living? That's a good one. Hinem continues. Vidral folds. 15 minutes left on the level. Like I said, then we're going to roll straight into the final level of the day.
There are those lights I was talking about. Makes you feel like you're a star.
Have to keep our ears peeled to see if we hear any. No, wait. The mystery bounty won't go into the bounty till tomorrow, probably. Never mind. Action folds around to Pommier. 10-9. Masato. Nope. King 7 for Poodle. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you just, I don't know. I think I would have gone for it. I don't know, Finn.
Yeah, it's pretty close, I think. You know, it's one of those situations where, like, King 9, you wouldn't even hesitate. King 8, you probably would go with. And then King 7, you probably think maybe you should go with it. But, you know, it's come
They're on the bubble.
And look at these dominated hands. I mean, it looks like he would have got this through with the King 7.
Yeah, probably, especially with it being all short stacks behind him as well. 6, 7, 8, all spades. Both players all over this board except for the spade factor.
Yeah, that'll still slow the 2 pair down quite a bit. I mean, I think you'll bet it, but then if you get called, there's obviously quite a few scare cards on the turn, and you're not going to necessarily be barreling 3 streets with that texture.
I would like to buy this pot for 1 chip, please. Sale rejected. Jack of spades on the turn. Excuse me, Jack of clubs.
Yeah, I do agree with what Maria said, but all the same, you know, if one of those scare cards doesn't come, like the Jack of clubs, sure, that has filled in 9-10, but you feel like you need to be betting here and getting the money in. You know, if your opponent does somehow have a flush or a straight, it's just a big cooler. You're only starting with about 16 big blinds effective.
And Bashahed takes that one down. So there's 229 players left by our count. There's another pay jump at 2-2-3. And I don't think, given the fact that it's a post-bubble bust-out bonanza, it might not be that hard to hang on with 4 big blinds to the next ladder up. You just have to outlast the 224th placed finisher.
There we go, what I've been waiting for. Masato with the jacks.
Man, if only of those was a red circle, it would be the Japan. It's raised to 8,000, getting through so far. And just has to get through the big blind. Mitchell Heinem with 8 deuce suited.
Don't do it, Heinem. Have a little respect for your opponent. Does let it go.
Gamboon says, go Masato.
Yeah, relatively quiet today, just hasn't picked up many hands, and tough when you were on the bubble for a while and you've got Adrian to your left. Not many moves you can make, especially without any cards.
Come on, Nils.
Doesn't want to go with the queen 7. Quadral, queen 9. 17 big blinds, not quite as desperate as Padel.
Going for it. Uh-oh, that looks like an interested party.
Interested in going all in, that is. Pocket 8s, the Snowmen's.
Nom nom.
No resistance to the shove. Gamboom says, thank you for reading my comment. And I can't wait to read the thank you for reading that comment. And so on and so on. It reminds me of a girlfriend I once had who couldn't say the word baboon. She could only say bamboon.
Oh, yeah.
Pocket 7s per Padel. Here we go. Time to put it in, Padel. And but Shahed with King Queen.
Yeah, I like this as a shove here.
Well,
Don't want to be raised calling.
Isolation shove. Assuming no bigger stacks, call your all in. The worst that can happen is you lose 18,000. And we've got another King Queen in the mix. Not great news for Bashahed. Decent news for the 7s. And we are going to flip here like escargot versus foie gras. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Padel, the player at risk, squeaked his way through the money. Will the 7s hold? Looking good so far. Still some kings and queens left. Turn card is a 10, and now there are some jacks that can hurt Padel as well. River. Double up Padel. All right, well, with that, I think we're going to say GN, GL to our good friend GB.
Bye, guys.
And say
Good night.
hello, my baby, to James Hardigan.
Hello, Joseph. Hello, Maria.
Hello.
Yeah, Griff will kick off the show with us tomorrow. And in the same way that obviously we have this 2-hour, 15-minute chunk of action to end day 2, because we're going to have half a level to kick off day 3, it'll be another 2 hours and 15 minutes of uninterrupted poker to start the day. So you're going to get a meaty Benja fix for the start of day 3.
I mean, I have my Benjer fix right now as long as Nils Podell's at the table.
I mean, do you see it?
That's a loaded question. I do want to mention that we're down to 224, which means we're on another pay jump right now, or the first pay jump, I should say.
Good point. Two now. And ace-queen versus ace-queen. Maria, a potential shot of redemption.
Okay, deep breath.
Okay, if it happens, we will wait for you. We will apply an appropriate pause.
Right. I'm going to start. My rule of thumb is I start as soon as you're done saying the bid.
Correct. To be fair, the last time, I don't think we factored in the fact that you are joining us live via satellite from Los Angeles, and therefore we didn't factor in the delay.
Well, I'm glad someone's taking responsibility for this mess.
Oh, it's still your fault. I'm just saying that we didn't factor in the delay.
He has more. So I'm at risk.
Well, it is Beshahead who is the at-risk player and has slightly less equity to win the pot outright. But there is a 92% chance that this will be a chop. And we're down to 217, so that means he's laddered, right?
Yep. Ooh.
Oh, he does have the Queen of Hearts, so that means he's free-rolling, but that means this will be a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Almost.
That felt good on this end.
It was better. Almost. I tell you what, Maria, I'm concerned about the lag that we are getting from our normal satellite uplink. So tomorrow, we do have a special piece of kit that we're going to give our producer Hayden to take to the top of the Eiffel Tower, because we're going to basically plug into the transmitter at the top of the Eiffel Tower, and I'm hoping that we can get the delay down to just a couple of milliseconds.
I mean, it's the least you guys can do.
And just because it's me, I'm going to insist that he doesn't take the lift.
I mean, the lift doesn't go all the way to the top. You got to climb at the outside for that.
I guess you're right. It goes kind of like to the top level, but not to the bit where the transmitter is.
Yeah.
Do we have any rope?
Plus, if he takes the elevator, he's got to buy a ticket. We don't have money for
That's
that.
what I mean. He's got to walk up the steps. Look, Roger Moore ran up those steps when he was 58 years old, when he was chasing Grace Jones. So I think Hayden, being a young, sprightly man, can easily make it.
Oh, sprightly. I don't.
Yeah, it's probably the wrong choice of word.
Young.
Okay. Young. That's right, Pedro. It was a View to a Kill reference. We have got 1 minute till the blinds go up. We're going to play half of level 16.
Is that the view?
No.
I thought the view is the Golden Gate Bridge.
It was.
So there's 2 views and a view to a kill?
There is a view of Paris from the top of the Eiffel Tower.
Get your straight.
Where Roger Moore has lunch with a French detective called Monsieur Aubergine.
Oh, God.
Who has the most outrageous fake French accent in cinema history.
Is it more fake than Cedric's?
Le Cedric is a genuine Frenchman.
No, that can't be real.
Monsieur Aubergine speaks like this. I'm glad that you are paying the bill.
Does he go, ha, ha, ha?
I mean, had he not
Close
been
enough?
killed by that plastic butterfly, then he probably would have gone on to say that. Down to 215 players now.
James Roos wants to know if we read YouTube chat or just Twitch.
Depends what mood I'm in.
I'm a Twitch guy. I don't read the YouTube. Thank you for your question.
Tens for Yokosawa. It's raised to 8,000.
Yeah, this is a little unfortunate for Pudel with the ace-9. 11 bigs, and seems like a good spot to shove considering they're facing an open from the button. But Yokosawa has been playing rather tight, but that doesn't mean that they don't have any raise folds from that position, just not this one.
That's right, Bex 101. The Duran Duran video for the title song was also filmed on the Eiffel Tower, where Simon Le Bon delivers the line. The name's Le Bon. Simon Le Bon.
More like the awful tower.
So, Pudel at risk and behind. Best chance is to spike an ace. There is an old adage that there is always an ace on the desk. Not on this flop. King Jack 5. And Yokosawa is now an 85% favorite to eliminate Pudel. Board pairs on the turn. 3 outs for Pudel. Needs Barry Greenstein to make an appearance. Flaming Barry time. Nope, it's a 4. And Nils Pudel is KO'd. That is going to take us down to 213 players.
And that's the end of everyone's favorite player whose first name is also a soccer score.
9,250 euros. That is the current payout. A min plus cash for the EPT London finalist. Jameen says, this set absolutely slaps, by the way.
It does slap.
Nice TV table. I do like the set. I do kind of feel that we went all out with the production in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
So there was inevitably going to be a little bit of a down-to-earth moment. But, you know, I think it still looks nice.
I think it looks great.
This is the first hand of the new blind level, by the way. A reminder, we're playing half of level 16, 45 minutes on the clock, and then we will pause for the night and pick up this level at the start of play tomorrow. So blinds are now 2,000, 5,000 with a 5K big blind ante. Average stack right now is 228,000. 211 players remaining, all guaranteed at least 9,250 euros. Zaphod asking, where is this in Paris? We are at the Regency Paris Étoile Hotel in partnership with Le Club Barrier on the Champs-Élysées. And Maria isn't here. Maria is missing out.
I am missing out. I do have FOMO. Trust me.
Maria, there's a McDonald's like a couple hundred yards from here. It's great.
Ooh, what are the specialty like French items?
There's a Royale with cheese.
Mm-hmm.
There is, they have foie gras McNuggets, which is
No,
weird.
they don't.
That's kind of
Do
weird.
they really?
I thought. Yeah, and they have snail fries.
That's. You're making it up now. Stop it.
They actually have one add-on. It's just a pack of cigarettes.
Yokosawa with some momentum. 3-betting the ace-queen.
You're also missing out on the Canadian Embassy, which is our local drinking establishment where we will be at the conclusion of play.
This is a hand that people like to rip it with these days, right? That's why we call it the artisanal sourdough. It's in fashion still.
Yokosawa had about 30 bigs to start the hand, and Xanthopoulos hasn't really shown himself to be the type of player, though, to necessarily want to play a huge pot pre-flop or, you know, make a 4-bet shove light, but you never know what happens once people have made it into the money. Looks like he's going to take option C and call.
More of a baguette than sourdough.
Ace queen holding.
Even though Yokosawa didn't connect with this flop, it certainly does favor his range a little bit more. I mean, granted, Xanthopoulos could have some traps just calling pre, but you do block, of course, some of the best pairs with the ace queen.
Yokosawa continuing for 22,000. Xanthopoulos folds the ace-5.
Not a super happy proposition to have to backdoor something there.
Down to 209 players right now. Andrew Mateos remains the chip leader at this table, playing more than 360,000, more than 70 big blinds. Average stack is 231,000. Once again, David Vidral finds himself the shortest stack at this table with 9 bigs.
Simon Van Kessel says French McDonald's also offers death stares when you ask for a packet of salt. If you're adding salt to McDonald's, you're getting more than death stares.
That might actually be more deadly than ordering the McKenzie
Exactly. You're just straight up asking for death.
Xanthopoulos opening here with king 10. And looks like this has been folded around to the big blind, and Beshahead is going to make the call with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit. And it is an ace-high flop with 3 hearts, so Xanthopoulos does have the better flush draw here.
Yeah, pretty interesting flop for both players. Beshahead a little bit in defensive mode, though, because they were not the pre-flop aggressor, and Xanthopoulos did open from under the gun +1. So certainly possible that they could have an ace with a better kicker. But you certainly have to take one off with top pair and the flush draw. But you do have to be a little weary. You know, you got 65K. How far are you willing to go with this hand? How much are you willing to commit of your short stack to this pot?
Marie, what do you do if this board doesn't get any better or any worse for you?
Depends on what my opponent does, right? Of course, if my opponent checks back this turn card, then I'm gonna have a better sense of where I'm at in the hand. But if my opponent continues to barrel, it does feel like it's going to be hard to continue. You're gonna be pretty uncomfortable.
No bet on the turn.
That's about as clean of a run out as you could hope for with ace-7, especially when your opponent checked behind the turn. So much so that you're going to go for a little bit of value yourself, the min bet on the river.
Mako
Like you're
break.
not playing.
Going back to the McDonald's topic of conversation, Mako breaks
Love
as I
it.
always put salt in my milkshake. I went to school with a guy called Tommy. He'd make the milkshakes at McDonald's salty, but not in a way you want to know about.
Oh, boy.
I mean, that reminds me of a story I heard about how, you know, Taco Bell sour cream is not always sour cream.
What is it? You know, I had a friend one time at a McDonald's milkshake, he found an entire gym sock. Which is gross, but also that's taking up a lot of room.
Yeah, you're getting short-changed there on the milkshake.
You're missing a lot of milkshake, yeah.
Somebody in Twitch chat was pretty surprised that that story came from James, and all I have to say is Partigan reloaded.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what you're... I mean, guys, expect the unexpected from James these days.
I mean, with everyone's favorite conscious coupling, King, Queen. Gets the 4s to fold. And 10-5 suited, ain't gonna play.
You sure it wasn't some, like, weird promotion, like finding a golden ticket in your chocolate? If there's a sock in your milkshake, you win $1 million.
Maybe you win, like, some real expensive Nikes.
Stapes and I had this conversation when we were at the airport at the Bahamas about, wasn't it you, Stapes, where we were talking about, you know, how we feel about getting delivery food and how much is an appropriate amount for your delivery driver to eat and how often that happens?
Yeah, you realize that they're gonna have some of it and you order extra to overcompensate.
So, Mateus Moraes Fernandez has just arrived at the feature table.
Big stack.
Yeah, that is
relatively big.
Around 267,000. So it's an above average stack, more than 50 big blinds. That means he'll be second in chips rather at the table behind Adrian Mateos.
Yeah, not a great seat draw that he came into though with Mateos to his direct left.
Fun hand to pick up on the button. Maybe.
Yeah, with the open.
Yeah, maybe.
Hoping to induce. Mm.
Ten high flop, 2 hearts, ace queen. Doing A-OK. I'm not sure what Marley is asking here, but they end with a compliment. So why do the players not rip it all in with about 7 bigs right now? Surely King Queen off would be all in with the GTO Voodoo right now. Love the commentary, you cuties.
Thank you.
Well, there's only one player with around 7 big blinds, and that's David Vidral. And David didn't have a King Queen to rip it in with.
Oh, bad news for Xanthopoulos. This might create a little bit of action. Shahid going for about half pot, two-tone board, some straight possibilities as well. Xanthopoulos may be feeling like this is a hand that they might want to protect as well from all of those possible draws. Of course, you are going to be beat sometimes, ace, queen, ace, ace, queen, aces, kings, king, queen, all of those hands, but you are up against a button open. How often would they be double barreling this type of texture though, after you call on the flop without a pretty good hand? Again, looking at all those draws, certainly some combo draws come to mind. Those hands that you're ahead of, how do you want to proceed? Your opponent has 58K back.
What a card here on the turn.
You don't block any flush, or you don't block either flush draw, I should say, as Xanthopoulos, but you do block, you know, King Jack, Jack 9.
What is the relevance of that? You're not blocking any flush draws, being that you just be ahead?
That you could potentially be ahead, you know, of your opponent. Once again, they're opening from the button, so their range is going to be a little bit wider. Plus, again, all those draws possible. If you don't block any of them, you know, minus the straight draw that I mentioned with the Jack in hand.
So it's
then
not enough just to be like.
Some players might elect.
It's not enough just to be like, me have top pair, me have best hand. Like, you have to think of the hands that you are actually ahead of.
Right, because, well, you have the additional information of your opponent double barreling, right? You're in a very different spot if your opponent, say, checked back the turn or checked the flop. Then, you know, the hands that you're going to put them on are going to be a little different. You're going to obviously feel like their hand's going to be stronger when they're able to double barrel on this board. So whether that's strong as in the ace queen type strong, or as in the combo draws, it's getting, you know, a 10, trying to get a 10x or a 5x to fold. Either way, you know, that's a scare card for everybody, and they show it down. But Shahid's like, I could have gotten more, but the river.
Here's the most important question, Maria, from Doragaru, who's watching on YouTube. Why not fake a flush right now and go all in?
Ooh. You cuties. Do they call us cuties or no?
No.
Well, the problem is now two thick folds. One, I think Queen Jack is a little bit too strong to turn into a bluff. And also, you could be trying to rep what your opponent has. So in that spot, you know, when the flush comes in, certainly that's a hand, you know, the flush draw that makes sense for Shahid to double barrel, and you could just be going all in into the made flush on the river, and that doesn't feel nice. Not saying that there aren't spots to turn your hand into a bluff. I don't know if that was one of them.
But just to be clear, the suggestion was not to bluff, it was to fake a flush, which I'm assuming is to take out a felt tip pen and basically change your cards to make it look like you have hearts. Yeah. I'm sorry, but hearts are actually red and not pink. Oh, I used the wrong ink. You're no Colin from The Great Escape. You're a terrible forger.
You know, I tried to forge a report card one time. I had a grade come up blank, and the only way I could mimic the font was to find a typewriter in the high school. So I snuck into the principal's office where there was a typewriter, and I made sure I held down the shift key, lined it up perfectly, hit the letter A, chink, pulled it out, and I ran down the hall. I didn't check my work till I got, like, you know, far enough away from the scene. And when I looked at the report card, the size of the font of the letter A was like 4 times the size of all the rest of the letters on my report card. And I was like, I did great, Mom and Dad.
Did they buy it?
No, they didn't. I didn't show it to them. I didn't dare.
I think you should say if you get an A, you get a bigger letter,
Yeah.
right? Because it's the best score you can get.
It didn't match the A I got in gym class, unfortunately.
So we have a raise here from Mateus Moraes Fernandez, opening to 12K with queens. Round to the big blind of Masato Yokosawa, who's got ace-4.
And not the first time these two have tangled. Pair versus one overcard, and this time the ace does hit the desk.
Always an ace on the desk. And a continuation bet from the queens. $9K into $31K. Yokosawa calls. Turn card is the 10 of clubs. Board gets straightier as Yokosawa checks a second time.
Moraes can't love this board, and knowing that, of course, they can improve to a straight, but what are they really getting calls from as far as worse hands are concerned when they bet again, if not to perhaps just fold out like a weak King X here? I don't know at this point, you know, for Yokosawa, how easy it is for them to let go of top pair. Of course, again, the board is very coordinated. You're up against an under the gun open range, but Yokosawa coming along.
7 on the river.
Jack Kenny says he's blocking the hell out of Queen Jack. He needs to be repping it here.
For sure, and if we see another bet again.
Oh, that is a bet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, then they would be turning their hand into a bluff with those blockers.
And the move works. And the player who we understand would prefer to be Mateus Fernandez, with Mateus Moraes, has just chipped up over 300K.
I guess when you register or come sit down or whatever, you don't assume you're going to be playing at the feature table, right? You just assume you're going somewhere else, so maybe you don't say anything. And then you realize it, and then you're like, oh, right. That's not my real name.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
I would have joined in on the claps without have messed all of you guys up, considering I'm not in person.
Yeah.
But I really wanted to. I was getting into it.
Tomorrow, once we've got the black box plugged into the transmitter at the top of the Eiffel Tower, things are going to be better tomorrow.
We're going to have a Maria Ho hologram in here. And you banned, and you banned, and anybody else? These all seem fine.
All they will do is encourage me. And then I'll move on to other hits by the Ting Tings. Shut up and let me go.
I forgot about the Ting Tings. Marolf writes in, first time chat to say Portuguese players? Absolutely.
Thank you for your question.
Ting Ting's had other hit Brad's appetite.
Yeah.
Ooh, wow, second time Vidral finding aces when he's on the short stack.
And that's why you fold King 7 in the cutoff.
Definitely worth being suspicious about seeing the under the gun opener off of a sub 10 big blind stack raising instead of open shoving. But it's always like, oh, could they really just pick up aces? Look at that. Look at that. No defense for Mateos with the queen jack. Like on one hand, you're definitely very, very suspicious. But on the other hand, you're like, wow, how lucky is it for someone to actually pick up aces from under the gun when they have 8 bigs? How fortunate is that?
A lot of people asking what the widget says. Bear in mind at this stage, with a lot of players still in, the ranges are quite broad. So the widget has, at this point, between 190 and 160 players. Actually between 192 and 161. So as long as we finish this level somewhere between 191 and 161, sorry, 192 and 161, then we are on course, we are on pace. Remember, this is still the early stages of the level. Still got 45 minutes of this level to play tomorrow, for example. As Yokosawa picks up aces, there's been a raise from Pavlos Xanthopoulos.
Come on, Yokosawa, get cute here. Not that cute.
Three bets to 25K.
This BS with the deals at the end F up the streams every time. Thank you for your comment.
Sorry, what BS with the dealers?
I don't know if it's dealers or deals. I think they're saying it's rigged.
What?
Because of all the aces coming out. I think that they're suspicious of 3 people getting aces or 1 person getting them twice.
Thanks.
Oh, is it possible that Fabio is saying that deals in poker tournaments F up the streams?
Oh, making a deal.
Well, I've got some good news for you, Fabio, and all of the other micro grinders who hate deals. You can't have them in France. Not allowed. In fact, I believe there was an article on the PokerStars blog about this very fact. So don't expect deal negotiations here in Paris. Scampy says, are they not done behind the scenes? Who knows what happens behind the scenes? That's the problem, right? If you veto official deal making, if you don't let the tournament staff do deals, who knows what happens away from the tables?
I would hope that players stick to not making deals then. I wouldn't like to see the rules be subverted, and I wouldn't like to see it happen in a way that could potentially leave somebody burned. Three ways to this flop. The most ways to the flop we've seen in a while. Top pair for Fernandez.
Tom, our super mod, has hit the nail on the head. James, now all the people who complain that deals happen are going to complain that a deal can't be made. But yes, it is a hashtag fun fact that French gaming law forbids deals to be made. And as I said, if you check out the stuff that Howard and Jack have been doing for the PokerStars blog, they've written an article about it.
Wasn't there something else about when we used to do Deauville? There was another quirk that the
re-raising rule, that it had to be double the bet size, not double the raise size.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone tried to make like a small 4-bet and it got ruled that they had to make it bigger. Oh, it's just... France. 189 players remaining.
Yeah, the plaques were pretty cool, though.
King, queen, still ahead.
And little do they know, they don't have to worry about another club.
Yeah, Xanthopoulos also going to check. Fernandez doesn't love it up against two opponents with that board texture, but now making trips on the end. Nobody showing any strength with leading on the turn or putting some more chips in the pot. Certainly now Bachahead, though, also with trips. Gonna look for value, not realizing that they don't have the best of it.
Call?
Just one of those spots where you can't really raise, though, and expect to get called by worse. So just the call from Fernandez.
Fernandez, now table chip leader, has moved ahead of Mateos in the rankings. Getting close to that point where the clock will be paused and they'll draw for the last hands to be played tonight.
George asked, did they stop with milkshakes? Now I really want one.
Well, what time does the McDonald's close? You mentioned that it was right next door, but you didn't tell me how late it was open.
It's probably open pretty late.
Well,
I'm sure I'll find out at some point.
I'm surprised you haven't already. What do you mean?
I was only here one night. Action folds around to Mateos. Still near the top of this table. Been eclipsed by Fernandez.
The old Spraggy, A7 offsuit.
Not quite an all-in. It's all the big ones, though, and it's probably enough to put Heinem all in. Heinem folds.
Jesus, this guy's annoying.
Which guy?
Let's just go with that one. I can't even be bothered with the timeout. Let's just make him disappear forever.
Yeah, banned. Mateos' turn with the Spraggy. Kind of has free reign of the table once Fernandez folds. He's got more chips than every other person. And the players to his left are very short.
Heinem shoving with the fives.
Oh!
And Xanthopoulos wakes up with ace-queen in the big blind.
Yeah, we have seen Xanthopoulos seemingly not wanting to get all the chips in pre, but I think this is the spot where it's got to be good enough. Mateos opening from late position off of the big stack, and I'm happy to see Xanthopoulos getting it in. Granted, he is flipping, but does have his opponent covered.
So we are off to the races. Heinem is the at-risk player and needs 5s to hold. If they do, Xanthopoulos will be left super short with just 4 big blinds. Meanwhile, the clock has been paused and they're going to draw to see how many hands we're going to play before the end of day 2. 6 tray deuce on the flop. Pretty solid going for 5s. And just has to fade an ace or a queen on the river. And in fact, rivers are set. So that will see Mitchell Heinem double up through Pavlos Xanthopoulos, who as previously referenced, will be left with just a 4 big blind stack. So how many hands are we going to play? Have they done the draw? It's imminent.
Let's try to
I'm told it's imminent.
I was one.
Imminent. That draw should have happened 10 minutes ago.
It's not like we're sweating the clock or anything.
Quick, before the McDonald's closes.
We got bigger problems than that.
Yeah. I think they're just waiting for hands to conclude at all tables. So Xanthopoulos is short with just 4 big blinds.
Whoa.
David Vidral has 9 bigs. Christophe Pommier, 11 bigs. The 2 big stacks at the table. Mateus Fernandez, just shy of 80 big blinds. Adrian Mateos, nearly 70 big blinds. And of course, because this is the first half of level 16 being played tonight, when we come back tomorrow, the blinds will stay the same. We'll still be at the 2K, 5K level.
Will there be a redraw halfway through the level?
Yes, there will be.
Cool.
Overnight redraw will take place. And looks like we're going to have, what, around 180, maybe 175 players returning for day 3. And obviously we'll have a new feature table up on the main stage for the start of play tomorrow, kicking things off at 12:30 CET.
We are playing
4 more hands. 4 more hands. Right, let's get going.
Cat, more hands. Meow. Mikkel's asking, Maria, will you commentate tomorrow with a hangover? You got a party going on tonight, Maria, I'm unaware of on a Wednesday?
No, I don't know why this, do I sound drunk right now? I'm confused. No, I am actually, I have something very important to watch on Netflix, guys. Perfect Match, new reality show, really important.
Is that Arden's show?
You see, just because Maria doesn't have a party doesn't mean she's not going to put down an entire bottle of vodka.
Speaking of which, Maria, your birthday present made it to my house over the weekend.
Ooh, very exciting.
All 3 of them.
You're a good friend, Stapes.
I'm not going to lie, I almost had to get into one of them.
Okay, well, you are not a good friend. You are not allowed.
I didn't open them, but I came close.
We played 1 hand, right?
That was 1.
Okay.
1 down, 2 to go.
Three hands remaining, including the hand that is being dealt right now. And Adrian Mateos picks up ace-queen, raises to 10K.
Well, this is looking like it's going to be a hand.
Are we still on the same table tomorrow? Wait, do we redraw tomorrow or same table?
Redraw.
Sorry if I asked so many questions.
It shouldn't be, right? Because would it be a redraw or not?
It will be a redraw overnight, regardless of the fact that we're midway through a level.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because we still got 45 minutes of this level, so I think we'll come back here for 45 minutes tomorrow.
No. We're not going to come back and play 45 minutes and then do a redraw. That's the most stupid idea ever.
Yeah, at least I'd know, and I will wear better clothes and do better haircuts and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, come on. My mom is watching. Come on.
Xanthopoulos all in with King Jack. Yokosawa with King Queen suited in the big.
Yeah, it's such a pretty hand. You want to see a flop with it. But Xanthopoulos is all in, does reopen the betting, so might not get through if you were to just call here and it gets back to Mateos. He might elect to isolate Yokosawa with, you know, sub 30 bigs here.
Pitt says James has definitely had enough tonight. No, that's a misread. We need to be off air by midnight. We have got 14 minutes. So the quicker Adrian Mateos does something, the less anxious I'm going to be about the last two hands of the night.
Well, Yokosawa has called. Is there a reason why Mateos would not put another bet in here after Yokosawa's kind of made it clear that he's not really trapping here very often, is it? Yeah, there we go.
I'm going to do it off.
Yeah, I think Mateos answered your question, but also, you know, Mateos very aware of the dynamic. Again, as you mentioned, not too likely to have traps as Yokosawa. Mateos blocking aces, you know, because even kings would want some protection here, I think. Wouldn't feel that comfortable sometimes with just flatting and letting Mateos in when there's quite a bit of dead money in the pot already.
So there is the fold from Yokosawa. Xanthopoulos finds himself at risk and behind, but does have live cards. But we do know that a king has been folded.
Once the table is finished, you will be given bags. On these bags, you please leave your information printed in legible letters, and your legal ID card should be in the bag.
But does spike a jack on the flop. Has the advantage now. 3-1 favorite to double up. Queen on the turn. Mateos retakes the lead. 9-1 favorite to eliminate Xanthopoulos. And Pavlos is going to need to spike a king or a jack on the river. It's got 4 outs. It's an 8, so we do see the elimination of Pavlos and Xanthopoulos towards the end of day 2 of the EPT Paris main event, leaving us with 180 players and 2 more hands to play at the feature table. Let's get on with it. Next hand.
X marks the spot. Formerly occupied by Pavlos X Xanthopoulos. Former Xanthopoulos. I should have done that.
Redraw?
Yeah, because that's why we draw for hands. When there is
Penultimate
redraw,
hand. How many minutes?
I'm not gonna meet you.
11 minutes and counting.
Does that make you nervous?
I like that one. Not going to miss me. You two will probably get drawn on the same table.
Heinemann in the cutoff. Raises to 10,000. I love how the people think we're just desperate to go out for a drink.
To get to the bar, dinner reservations.
I'm desperate to stay within the law and not go beyond hours.
Not a terrible comment here from Pit Desk, who says, oh no, not Pit Desk, sorry. Sharadi says, if you're on a time limit, why draw fair cards? Just put all 2s in the deck. Yeah. I don't hate that idea. Okay, we're gonna draw for hands. It's either gonna be a 2, a 2, or a 2.
Right, when people say poker is rigged, no, that's the only thing that they would rig, is
Yeah.
the number of hands being dealt at the end of the night.
All right, last hand of the day.
So obviously we are going to be back on air at 12:30 tomorrow with day 3 of the main event, playing out the rest of this level and 5 more levels. A raise from Becherhead with 6s.
49.
2 players to get through. Fernandez in the small with 8-5. Passes. Mateos in the big.
It's good night from Paris.
King deuce, not worth a defend. Fold it.
I don't know. He's the worst guy to what you want waking up with.
I love you, Adrian Mateos.
Buenos noches,
Time
Adrian.
to bag and tag at the main feature table as play concludes here on day 2. With around 175 players, 176 currently, but could see a late elimination from one of the outer tables. Those players set to return tomorrow, and again, 12:30 Central European Time is when we go live on Twitch and YouTube with Cards Up coverage of day 3 of the inaugural EPT Paris main event. Here come the bags.
Le bags.
Yeah, I'm not as good as him, though. That's the reason.
And just to confirm, there will be a redraw overnight. That means a new feature table at the start of day 3. So those are the stacks of the players that we were watching at the feature table. Big stacks for Fernandez and Mateos. Not so big for David Vidral, who return tomorrow with just 7 big blinds. Well, let's look at who the overall chip leaders are at the end of day 2. Who are the big stacks coming into day 3? Ari Lodge is among the chip leaders. Lena 900, Nicholas Aztec is in the top 3. But it is Rostislav Sabishenko who has more chips than anyone else. 900K, a 180 big blind stack. Also good to see Alex Colonius and Andrew Lichtenberger in the top 10. So we referenced the PokerStars blog a little bit earlier on. If you want updates and stories from everything happening here at EPT Paris, check out the words of Howard Swains and Jack Stanton. And make sure you join us tomorrow. We're streaming this through until Sunday, which is when we'll play the final table. But day 3 of the main event kicks off at 12:30 local time. For now, from Maria Ho, Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger, and Nick Walsh, I'm James Hartigan saying good night from Paris.